these people, so you get it filled up with some of the comedians. They're all still on here, a lot of them. Yeah, we schedule it in femininity for Monica, because it's a public house. Did you share the link?
I personally think that every second on Clubhouse, whether planned or unplanned, it's all comedy, all of it.
Comments, what's her face? You know.
Oh, I will come. I'm gonna come, trust me.
You're like, that what's her face? Like, come on her face? What are we doing here? Yeah. Come as.
We'll also have a segment for musicians.
Listen to 5 minutes of that, but
you can listen to 5 minutes of anything on Clubhouse. You've proven it over and over and over and over again.
Touche. I have a problem with repetitive noises like that, though.
You mean like Clubhouse? Where it's just repetitive every day? It's the same people saying the same things in a different way every day?
The in a different way part that's relevant to that.
I'm just saying, don't limit your Friday night fun. If somebody's got a recorder or a Chinese flute and they want to blow your mind.
Universe, what are you going to do one of the book rooms again?
Yeah, another book room, please.
When people start reading books, I'll join them.
I read books.
We have several book replays in our house. We do book rooms all the time.
Well, he had an idea where people on Clubhouse would come into the room and they would read their book, and it was a good idea. He did it once, and then he just seemed to have dropped it.
What? He dropped the ball?
He dropped it. It was just like, I'm just going back to my sycophant libertarian shtick. It's very disappointing.
What would be fine, Monica and Serendipity, if you guys opened up a room and put a book up at the top and then had people in Clubhouse actually, remember when we were kids, they do popcorn and the teacher would say, okay, you're reading this paragraph. I want to see how many people know how to read. This would be amazing. You can tell a lot about people by the way they read. Some people may enjoy nursery rhymes or Dr. Seuss. It's just a thought. It's true. Okay, Serendipity. Okay. Here we go. Tug of War. Shel Silverstein. I will not play Tug of War. I'd rather play at Tug of War, where everyone hugs instead of tugs, where everyone giggles and rolls on rugs, where everyone kisses and everyone grins, and everyone cuddles and everyone wins. I like it. Did they read that at a ditty party, Kitty? And good morning, Kitty. I don't know. They have writers' rooms, and I keep telling myself to do the writing rooms because you read for 15 minutes, you write for 50 minutes, I come on to do a writing room, I want to come and talk to my friends. I'm like, oh, but there's dipping and eating and all these people, and it never works because I want to talk. There used to be the elation of her topic, but that was kind of cool. That was fun. It was like Mad Lib. Yeah. Well, that is cool. I would do that.
Yep.
Everybody be friends?
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
No, Jack. Please. Let me talk.
Say you have good night.
Nobody will copy radio. Over into the room. I want to say I got stuck in. I just happened to go in it because I couldn't find any. And all they were doing was dinging some type of, I don't know, not a bell. It was something else. And I was like, this is quite annoying. If you're ever bored, you can go in there. It'll ding balls or something. Alright, Kitty, you inspired me. I've got one for you guys too. It's very short. Dare to self-care. Speak kindly to your inner self. Don't take your demon's view. You are you and no one else will lead the life you do. Kill your inner critic and silence all his chatter. Then write this truth inside your brain. I'm worth it and I matter. There's your little daily. Thank you, Serendipity. It was great. Yeah, you guys did food or see there. Inspirational. I think that's what I'm going to say to everybody all day long today. You're worth it and you matter.
Moderators, I'd like to request 60 seconds of your time to cleanse your chakras.
You mean water?
No, I want to make your chakra moist.
Did we cleanse your chakra just a little bit?
Wait, let me check.
You're worth it.
Let me pop my back. Oh, I think you did. Okay, this is called the I Ching of Love. Pick a random number 1 through 64. Okay, that's called identification. The oracle admonishes to beware of identification. It is true. Love opens to a fullness and joy without confrontations. But if you identify that fullness with a certain person, it can open to painful spaces and lead to disaster.
Very nice. Where's the ding, though? I like the ding at the end.
Ding!
Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much. Okay, it looks as though Monica has scheduled in the Femininity Forum for Friday night at 8:30 the blue and red and white color comedy tour Laughter. Oh, look at you. I like it. So Friday night after dinner, if you're not going out and touching grass and you're gonna be here, everybody come and be prepared to share a 3 to 5 minute clip of your favorite comedian so we can all laugh. That you don't trigger people to go sideways, I think we could probably accommodate you. Yay. I'm not gonna say no.
You know, I consider myself a highly annoying person, which is known as a hap. And there are many haps on this app. And, you know, I think it should be diagnosable. It should be in the DSM. Like, if you go to a psychiatrist and they're like, you know what? I don't think you're really suffering from anything. You're just a hap. But it turns out we got the hap now in the DSM, so congratulations. We got you covered, Dr. Hap.
call you. I call you a highly annoying cracker Kitover, a hack.
A hack, not a hap. Good distinction there, Dr. Keegan. By the way, great Confederate flag there. I'm sure your forefathers are proud of you, just like your... Never mind.
It's the Retribution Party, Mr. Universe.
Keegan, I bet you can't even tell me how many people died in the Civil War. Keegan, without looking it up, tell me how many deaths and casualties there were from 1861 to 1865. Go ahead. We'll wait.
I'm going to go 120,000.
120,000 deaths? Holy fuck, bro. 1 million people killed themselves. And 2 million casualties, bro. It's the worst fucking... In the Battle of Antietam, there were 100,000 deaths. One battle.
Next tell me that 6 million people died.
Yeah, now you can Google it and confirm just how ignorant you are.
The best I can give you is 62.
Got it. Well, if you ever go to Gettysburg and you want to find out what real courage, bravery looks like, you've been to Gettysburg? Well, what did you learn? I guess nothing. I just can't understand how they still did the mass formations as opposed to like doing guerrilla warfare. That blows my mind that people could be that stupid, that they would in open battle just charge each other by the tens of thousands. Like, hello?
Well, back then, warfare had almost, me and Marshall were actually talking about this, and I bet you would like the universe, that war used to have like a form of decorum about it, right? There used to be like this, universal understanding that we're both going to meet our maker.
Yeah, you used to like line up in a line and march.
Yes, and the only reason why the Revolutionary War was won by Americans was because of guerrilla warfare. The same with the Scottish.
We didn't play fair during the Revolutionary War.
Well, William Wallace, fun fact about William Wallace, okay, everyone, is that
At the Battle of
the
Bannockburn.
Battle of Stonebridge, William Wallace, how they won was that the Brits had to cross this, and we're going to fight, and we're going to win. Because it was like 100 to 1. And the Scots at the time were like, no, you've been sleeping with our women, you've been heavily taxing us, you've been murdering our men for protest. When you cross this bridge, we're going to let about 1/3 of you cross, and then we're going to kill all that 1/3, and then we're going to let the rest of you cross, and we're going to kill all of you. That's how they did it.
Wow, that's not nice.
Yes, so they did it, the same tactics of guerrilla warfare. They lied. They said, no, we're not going to fight you fair. And now, of course,
all's fair in children war.
yes, and that is now. Is my mic loud? I'm so sorry, everyone. Sorry, Kristen. I didn't even see that. I'll be a little more quieter.
You sound fine.
Okay.
Those rules that used to apply to war just lends credence to the theory that like war is basically just designed to depopulate like radicalized young men, like high testosterone young men that are
War, what is it good for?
Yeah, comedy room Friday night. Pick your favorite comedian.
Can I tell you? I don't think I'll be there.
Good morning, Brock.
Hi,
David.
Hi, good morning, sir.
So nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. I hope you have a great day.
You too. I won't be there Friday night, much as I would love to. Serendipity, just because I spend my time with my wife, of course. And I would love to. And my children, but it's at night, so my children would be in bed at 8:30 at Friday night. But I would love to share. I don't have the clip on me, but I know it by heart because how much I love it. Sam Hyde has a great stand-up bit where he says, in his best Jeff Foxworthy voice, you might be Mike Brown if You might be Mike Brown if you think you're going to wrestle a police officer and get away with it. You might be Mike Brown if people call you a child, but you're actually 17 and 6'4" and 240. You might be Mike Brown if you thought reaching for a police officer's gun was a good idea.
That's my favorite bit. Well, thank you for sharing, Keegan.
Thank you, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
It's just a play on. This must be ironic because Mike Brown died by police. Michael Brown died by police.
Like George Floyd.
Well, not like George Floyd. Mike Brown was a 17-year-old who had had looked like a suspect, of course, who had just robbed a gas station. He ended up not being that suspect. He was black. If you remember the story, the police officer tried to stop him. He said no. He started trying to drive away. The police officer started driving his car up to him. Michael Brown decided to then try to get into the police officer's vehicle, try to grab the police officer. Trying to reach for his gun. They then get in a wrestling match where the police officer ends up shooting him. And people to this day believe that this was an unjust killing. But again, there was multiple eyewitness evidence that shows that Mike Brown actually engaged this individual before the police officer engaged him. And also, police officers have the right, again, not to detain you, but to conduct an investigation and try to conduct that in the most civil way as possible. So, and also Mike Brown was 17, was 6'4", was 240. It's a very large individual, very scary. I mean, any man who's 6'4".
How tall are you?
I'm not 6'4", nor am I 240. Mike Brown would beat me up. I'm 5'10", 180.
You carry a gun.
Yeah, I do carry a gun usually because I am a little boy. I don't think I'm that little. 5'10" is not that little.
No, I don't think so. No, that's the same size as
No, 5'10" is like having like a piece in your car in case there's like road rage or something and you gotta defend yourself. Singing for us.
That's right. My wife carries a gun everywhere she goes.
Well, in New Jersey, it's illegal to have a gun in your car.
That's sad. That's sad.
Because that state's gay. It sucks.
Yeah, that's almost like you're living in like a form of tyranny. You're gonna have to figure that one out.
Alright, I have to take over the call, so you behave, please.
We'll try our best, Andy. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate you, Mom. Love you, Mom. Rico, I think you're a Sam Hyde fan as well. One of my other favorite Sam Hyde bits is him talking about how, hey, you know you're fat. That guy with no booty. That's one of my favorite.
He's like the Phantom of Ukraine or something. What's the Ukraine pilot? I forget his name.
Yeah, I forget too. I mean, he's everything. He's the Zodiac killer. He is. Every school shooter is Sam Hyde, which is the funniest thing.
That's right, yeah. I love Sam Hyde, he's great.
How come every school shooter is transgender or white?
Whoa, David, what's wrong with you?
I was asking.
MK Ultra, bro.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing. Every school shooter is white or transgender, but every shooter who's in a school is black. Have you ever thought about that?
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Flip it on. Turn the tables around on them.
And how come, never mind.
Brown and you're in prison, let's be honest, it's probably after your 20th offense. He only reason what he
Things
said.
that happened
I was going to
today
say
or
something.
yesterday, guys. What do we got on the docket?
It is good. It's interesting when you see a guy arrested who's like arrested for 26 times. Why do you think about 25 times? That's not going to be as bad as from Brown. I've been getting calls from a car company, financial center, asking me about a model of a car that I don't have. That's what she does.
I thought they dropped the charges on that one.
And then I realized that I was charging the car. I went up on a black man kills a white guy. I forgot about it. Whoops. What can they do? Like take his car back because you said that? No. There's a squad of black Hebrew Israelites waiting outside.
I truly do think we're going to see a form of justice done for Austin Michael. He's the target. That's a dope name. Yeah. We'll see. Listening to that story, it's actually being attractive.
He just why do they have the stab? Who's the most legendary? This is a trend that's. I know. This is a trend that's
You get stabbed in the chest, and your brother grabs you, and you watch your brother bleed. Takes his final breaths with you. I don't know. I truly
to another person's tent, though.
No, it's much different. You have the story mistaken.
Keaton, this is why your kids should play hockey. They just won't be around with this type of people. You know?
I do agree that my children probably will not be playing. Because I remember in high school, middle school, high school, when I played basketball, I was a basketball player. Everyone, I was a b-ball player.
You're 5'10" and you play basketball.
I was a point guy. Is what people call me.
Good morning. Did you guys see Edwards down there? Maybe he could read some scripture to you, neo-Nazis, and change your hearts from hate to love.
Neo-Nazi.
That's not true.
What's the deal with those that Texas football that means new. You're the new one. Like the new communists, you're just the new Nazi.
The guy that took the pill in the Matrix.
What's up with all those hockey players doing the Sig Heil at the hockey game in that viral video? Was that you, Keegan?
That wasn't the players. Those were fans.
Yeah.
Was that Keegan and Rico at the hockey game doing Sig Heils?
Yeah, literally.
What are they doing to the camera? Were they just saluting the,
I think they just celebrated team scoring a goal, right?
Does a Sig Heil require a full 45-degree extension, or can you just do it frontal facing?
That's like Elon Musk didn't do a Nazi salute.
What's that meme where it shows all the angles? Hailing a cab is like all the way up, and then like shaking a hand is like it's like halfway there, and then there's like the red zone in the middle.
Yeah, when I was in New York City with Rico, he put his hand up to get the taxi. He was like, "Yo, Rico, don't do that."
Oh, Rico.
So do you think girls that have septum piercings and do heart signals with their hands are actually just, liberal, communist, socialist, fascist psychopaths?
That's a good point.
Do you think if you've only had one abortion, you're just on the precipice of being a full liberal? Or does it require 2 to 3 murders to become a full-fledged member of the Liberal Party?
I don't know. Ask your mom.
No, my mother never had an abortion. How else do you think the world's most annoying human being came into existence?
That was a mistake, you're saying?
Maybe this weekend, Keegan, we can call my mother and you can find out how all this got started.
I don't know if I want to.
We were talking about religion, and I apologize, but we were saying, the Protestants don't count.
Protestants take a lot of crap. I will accept a lot of it.
Who freed the slaves? 500,000 dead Republican Protestants, that's who, David. Don't you forget it.
Thought about, we have a great pope from your hometown. You ever thought about embracing your
I thought about it, but then Chicago's so corrupt, and I looked into it. Turns out that he was covering up for pedophiles and transferring them to different facilities, and that's why he got the job as the Pope. It's parking lot. They sold it to build one Chicago, $1 billion skyscraper. He was involved in that transaction. He's covering up pedophiles for cash, not him personally. Telling you, if you think Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, if you think they're pederast cannibals, well, guess who the fucking Pope is? He's a fucking pederast cover-upper. I think that's, not quite as bad, but it's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Yeah, Trump Tower Chicago is a great building.
Well, One Chicago is actually a better building, and it has Lifetime Fitness in it, which is amazing. And the hottest people in Chicago go to it. And it was a former church parking lot, a Catholic church parking lot that got sold for $250 million to pay for, victims of gay rapist priests. What, you don't think it's real? You think I'm just sitting here on a Tuesday morning talking to my cell phone as if I'm making things up, and there's like I'm just spreading misinformation, lies, propaganda against the Pope? You think I would do that? Think I got no basis of fact, no evidence, no observational powers? I'm a scientist. Don't you guys even know what the scientific method is anymore these days? All right, boys and girls, if you have your espresso in your hand and you haven't put any cream in it yet, we're going to put some cream in your coffee. If you need a little hot water to supercharge that coffee, now's the time. This is called harmony, love, and peace. In this fusion of love, you find yourself immersed in the fullness of the present. In this is full gratification. Let yourself loose in this short moment here on Clubhouse in the arms of the person loved. Don't ask for anything more.
Jeez.
Never had one lesson.
It's only disgusting. She's ugly, you know what I mean? I fuck ugly shit. I don't got no problem with this. I guess I'm disgusting. I'll be that.
Well, you're not just disgusting. You're actually trash. You know what you do with the trash? Throw it in the garbage. When the garbage dump comes, it hauls that trash away to the garbage dump. Then, what happens to the garbage in the garbage dump? Well, if it's biodegradable, it starts to disintegrate, fall apart. Well, I'm sure you can try to find Keegan's next room in the hallway to be sure to tell him about your desires.
Oh yeah. What is it? I'm also gonna get him a nice chair that he can sit in so I can watch me fucking play on his girl.
I guess the garbage man came, took that trash away. Okay, this is called the Wayfarer. The message speaks to the wayfarer inside yourself while passing from one experience to the others. Meeting friends and lovers, you are the wayfarer. Something inside you prevents you from stopping forever. You try and try again, and each time it seems you have reached a resting place. But there comes a time now when you feel the need to resume walking. Okay, Kitty, repeat after me. This is number 26. Fear of love. The oracle indicates that you are enjoying a notable strength.
The Oracle. No, I don't want to do this, John.
Therefore, it is the right moment to progress.
Therefore, it's the right moment to progress.
You will find in this condition of strength
Thank you, Monica.
I can see that my talent is not appreciated in this room. I'll have to go elsewhere where there are rooms full of people.
Play the Ocarina of Time again. I want to hear that shit. I like it.
You want to hear the ocarina?
Yeah, let's just use this plan.
No, that wasn't an ocarina. That was a Chinese flute. But I do actually have an ocarina, but the ocarina the ocarina sounds more like a bird calling device, if you've ever played one. This is this is an Indian snake charming flute. Oh wow, look at that. Kitty, you're a talented woman.
They turned off the Piccolo. 12 years.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on.
Okay, so this is a campaign song called Brandon Johnson is a Criminal on behalf of the campaign to elect mayoral candidate John Kitover for Chicago, Illinois.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free busing for abortions from out of state. Allow teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam.
What do you think? Is Brandon Johnson a scam? Is it all a fraud? Is it just taxation without representation and theft? Because that's what I think it is. I'm
Monica, I don't know if you saw this, but Ethan Stefanigal, 23, was shot and murdered in the parking lot of an AMC theater in North Carolina after reportedly meeting with 3 men to sell them vape cartridges. The 3 men that murdered him were black, but 2 of them looked very biracial. So they looked half white, half black. Well, Deshaundre Brown, the murderer, looks more black than the others. But they were all black. Murderers. Never relax around murderers. Never. Because they will murder you.
Speaking of plungers, I bought a new plunger on Amazon, and this thing gets a lot of force when you use it because it's got all these corrugated ribs on it. But it turns out that my plumber didn't actually need my plumber. I wasted all this money for him to run the line with the Roto-Rooter, and really I just needed to do a power flush. So just remember, if you think you're clogged up, you might just need a power flush. There really should be like a news program called like Black on White Crime News, where it's like every day you just report the new black on white murders across the country. And like that's the whole news show, is every day you just report the new murders. And it'll never stop. Like the news will always have content. Every day there's a new murder. So maybe you guys should consider incorporating that into Espresso yourself, where every day you report on the new black on white, murders. Could be a good thing for the room, for people's cognitive security. Just a thought. I don't want anybody here to ever become a victim.
Love me tender, love me blue. Serendipity, that's why I love you.
Getting on with her. And I tell you a great little story happened not too long ago. My son, who plays piano now, he's getting really good.
Monica, I live. You see? You are awesome.
BB, do you have 60 seconds for Toira this morning?
I actually do, my friend.
Ribono Shalom?
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Okay, pick a page. I'll read to you from a book that I got in Tel Aviv called 195.
Okay, 180, please.
Okay, this is page 180.
10 times high.
From the sacred to the holy, 5 new Talmudic readings. The sword shall deal without, within there shall be terror. Why this besides? One might have thought of all this applies to night and not to day, victims. Even if inside there is terror, outside the sword shall make victims. Rabbah used to keep the windows of his house sealed during the time of the epidemic. For it is said, Jeremiah 9:20, for death is come up unto our windows. There is a baraita. If famine is in the city, disperse, broaden your steps. For it is said in Genesis 12:10, there was famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to sojourn there. Furthermore, it is said in 2 Kings, if we decide to go into the town, we shall die there. What is the purpose of this furthermore? It might be thought that this is valid only when there is nothing life-threatening where one is going, and that it is invalid when emigration leads to danger. That is why it is said, so let us cast ourselves upon the Assyrian camp. If they let us live, we will survive. There is a baraita. If the angel of death is in the city, one should not walk in the middle of the road, for the angel of death moves about in the middle of the road, benefiting from the liberty granted to him. He walks about publicly. If the city is at peace, one should not walk at the sides of the road. For not being granted liberty, the angel of death slinks along in hiding. There is a baraita. If there is an epidemic in the city, one should not go to the house of prayer alone, for it is there that the angel of death keeps his implements. This is true. However, only in the case where school children do not read scriptures, there and where there are not 10 people to pray together. There is a baraita. If the dogs howl, that is because the angel of death has entered the city. If the dogs are happy, Elijah has come into the city. But that is on the condition that there is no bitch among them. Rav Ami. Yeah, go ahead.
Why do we need 10 people to do a minyan? What is that about?
It's Kabbalistic, Ribono Shalom, 10 not 11, 10 not 9.
Does it make our words transcend better? Is that what it is?
Correct. 10 is the most sacred number in Judaism because there's 10 Sephirot of the Kabbalah.
I thought it was 7 was our correlating number. Like how we have 6 layers of skin, and then our body is the 7th, and we represent the universe like there's 6 galaxies that represent. You know what I mean? Does 7 have a correlation with Judaism as well?
Yeah, all of them, 1 through 10, they all have serious significance. Yeah. But 10 is the magic number. 10 not 11, 10 not 9, because there's 10 Sephiroth. And I'm so...
Also, why is it that we say so when they don't say, okay, you're supposed to always talk about, like, you're above ground, right? Like, you don't say, there's something to do with when you're counting and you're talking, like, you don't say he's 6 feet under. You say he's 6 foot, like, he's 6 foot tall. You know, when somebody dies, we don't talk about under. Did you know anything about that?
No, I never read that one.
Somebody pulled me up, and I went to the rabbis, and I was there for his birthday, and they were talking about, like, it's crazy about all the numbers. I think you're big into Kabbalah, so it's all about numbers. But there's something that the way we represent numbers and the way we speak about them.
You should study it because it's basically metaphysics. It all comes from limitless light. It's called like the light bender, meaning that if you meditate on the Sephiroth, it's really just like beauty. These are all positive words, and it's 10 positive words. If you ask people what are your power words, if you study Kabbalah, you will learn what true power is in the universe, because supposedly these 10 Sephiroth is what manifests reality. And if you know
so I have
these
a good
things,
one for you. I have a good one for you because I find you extremely intelligent. If we're all God's children, I believe we are. We're all children of God, Hashem. Why are some of us trying to kill others? Are some are trying to kill us? Like, how does that make fucking sense? You know what I mean?
yeah, they've inversed the divine will. And that's really because they lack intelligence, knowledge, understanding, comprehension.
Is that because Hashem gave us free will? And that's just a prime example that they're utilizing their free will for negative?
No, they just don't have the full picture. They're ignorant.
Okay.
I know what you're saying, though. It's their free will to do evil, but a good person, they might visualize the evil that they want to commit, but not commit it, transcend above it, and then they've rectified and purified. So a lot of this is C.G. Jung. I know Monica's into Jordan Peterson, and Jordan Peterson goes into this quite a bit about how to transcend evil. Yeah.
Have you ever spoke to Shai, John?
Not that I can remember.
Oh, fuck, you and him would get along great. He's got that, like, he's got a Talmudic mind. I tried to invite him up right now, too. He also speaks spiritually and in Torah and explains certain things that are like I learned stuff from him too, as I learned from you whenever you speak on those things. Because I think also a lot of it is that God made us real simple, and we, as humans, we complicated things and made things not simple.
Yeah. But the 10 Sephiroth is the way to go. They're actually mantras. So you can chant them. Like the first one is Keter, or crown, which means divine will, purpose, and the highest level of consciousness. So you can literally recite Keter, Keter, and focus on the meaning of it by doing the mantra.
You know that most of our praying is meditation, obviously. How you're just saying it too, like the mantra, even the way we stand, the way we bow, like the way we keep rocking, the way we take 3 steps back, 3 steps forward, and then we bow down and then look up to Hashem. It's to keep us into a meditative state so we can focus and be one with Hashem when we pray. And what I find when I used to go to shul every morning, and I still do you notice though too, John, especially being like you a veteran on Clubhouse, as well. Do you notice that when rooms are talking about positivity and about being a good person, the rooms are extremely small. But when rooms are toxic, screaming hate, the rooms are huge.
Hey, BB.
Hi, Shirley. How are you? Good morning. Good afternoon.
I am good.
What do you think of what you just said?
Well, my people die for lack of knowledge. That's why people kill. There's a whole religious, a whole train of thought based on killing your enemy and killing people who don't agree with you. I would call that a severe lack of knowledge and understanding. Could be part of it.
Yeah, I think it's basically that's what John said. It says they don't know. And they're ignorant, and then they do these fucked up things, right?
Well,
You said my people. Who's your people, my dear?
Well, I'm just saying that isn't that verse in the is that in the Old Testament or New Testament? Is that verse in the Old Testament?
Oh, what? My people. What?
My
What
people
verse?
die. I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
John is the one that probably answer that. That's the one thing that I was taught to say. Never say Old Testament. Say First Testament, and then Second Testament. As to, you know what I mean?
That's fair. Well, the First Testament, the first one, there's a lot of information there. We can Google it. Okay, so it's Hosea 4:6. My people die for lack of knowledge. Can you hear me?
Is that in the first or the second?
Hosea is in the First Testament.
So my people died for lack of knowledge. Okay. What does that mean to you?
It's kind of an all-encompassing. It's all-encompassing. The Muslims lack knowledge. They got into the wrong thought system.
Yeah, the ideology is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, the ideology is just ridiculous. Okay, and it's the only religion in the world that says kill people who don't agree with you. Now, Hindus do kill Christians, and I think it might be their commitment to the caste system, because the caste system is eliminated through Christianity. Christianity does not support the caste system. Another nation schedule. So my people don't prosper because they don't understand banking. It just applies to me. It's pretty incumbent
to provide knowledge to them.
Well, it is one thing that I'm sorry if I'm redirecting the conversation.
No, not at all. It's the whole point of having good combos.
Okay, so something's come up lately, and I actually ran into somebody who she was a DEI member, and so she ran these programs. So she ran this program for her employees. She said she did it 3 times. That said that the Muslims believed in Jesus, and they were a religion of peace. And I looked at her and I said, yeah, but there's a certain percentage of those Muslims that are reading the part of the Quran that says kill everybody.
Exactly.
And then I started, citing examples, like, so, and, people want to make light of them making these. I've got some kind of alarm going off. What the hell?
See, every Muslim.
Okay, I have to bounce in 3 minutes, anyways. But
okay, but
John's here, anyways.
Okay. My point being, and I've noticed it online, they want to deceive Christians into believing that the Muslims love Jesus and that they're equal to, we're buddies. Well, we're not, and it's not the same. And their vision of Jesus is not a Christian's vision of Jesus. We actually believe that he is God, and it actually talks about him in the Old Testament. Okay, not the same person. And we don't have anything in common. We don't think you ought to go around killing people because you don't agree with them.
Supposedly you said you were retiring.
But they want to deceive Christians who don't know the word into believing these wrong ideas. And this lady was a DEI person, and we have a lot of we have a lot of Muslims in my area because they've come in to work tech. And I guess they want to have a cohesive work environment. Well, that's fine. I can work with you, but we don't agree about who Jesus is, and we don't have the same thought process. Unless you're, one of the Muslims that only read the peace part. I don't know. What do you think, BB?
How could you only read the peace part? I think whoever created this Islam thing, they're pretty smart because they garnered the ability to be able to steal everything. All the prophets are Muslim. Everybody is a Muslim. People don't convert Islam; they revert. So they're saying that everybody is a Muslim, and whenever you come back, you revert back to Islam. It's actually a pretty unique way of saying it, and it's the way that they build numbers, like drastically. Or basically any religion, you have to study and practice and do a bunch of tests before you get in. With Islam, you have to say 6 words or whatever amount of words, and you're in, and then you learn after. Now, my question is, if something is so divine and beautiful and pure, why would you be able to give it away that easy?
Well, BB, to be a Christian, to follow Christ, I don't have to. There's a pastor that says it the way it is for the Christians. The thief on the cross was not, he didn't know anything about the Bible. He didn't know theology. And but he did confess on the cross that Jesus.
I have to go, dear. I'll be back.
Okay, bye. I'll finish my sentence. He confessed he told the thief on the cross that he would be in heaven. And so when the way the preacher tells the story, he gets up there and they're like, "Did you know anything about the Bible? How did you make it up here?" And then he says, "All I know is the guy on the cross next to me said I could come." But my people perish for lack of knowledge, and we need to know the word. Beth, are you just listening? Serendipity, what are y'all up to?
Shirley, do you think, because there's something in the Quran that says, like, Jesus went up to heaven because of Allah. So, like, do you think that Muslims think that every Christian is a Muslim? They just don't know it yet because they assume you haven't read their Quran that, declares that Jesus went up to Allah. Meaning that, like, every Christian is a Muslim, but not every Muslim is a Christian.
Okay. Restate, Johns. Restate.
The Quran says that Jesus was called into heaven by Allah. So that implies that every Muslim believes that every Christian is a Muslim, but not every Muslim is a Christian.
What I would say about all this is that I have read that there is a movement to go after Christians that don't know the word. Again, and don't understand that Jesus is God. Okay, if you're going to believe anything about Jesus, he's either a crazy dumbass who believed he was God, or he's God. And God is not all. God is, according, the way I would state this is that he's part of the Trinity, and he's God. He's not some nice prophet. But we run into this problem where churches no longer educate their people in the Word. So there's this lack of understanding of the Word. because they're just, you go to Sunday school, I've experienced it. I've been in Sunday school classes where the materials were, oh, let's just be nice. And, like that's the message. When there's the scripture, we need to actually really know the word. Like, aren't you always just studying things, John? For understanding? Are you there, John? Or universe?
John's gone. You're stuck with me now.
Well, Daniel, what do you think?
No, I think that there is a problem with American Christianity where things are kind of going a little bit astray. Well, with the rise of non-denominationals and things like that, seminary school, people not going to seminary school and becoming pastors, this is a problem.
Well, I'm not criticizing, for example, the Assembly of God. This is not a criticism, but my daughter-in-law went to seminary with the Assembly of God, and when she married my son, I'm divorced from my children's father. Well, that made me, in her eyes at that point, I just couldn't possibly be a good Christian or have any knowledge of the Bible. I'm divorced. And this was her thought process. And then she got to know me, and one day she told me, you know more. I went to seminary, and you know more about God's Word than I do.
What did she say any more about?
Do what?
What did she say any more about? I didn't hear you.
I knew more about the Bible than she did. She'd been to seminary.
Yeah.
The Assembly of God, and she said, you know more about the Word than I do. But see, I'm a grandmother, and there was a time in history where they actually taught you God's Word in the church. And I went to, we have adult Sunday school with the Baptist, and I just felt like it was the most watered down nonsense. And there's some car salesman who hasn't read the book, directing the class, and I just thought, I can't do this. So I started going to the pastor's Sunday school class, and we did a walkthrough of the Bible. And plus, I, read it myself. And, but that's inexcusable that a seminary would not teach a person going through seminary the Bible, Daniel. And that's why you have Christians who don't get that, who could be fooled with this. Oh, we're just like you. Oh, hell no, we're not. We're not just like each other at all. No resemblance at all. Unless maybe they have the Ten Commandments. But I'm going to confess, I have not read the Quran. Don't have enough time in my day to adequately study the Bible that I think is based on God's Word that came from God. And there's a lot of evidence that the Bible is was really authored through God, and He used different people.
Story about the Canaanites and stuff like that, where God tells him you have to kill everyone there, and I think modern audiences something to grapple with.
Okay, but if you read the whole thing, if you have a concordance, or it gives you references to different sections of it, you will realize that the Canaanites were probably doing things like sacrificing babies, which is abhorrent to God, having temple prostitutes. I don't know what all kinds of horrible things they were doing, but it was a horrible culture. And God said, if you don't want this crap in your life, in your culture, and get rid of these people. I don't like this.
Well, they didn't even kill all the Canaanites either. That's one of the things that was at about to go to war, right? So you're going to get that, that you're the craziest thing you've ever heard in your life. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to kill everybody, but they didn't call the Canaanites.
No, they didn't. But there would be those who say that had they done what God said, they would not be in the mess they're in right now. If they had followed him and done what he said. And, but also, from, since I'm a New Testament.
Wait, when Saul gets so, are you referring to the Saul story, right? That's Saul, right?
Well,
Was Saul
they've
fighting
been told me. I'm not. I have no. Listen. I'm going to be honest. I'd have to Google that.
Yeah.
Which, because
Shirley,
I've read it and.
Look at the link.
Yes.
Look at the link in the chat too, if you want to take a look. It's very interesting. It's Winston Churchill's observations on Islam in the 1920s or late 1890s.
Okay, I'm not going to read that right now, but I think, but I like the link, and let's see, let's make sure I can keep it, because that might be very interesting. I'm going to text that to myself. So, but summarize, John. Can you summarize, John?
Oh, it'd be better if you just probably read it, because the summary is he's just saying that Islam is shit. So, in summary, Islam is shit.
It is shit. It is shit, and it cannot be compared to the Old Testament or the New Testament, and their version of Jesus is not Jesus. He's like some nice person. No, he's not. He's God. And which, Daniel might not, it doesn't hold to that position, but it is my position.
Right. What position?
That Jesus is God.
Yeah, that's like the whole point, isn't it?
So, Daniel, are you Jewish or a Christian?
I'm Lutheran.
Oh, there you go. We agree. Because he said he was God. It's really not hard to understand, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's like the whole point, isn't it? Like,
it is the whole point.
It's the whole point.
That is the whole point. Okay, I'm sorry for the smirky, smart aleck tone in my voice. But I'm really, I find it very frightening. Something came up on my algorithm saying Jesus was a nice person that was being sponsored by Muslims. No, he wasn't. He was God. And, oh, by the way, even though you don't agree with me, I won't murder you for that. Right? Rabbi, come on up.
Which is interesting because, I mean, I guess it was just once the Ottoman Empire fell, but, like, Muslim societies were more tolerant than, like, Christian societies back in the day. Like, they would just kill your ass if you were of a different faith.
Who would?
Or, like, medieval Christians.
There was
Catholic Church.
Well, we suffered a dark age. We went through the dark ages, and there was some, but that's based on the evil of man, not on God's word.
Right. Yeah, like I was reading, I got the Oxford History of the Reformation, which I would highly recommend, but they mentioned that the Orthodox, when the Muslims were plundering, like, the Mediterranean areas, the Orthodox would go to, Europe and all of that, and they found that the Catholics were just so obnoxious to them that they were just like, we'll just stay occupied by the Turks. We'll just live under Ottoman rule. We don't need to stay in Europe.
Well, the Dark Ages were bad. And it's just like this current Pope. What an idiot. He's got Muslims praying inside some library and meeting with them and calling calling them like their brothers, like bite me, and saying the word says that you shouldn't war, like Trump is the one warring. The people that are warring are these Islamists who will not stop shooting bombs at Israel, and on and on and on. And if you don't stand against this, then God says it's evil not to stand up to that kind of evil.
Do you think, though, I think, and I'm not a papal mind reader, I don't know why he's doing it, but one of the reasons why I think he might be doing that, like meeting with imams and stuff like that, is to make sure that Christians aren't being prosecuted, to show like a goodwill to them so that they're not being killed in Muslim countries.
Well, it isn't working because they're killing them on. It's working on the daily. There's nothing about it working. I think it's because he doesn't want them to burn down the damn papal palace, or I don't know what it is. I think it's because he's a Marxist, actually. And my daughter, who is a Democrat, she finally pushed me till I just let her have it last week. And Islamists got together and took over Iran. Okay.
Yeah, then the Islamists killed all the Marxists.
And then they killed all the Marxists.
Right, yeah.
Which is what I would like to, except for that you just can't argue with.
But I mean, the Pope's always had, like even when George W. Bush was doing the Iraq War, the Pope was against that. We're like, this isn't a new position. It's just now, for some reason, like, it's the most controversial thing that, oh my God, the Pope is against the war. Like, the Pope is usually against most of the wars. Like, that's kind of what happens.
Well, there is a Pope. There's I follow a pro-life priest on Twitter. He came out and he just said, this is absolute nonsense. And said what I just said. And there's a scripture to back it up. And the scripture, I think the scripture that the Pope used, he explained how that is just ridiculous. That we're supposed to stand with the underdog and fight evil. And that scripture doesn't even say that. But again, here we are going to go back to the my people perish for lack of knowledge. And if you don't know the word, when the Pope gets up and says something that is just clearly wrong, you don't know. He must be right. He's the Pope. Well, he's not right.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's really a black and white view of what is supposed to be the Christian position. That's the absolute true position. I don't believe in that. I think, because I'm not Catholic, but that is a very long tradition that they've always had different views about just war doctrine, et cetera, and they're pretty big influence on Protestantism, even though we're technically a different thing. But I don't think there's a black and white way to read it at all. I think we in America we want things to fit our political party too much, and I think if Christianity fits one political party, then it's not really a movement.
I think that's something somebody is putting out there to disqualify Christians because by people who voted against, that don't like the evangelicals went with in large voted for Trump.
Yeah.
And this is anyway, which is a problem to my daughter. All of a sudden, evangelicals are evil because we.
Well, and I mean, I think that. But don't you think that is a problem with the evangelical movement? Is that instead of having a wide, diverse group of opinions and voices, it's aligning itself around one movement. I do think that is a problem.
Well, if the problem we're running into is that a grandmother, and so I've been around a long time and used to Baptists were Democrats. They just straight up. My father was a very rare anomaly in our world because he was a Republican. And the problem with the Democratic Party is it's leaving all sense. If they're not classical liberals, I actually believe in a lot of classical liberal positions. I ran a dental office where I treated immigrants for 30 years. You can't not believe that you should take care of the stranger. Very well stated fact in the Old Testament. You should take care of widows. Daniel left. I'll hang on preaching to y'all. You guys be sweet. I have always had this feeling that Monica might have left because I'm here, and I'll go and Monica can come back and tell Monica I love her.
Did Shirley leave? Damn, give her having a good talk.
She was convinced that you left because she was boring you.
Oh, that's so mean. I had to go grab something and they needed my ID.
She was like, he left in the middle of our conversation. Okay, well, I think everybody left because I was here. I'm just going to go. And my phone was across the room, and I was like, oh my God, I was trying to get over here.
Right.
Literally grabbed it as you came back in, and she's gone.
Yeah.
So she's got her feelings all hurt.
Let me go message her.
Yeah. And I couldn't get to my phone. I've been on a work call. I haven't even been listening to the conversation.
We were just talking about, like, Christian movements and stuff like that.
I went to go pee, and I heard her saying that, and I was like, oh gosh, I can't get to my phone. Okay. Just spent 2 hours doing something. Somebody came in right behind us and fucking deleted.
Was Saul fighting the Canaanites, sir, next week?
Was what?
Was Saul fighting the Canaanites?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so, okay.
I think so, yeah. I think it was the Canaanites. It's been a while since I read that one, but I'm pretty sure. Because wasn't it the ones where God was like, don't leave any man, woman, or child?
Right, yes.
Yeah. And they didn't listen. And now, today, we have Islam. What meetings? I know I got a bunch of meetings this afternoon. They start at 12:30, 1 o'clock,
That's right.
2:30, and 3. meetings, David. Too many meetings.
You need to get into the position where you're the one that actually calls the meetings, so you can always say no.
I am. It wouldn't be right to say no to them. I gotta give them their time. One-on-ones. Ugh. I don't let them complain to me, David.
That's right.
Tell me how their days are going. What I can do to make their life better.
That's right.
I need some sunshine. That's what I need right now. Adams!
Hey, what's up?
Not much. What's up with you?
Nothing much. I feel so relaxed. It was 420 yesterday. So, 420 started with my lovely love walking up the stairs, and
Like Joe Biden.
yes,
Oh,
yes, and he fractured his nose. So,
oh my gosh!
So he's freaking out, and I was laying in bed when this was happening, and I was like literally in the middle of a rant talking about fat people in Clubhouse, and I was getting ready to put some clothes on to go have lunch, just like go hang out, and so that happened. So he was on the floor, and the first thing I'm thinking is he fell belly down. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking like, okay, you probably shouldn't move. And my worst fear is she broke his neck. So, I called 911. He was like, no, do not call the paramedics. Like, just drive me to the hospital. It's like the last thing that I want to do is have you in the front seat of the car going hysterical. Okay, we don't even let's just call him. So, I knew his nose was broken. I just knew. It's the way he fell and what he was complaining about on the floor. I just knew his nose was broken. So in the event his nose was broken, there's nothing that the ER can do. Like, what are they going to do? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the fire department sent a nurse practitioner, and they were just able to remedy. I think that he's learned his walking up the stairs. But yeah, no, it was a very eventful day yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
So I had to call his job to, obviously tell him that he's not coming in. And the reason why I did that was because he took some pain meds and, sounded a little bit loopy. And, I just didn't, he's coming out of his weekend. It just doesn't look good. You know what I mean? So that was like another thing where he started getting anxiety. It's like, oh my God, I sounded ridiculous. So I was like, well, I called him. I don't know why you had to call him again. So that was pretty funny.
Wow.
All in all, I just ate my edibles and I watched the show Hacks. Have you seen that show on HBO?
No. Is it good?
Oh my God, it's really, really, really good. I think I wanted to speak to Abby about the lawyer Abby, because she lives out there, and the whole entire premise of the show is it's about Las Vegas, and it's pretty funny. It's actually pretty funny. So what are you up to? What's a good word?
Oh my goodness. I am knee deep in studying all things ketogenesis right now. I'm getting over that urge to want to stab my sister, so that's a good thing.
No.
And life has been really sweet and really good to me in the last week. So I'm not gonna be bitter about it and cry about it, okay?
So I promised myself two action items that I must get done this week. Take in my prescription for my glasses.
Oh my gosh, I need to go see my eye doctor. I need to see him. Oh my gosh.
have to wait until next Monday, but
You think I don't listen for what that number is with somebody who can actually see it is reading it?
exactly.
I'm listening. Okay. I gotta go get my eyes checked.
And it's like a running joke in the office. They're just like, you need to go get your glasses.
Here's the thing. They say that ketogenesis can help improve your vision too.
Really?
Yes. Yes. They say it can help improve your. Oh, hold on. I'm inviting you up, JC. There we go. Or should I say shalom? Sorry.
Hi.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
I have diarrhea.
Oh, that's terrible. Did you take C8, C10 like I did yesterday? And CT oil?
What is that?
With C8 and C10? It's, well, no, you probably.
Silver bullet.
It's for those who are going to embark on the ketogenesis endeavor.
A saturated fat derived from coconut or palm kernel oil.
It makes you feel amazing. If you've never felt amazing, oh yeah, you should try it.
Is he mocking me?
No, I'm not mocking you. I'm just saying you gotta try it. Try it. Put it in your mouth.
It was not pretty though. When your body's not used to having like that kind of concentrated fat. Second in my coffee.
Yeah, I used to get the silver bullet on Amazon. I really liked it, but
Yeah, it's from Bullet Coffee.
yeah.
That's the one that I got.
I felt like I was losing weight on it.
I think it's what it's called.
Yeah, that's what I was taking. I do feel like you can lose weight on that stuff, yeah.
Well, yeah, you have to be careful. Like, it's all about, like, the number of ketones that you're generating. The ketones are so good for you in moderate amounts. Just not, you will lose weight in high amounts. But, it's so good for you, though. People don't realize ketones are what remove the trash from your fucking body. So if you're not making ketones, the trash is piling up. And I've honestly been contemplating like cutting sugar out of my diet entirely because it's just so bad for you. It feeds so much bad shit. That I was like, okay, I think I can do this.
So good.
He says it tastes so good. But I honestly, I'm sure I get a lot of hidden sugar. And of course you've got like other carbs that will turn to sugar. But like sugar itself is not that big in my diet anyway. It's in my creamer.
Do you take a flu shot, Serendipity?
Do what?
Do you do the flu shot annually?
No, I don't do any vaccinations.
No, because Secretary Hegseth, he scrapped the mandatory flu shot for U.S. service members today. You no longer, if you were in the military, you had to get your annual flu shot. Otherwise, you could be Article 15 and punished. But now we finally have liberation and liberty. If you don't want to get an unnecessary medical intervention injection, you don't have to do it anymore.
That's a good thing. I think it should be people's choice. Their body, their choice.
For some, not for others, right? I mean, that's the way it's been going, right? Like, you know, double standards, hypocrites, hypocrisy, liars, misinformation, disinformation, propaganda.
So you support May then?
I bet you
No,
Jar.
I don't. I don't support it, Jarl. I don't.
Does Jarl get his annual flu shot? You're stupid if you don't understand
I hope
science.
so.
Medicine is science. And if you don't understand science, well,
I
then
was being tongue in cheek when I said your body, your choice.
it's not tongue in cheek.
That's what they like to say.
That's the truth. Yeah, exactly. Jarl's like, he's
That's
contemplating.
what they like to say.
Jarl, are you gonna go get a flu shot this summer? Jarl? Oh, hey, Kevin. Kevin here is not a vaccine skeptic. He believes in the science and thinks you're stupid if you don't believe in it. Did you see the good news? Hegseth.
Let's not do this, Kitover. No, please.
Why? Kevin loves this topic.
Let's not do this.
It's the
I
news.
actually had trauma from listening to Kevin during COVID.
Oh, shit.
No.
Actually, I've changed my mind. I watched that Died Suddenly documentary, and the music was really scary. And now I'm scared of vaccines. You should have heard the music in that documentary. It was like a horror movie. I felt my heart racing, and when that doctor pulled out those really long stringy things, I was like, God damn, I've been duped by Mr. Fauci.
Jesus.
What are the long stringy things? I have to check this out. Oh yeah.
It's a spike protein coagulation in the arteries.
The documentary, take all of it as fact, engage in no critical thinking, and you will be amazed.
Oh, I wholeheartedly disagree with Kevin. I wholeheartedly disagree with Kevin. Don't not do additional research. Just do your research.
The scary documentaries don't
engage in critical thinking.
research.
People like Kevin, they failed to do additional research, and while they like to sit there and make fun of an alternate proposed side instead of considering both sides, and what's the common denominator in all of it. Nicely hyperbolic, and
he's at least being consistent, because he watched a bunch of videos of a bunch of nurses dancing in hallways as opposed to saving a bunch of dying patients, which I found was very bizarre. And he thought the world was ended without the research or any type of listening to science. So, at least he's being consistent.
Yeah. Anyone have any other good scary documentaries?
What as a woman?
Yes. Oh, that's a good recommendation.
That was horrifying.
You know what my favorite part of the documentary is Jordan Peterson's answer at the end of the documentary, which I thought was a genuinely very insightful answer. When they asked Jordan Peterson, what is a woman, he said, how about you live with one and find out. I thought that was rather insightful, intentionally or not.
Yeah. It was very funny because...
Deconstructing Karens.
Yeah, oh God, that movie was horrifying.
Oh, wow.
That movie was very horrifying.
Well, anyways, I don't know if you saw, Kevin, but the head of the Pentagon, Pete Hegseth, he has revoked the mandatory annual flu shot for all U.S. service members. They no longer have to take an annual flu shot to be considered in compliance with U.S. military code.
Hallelujah, thank God.
Amen. Liberty! Give me liberty, or give me the COVID-19 vaccine.
We're going to stop bitching about this.
I don't know. The only people that I hear talking about COVID anymore, like the insane leftists who still wear masks, and then also like the people that are upset that the conspiracies never really materialized. But everybody else has kind of moved on.
It's funny that you say that. I went to the grocery store and I saw people walking around in masks. Like actual masks, like the what you would call it, N95 or whatever the fuck they're called. They're walking around in masks. Like, I mean, it's completely disgusting. It's like, what is wrong with you people?
Well, I mean, do you? I sometimes.
I have a hot take. If someone's sick, pretty nice that you wear a mask.
No.
Yeah, I know.
If you're sick, just stay the fuck home.
Yeah, but
You don't need to be walking around places wearing a mask, and you're not washing your hands. So again, you're just spreading germs, and like, just stay home.
I hate to change.
It's
Got a little phlegm in my throat.
see, like this motherfucker should leave the house.
I was about to go to the hospital today.
See, there you go.
If you yourself, not
You're
your
eating bad, sweet. Oh, go ahead.
one thing I noticed when I was in college, even before COVID, a lot of the Asian international students, they themselves were sick. They would wear a mask to just like, maybe reduce spread a little bit to other people. I think that's fine.
And that's why, when it's polite that they stay home back in China.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Exactly.
Because
Listen, on March.
because everybody got bird flu. They don't
Exactly.
want to go over here. So, it's, so they need to stay home and they need to stay out of public wearing those damn masks.
On March
Mask is a sign
21st.
that you're sick or you're potentially paranoid about being sick, you should stay home. There's a solution.
Doctor.
for idiots to do it. Yeah, all of them are fucking paranoid.
Well, they should work. They should work from home.
Doctor.
Family medical leave. Doctor, I'll take the family medical leave. If you a scary bitch that don't want to leave, listen. If you're a scary bitch that feels like you need to walk up out the house, okay, with a mask, stay home. Stay home. Take your family medical leave. Shit, go on long-term disability. Something at that point. Go on long-term disability. No, it's not. No, it's not, because we should have to deal with them in society. We shouldn't have to. If you're much of a scary ass bitch, you shouldn't leave the house.
I'm,
Must never leave the house.
That mask is not going to help you. I'm not for grown-ass people walking around in the streets with a teddy bear. That mask is not going to help you. If you're going to get
Wake
sick,
it
you're
up.
going to get fucking sick. That mask is not going to help you.
wake it up. On March 21st, 2020.
Kids would disagree with you, but that's never
You're
stopped.
paranoid.
On March
I
21st.
caught COVID 3 times.
Wake it up.
3
On
times.
March
Have you caught COVID
21st,
3 times?
2020.
What does that have to do with
Have you caught COVID 3 times?
We right now can pull up some scientific papers and talk about it, but I don't think you'd find that very interesting.
Shit, the first time I was bored, I was like,
Why do I
if I'm gonna die from this shit, I'm gonna die drunk. If I'm gonna die from this shit, I'm gonna die drunk. And I had the time of my life sitting in quarantine, wasted. Okay, so like I said,
That's fine.
COVID was not killing people. The only people that was dying from COVID were fat people and old people that had one foot in the grave as it was. Okay, so as it
Can I
is,
ask you something? Do you know what percent of America is either overweight or obese?
about 78%.
Oh, so that seems like it's a pretty substantial percent of the population that was
Well,
out.
it should drop the weight, otherwise you're gonna get hurt. So I mean, it is what it is. You're not gonna get any type of sympathy points from me.
I'm not asking for sympathy.
I mean, yeah, my God's a tough guy. My God will fuck your God up.
Okay, and they're otherwise sickly and fat, then they should stay home. As a matter of fact,
My God destroys
society.
your prophet and
Okay,
health.
take as little disability benefits just so we don't have to see you with this, door dashes, you have to waddle into the supermarket. But keep those people at home. Keep them at home. People driving with a mask on and shit. What happens if you sneeze and that mask ends up over your eyes? Now you crashing up into
I
shit.
know, that's a very real possibility. I mean, obviously, I think.
And then you're in the car by yourself. Okay, like these dumbasses. And you have nobody else to grab the steering wheel. You see what I'm saying? These fat, stupid people should just stay at home.
Big backs.
I think we should euthanize them. I think we should.
What do you think the COVID-19 vaccine was all about, stupid? Euthanasia. It's all about population control. You can't have babies anymore. When was the last time you saw a baby? When was the last time you saw a woman give birth to a baby? You ain't seen a woman give birth to a baby since 2020.
I don't think I've ever seen a woman give birth, period.
And you never will, because you're infertile. It's a fact. Oh, my friend is here.
Infertile. It is.
Don't give me that skull emoji.
So universe, you're saying universe, are you betting me right now that if I pull up new births and compare them.
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
2019.
Do it! 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 Don't just talk, do it. Don't just talk, do it.
You guys are being a little aggravated now.
Listen, in 2020, I was on the train, and this was May 21st, 2020. I looked to my right.
It is strange for a person to be
I'm gonna have to put you down too. Don't make me do it.
Do what you feel is best for yourself. I'm not ashamed going to the goo because I talk.
I also have directions in my ears. I have the GPS directions in my ears. I'd like to hear Dr. Centering.
Yes. So do you think that it's weird that people are still wearing COVID masks, and especially in the car driving by
100%.
themselves?
100%.
Yeah. It's like what happens if that mask slips over your eyes? Like, I mean, it's like, why the fuck is somebody driving in a car by themselves with a COVID mask on?
Yeah, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Anyway,
Because the virtue signaling that your side of the aisle has created for the
I personally know.
because it's the brainwashing. It's the brainwashing. It is a slap a cloth on somebody's face and you tell them, look at what's going on in Iran.
Very interesting.
Look at what's going on in Iran. This is how it starts.
Wait.
Because I wanted to hear your opinion. You're a reasonable person. Because you're a reasonable person.
Wait, real quick. Universe. So I think
you're reasonable
since 2018,
too.
since 2018, new births in the United States have declined by about 1%, which seems pretty consistent with the existing rate going down before that.
Because
I'm pretty sure if the vaccine got like over half of the people.
It is.
What?
I can't wait for this Katy Perry lawsuit.
Yeah, so it seems like the vaccine did not make it.
Believe all women, right? Believe all women now. They're lying on each other. So I can't wait. I can't
What is the
wait.
Katy Perry lawsuit?
This Katy Perry lawsuit is over. She get sued for putting her Monica is in here. She's getting sued for putting her coaching up another woman. So yes. So I mean we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
Care about this?
Well, because this goes in tandem to the state of our society.
When someone says a lot
Yes, it does. Yeah, no, it's giving us hope. It's giving us hope. Okay? It's giving us hope to stop this nonsense of fuckery to radical feminism. Okay, it started with attacking men. Yeah, the birth rate's going down because they're teaching young women to start attacking their counterparts that otherwise they'd be reproducing with.
Interesting.
Of course, the birth rate is going down. Have you taken a walk through a college campus? Have you taken a walk through a college campus?
I mean, this has been a trend going on way before Me Too, though.
Yo, shut the fuck up, Danelle. You're gonna say something that makes sense.
Like, this has just been a trend across all Western countries.
No. I mean, it's getting worse.
Yeah,
It's getting worse. So again, and it's getting exponentially worse. So like I said,
Dr. Adams,
these things don't matter. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. This is the reality. First of all,
Dr. Adams, constant cultural war.
in 2012. First of all, we live in a society where now Diddy sitting in prison for pimping, for prostitution. His prostitute flipped on him as the pimp, cooperated with the feds, and got him locked up for pimping out himself.
Listen, post-COVID-19 vaccine, abortions at Planned Parenthood are down 25%. That means people aren't having babies because there's nothing to abort. Again, abortions are down 25%. I just looked it up.
So that's a very interesting, very interesting piece of data. Why don't you want to address what I said, which is
I couldn't hear you. Go ahead, Dr. Kevin.
are only down by about 1% since 2018.
Because I got to hear from Kitover, he ran for Congress. I'm going to listen to Kitover before I listen to you.
Interesting. So should it be the case that it's making people infertile? I'm sure, you would fucking just know about this. I mean, how many people got the vaccine in the United States? Over half of the population, 60% of the population. You would see a much more measurable effect on births if it was.
Yeah, abortions are down 25%. That's statistically significant. That's 1/4. Many people don't know percentages or statistics, probably like yourself, but abortions are down 25% since the COVID-19 vaccine injections started occurring. Year over year, down 25%. That means one in... because nobody can have babies anymore. That means there's nothing to abort. If you go to Planned Parenthood and there is a baby in your uterus, but you decide to let the doctor kill your baby that doesn't exist in your universe, that's the 25% that are no longer having babies. They're delusional. Oh, see, I guess what she's trying to say, Kevin, is maybe we shouldn't be talking over each other in a schizophrenic manner in the way that you do it.
You are the schizophrenic. You have like 30.
No, I'm not the schizophrenic. I'm here just to dispute your stupid facts. Go get another flu vaccine, Kevin.
Another, oh my God, maybe something bad will happen. No, I would say for why births are only down 1%. If it was making people infertile, births would be down by more than 1%.
John, I would be really curious to see where you're getting that stuff that they're down 25%.
Yeah, you can Google it and just look at the Planned Parenthood annual report. I'll put the link in the chat. Thank you very little.
Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, abortions have increased 15 to 20% fold year over year, and they've only just stabilized in the last year. But I don't see any indication that.
Got it. Link is in the chat with the data that you're requesting. It says that the number of patients increased by just 1% from the previous year and was down by 23% from 2013. Link is in the chat.
This is with Planned Parenthood, though, like from a national perspective, the national number of.
The best thing to do is to just stop talking, click the link, and use your eyes to read.
Why are you sharing this? Period in the United
Woo!
States. If you were saying this vaccine, which over half the country got, is making people infertile, you would expect births to be down by more than 1% over the last 4 or 5 years. You would expect it to be down well beyond the existing trend of it going down. Instead, you're cherry-picking this piece of abortion data and making a bunch of causal inferences about these things are related, instead of addressing the main figure that you want to be looking at, which is just the total amount of births in the United States. Now, would you like to address why births are not down any more than 1%, which is in line with existing trends? Would you like to address that point?
No.
Well, there we have it. The man said no.
I got answered for it. I didn't have shit to say about that.
Oh, that was you?
That was the no.
That was me, yeah.
Oh, shit.
God, it's so unbelievably fucking stupid. The idea that you would give fucking half the world's population a vaccine that allegedly makes people infertile, and you would see no statistically significant decline in births because of it. That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire life. And I've been on this app for 4 years. I hear dumb things every fucking day. Dr. Adams, I want to ask you a question. If you're there.
Yes, I'm here. I'm driving. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. So obviously one of the criticisms that I get a lot is that I'm some sort of like, government sheep that, just listens to the government uncritically or whatever. I distinctly remember early on in COVID, when they initially said not to wear masks, and my immediate thought was, I think they are lying in order to conserve PPE for healthcare workers, and I continued wearing a mask, despite the government telling me not to. Does that make me a sheep or not a sheep?
Sheep.
What does it make me a sheep to?
Because the mask was not going to save you, okay? The mask was never going to save you. The mask still is not saving you. The mask never was going to save you. So, I mean, to me, it's like, if somebody's denying me access to get to where the hell I need to go, then I'm going to put on the fucking mask, okay? I'm going to put on the mask. I'm not going to waste my valuable time arguing back and forth about why I don't mask, okay? Especially here in California. So, I don't care. I don't care. We don't care that I'm here because at the end of the day, the data shows you that, again, people who are chronically ill, people who are fat, and people who are old are the only people that this was affecting, okay? And the only people that this was killing. So
Listen, the gay woke left mob became fascists with COVID-19. Show me your papers! Show me your papers! How did the anti-fascist gay left woke mob become fascist? How did they become fascist when they hate fascists? They became the fascists that they hate. Show me your papers! Or you can't come into this facility. Do you know how gay that is? We literally gave up our manhood, our destiny to Dr. Fauci, to Dr. Birx, to Operation Warp Speed. It was a completely unnecessary medical intervention with no statistics to prove that the shot was even effective or useful. It was clearly a destabilizing injection for no purpose to take. Unless you're gay, of course. It was actually the gay liberal woke shot to find out how low IQ you were. That's what it was all about, to find out how stupid you were to go get a free shot for no fucking purpose. That's how stupid people are. And then, if you question them, they called you anti-science and stupid. And they were supposedly fighting fascism, but they became the fascists. I am complete.
Where is it?
What do you mean the data on the fat people?
Where's the data on the fat people?
I don't understand what you're
Of course, because you refuse to acknowledge that this only affects old people.
Yes, this very much
and fat people.
Yes.
So again, if you want to have, okay, so where's the data on the fat people, Kevin? Show it to us.
I mean, if you're looking at any data that's of a random sample of the population,
no, but I'm looking at any data that's relevant. That's relevant. That's the only relevant data that we need to see.
Just the data
right?
For fat
because
people.
again, yes.
I mean, you've already agreed.
We made accommodations for old people that were not working anyways. Okay, we made accommodations for people and people who were chronically sick that otherwise would have been on disability and at home. So again, like I said, none of us had to go through this shit if you were really looking at the data that mattered.
A gigantic percentage of the population, including people that work, are obese or over the age of 50. Obviously, I think we all acknowledge that those were people.
Then they shouldn't stay at home. Listen.
That's fine. I mean,
it's a personal issue.
Frankly, this is a.
It is a personal issue. Somebody has a personal genital herpes outbreak, and that means that we should have to shut down stores and limit people from being at the check stand. No. Keep it in your pants and stay at home. What the fuck does this have to do with all the rest of us?
What? Compelling point. Very interesting. Yes. Very interesting. I've heard anyone say that before.
When I was growing up, I had to sleep in my car.
Because my mama didn't love me.
Are you waiting a while, Rich, to let everybody know who you are?
Listen, if you ask any Democrat, was the COVID-19 vaccine safe and effective, 99% of Democrats will say yes, it was, because they are partisans and they refuse to, they're not scientists. They don't understand statistics. They don't understand medicine. They don't understand anything. They are just they're basically NASCAR drivers that wear the Pfizer logo on their lapel, because that's what they are. They're bought and sold for whores, just like Kevin here. Whores, big pharma whores that literally recite the mantra of the party. They're dangerous, they're gullible, they're stupid, and they're ineffective. And Kevin here is a bisexual. And the fact of the matter is, his mother and his father are hardcore woke liberal leftists. They've raised the perfect leftist little drone slave, Kevin, who has a fascist PTR of a disgusting porno movie, a man who has no morals, ethics, or principles. Kevin here is what hardcore Democrat, Marxist, communist, left woke weaklings create. Little tiny Kevin here, raised in a test tube of liberal stupidity.
I think you could have used a few more buzzwords. You know, it's one thing to say that you think all of the data is fake or falsified.
I didn't say all the data is fake or falsified. I said that the data shows no statistical significance. You might want to take a statistics class sometime and figure out what statistics significance is. Standards of deviation. It's not effective. It didn't stop transmission. It didn't stop people from getting infected.
Silence him.
Silence him!
I will never forget COVID-19 and the way that people behaved towards each other who were skeptical. I will never forgive the Democrats or the liberals who are liars and traitors and low pathetic people. We'll never forgive, we'll never forget. And retribution is coming.
They stole time back. We'll never get it back. We'll never get it back. And that is the most obscene thing. They haven't even apologized and said, we got it wrong. We didn't understand these things. Let's get all some money, okay, on top of that. Right. So, I mean,
You want me to cash out you? You want me to cash out?
No, I don't need your pennies, okay? Because you have to stay at home until you're 50, okay? So I don't need your money, Kevin. Okay, at the end of the day, okay, none of you people...
Hey, I moved out after
No, none of you people understand, okay, the fact that you took time from innocent Americans that they could never get back over a bunch of junk science, having them believe in a fake piece of cloth that did not help a single person. Like, shame on you. I don't know how some of y'all sleep at night.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I would think if I just...
Y'all probably sleep with a mask on your face. Y'all probably sleep with a mask on your face.
Yeah, it's good.
Kevin, you're just a designer test tube baby, a designer Democrat. Your parents designed you in a laboratory. You just don't even know it.
Yeah, the little laboratories,
Yeah, laboratories. How's that Congress run go?
Well, it went actually great. I threw the election for the opponent, so I had some political intervention, and now I'm running for mayor, where I will also be a political interventionist and determine who the next mayor is of Chicago. Politics is great even if you don't win. You always win as long as you do. Unlike you, who doesn't understand basic mathematics, science, or common sense, and you believe the lies and propaganda that Dr. Fauci shat down your throat, you fucking bisexual faggot.
Angry boy can't actually engage with any of the science. He just says it's all fake.
Everybody hold hands and kumbaya. I want everybody to look at the picture. I want everybody to look at the picture of my dog peacefully sleeping and be chill. Nah, carry on. Carry on.
That's a very cute dog.
I'm wildly entertained.
The other day I saw a chug.
Thank you, Kevin.
A chihuahua pug mixed. Yeah, it was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Oh my
It looked like a chubby little wrinkly chihuahua.
It's a lot of drama, Rich. Did a lot of drama. I don't know. Rich, I have a question for you, Rich. I need you to clear something up.
Who was Rich?
We let the foundation slow.
Am I rich? Am I rich?
You're not rich. No, not you, Kevin.
I'm not rich. Somebody else is rich. Who's rich?
He has a different account every day, so it's kind of hard to say who Rich is, Kevin.
Kevin doesn't understand what a psyop is.
Clubhouse troll.
See, Kevin is the opposite of Rich. Kevin is the liberal version of Rich, actually.
No, I don't think he is.
You don't think so? Kevin eats the liberal slop like a pig. That kid, he could lead a communist socialist revolution and people would follow him because they think he's intelligent, when in fact he's just a fucking low IQ traitor.
Wow.
I was talking to this gay black kid on this app yesterday. He said he was an accelerationist and a stormtrooper. I was a little shocked. I had no idea gay black men are now neo-Nazi accelerationists on this app. It was rather shocking.
Lotta, how's Fazia doing? She's still doing her roots to rise room.
Have you met NPC?
refuse.
Welcome to the room, Grace. Thank you for gracing us with your presence once again.
Oh wait, FISA is an RPO. That's where I know FISA from. Not Roots Rise. That's
This is a trend that seems to be the antithesis of looks maxing.
That would be called maxing. Like, yeah, the one where it's called me where I thought that.
Maxing.
That's the hottest I've ever seen. Can't wait to show my old face.
Was the boy
Your
was a
microphone
boner?
got very clear.
Holy. Wasn't there a quote that you said somebody was talking about your makeup and you said I'd rather look like a pretty girl than an old Polish guy? Yes, something I didn't say that. Your makeup.
Yes.
It's a little bit called in the aristocratic era in ancient Egypt. They were all rocking the makeup, and it was a sign of status and wealth. So I'm not going to hear these Western coats.
How did we
Exactly.
I'm doing eyeliner. Do you have a comment about that? Wasn't there a quote that you said, in all seriousness, if you are ugly, you're going to have a hard time. Your life is going to suck, filled with torment and suffering. And if you're fat, what is it? It's the voiceover narrative is a movie of your life. I guess I wish I had a sick day when I was a kid. I had to cope by wearing band t-shirts to school, fat as fuck, with a Marilyn Manson shirt, and my hair wet. I got compared to Marilyn Manson once. My grandfather, he might have thought cool gypsy facts. They're known to eat hedgehogs. What? Have a documented tradition of eating hedgehogs. I really made the most inedible thing is alien. You got their own word for the Holocaust when it happened to them. The Porage mouse sounds delicious. We've got 300 miles to go.
She's got all Stilgar's attention. It's just not fair.
so that means white belts and chillism is free.
She wanted it,
And I
and
can
she got it.
drop you. And I can drop you. Yeah. Where's Goo? Have you been in touch with Goo, Serendipity? I don't like
Through that term, Karen.
Don't wish him harm.
Oh, Goo's on your mind? Goo's at some kind of hardcore neo-Nazi rally this weekend. I checked his schedule.
Pacino. This is why people think your point taken. And what's the newest iteration of the gay troll?
I don't know. Is that projection? I'm not sure.
No, Kitover. Cappuccino's new username on the app is stupid.
Stupid is as stupid does, Monica.
Hey, fellow. We had an argument today. I know he'll enjoy us talking about him again. People were saying Rich is very, very smart. And I said he's not that smart. Not that he's stupid, but he's not that smart. And my reasoning is a smart person who likes the company of people, even though he's inadequate with his social skills, would develop social skills to make him tolerable to people. But Rich doesn't do that. That's not very smart.
I will say that Rich, there's nobody quite like Rich. Like, he is able to make me laugh in ways that I find surprising. And but he can also be so amazingly annoying that in itself is an incredible gift.
Oh, it's a gift that y'all share. Maybe all of us share it, the three of us.
Well, see, I like to do a little something different on this app. Sometimes I like to read a book. I don't just like to, rage and roast and just be obnoxious. Sometimes I like to actually try to use my brain to improve my brain.
All right, going back to the room that Serendipity and I are hosting. It was my idea, but it was inspired by BB. Who else was talking? Pepe. We were talking about comedy and how much I love comedy. I think comedy can be a great laughter, can be a great healer, a great reminder of everyone's humanity. So we're doing the room Friday night. Bring your favorite comedian, one or two. We're not going to let people hog the mic. And you can present a 3-minute clip. Nifty 3 or 4 minute, don't do 5-minute, 3-minute clip of your favorite comedian's favorite stand-up or routine or gag or skit or whatever.
This is fantastic. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just have to jump in and say that while I'm at my phone.
And since Deputy likes cupcakes, I made one as my PTR too. Cookie Monster, don't you know?
Do you like cupcakes?
This Cookie Monster cupcake reminds me of the Pinterest, and people would share their masterpieces, and then people would share their attempts at masterpieces, and they were all tragically bad, and they're like, nailed it. Nailed it.
Michelle, welcome to the room.
Any tones?
No.
Good. Thanks, Othello. Welcome, Othello.
Monica, do you like Paul Mooney?
I love Paul Mooney, even though I think he's tragically racist. But he's got a razor sharp wit. Oh, did he pass? I'm sorry. I didn't.
Some years ago.
Yeah, he passed on. But he was so confident in his ability to insult people with impunity. It was, you have to admire people with that kind of confidence.
Othello, do you think that when a comic gets on stage for an hour, do you think he's doing a comedy routine, or do you think it's technically hypnosis?
I think you think everything is hypnosis.
Well, all communication is projection, hypnosis, politics, or spam. I'm just saying.
Boring will still gotta promise to stay with me for the next 5 hours, even if I'm objectionably be boring and redundant and blasé and milquetoast and white womanish, incredibly tepid and not entertaining at all.
Oh, by the way, Monica, Othello said yesterday that he would never date a white woman. He hates white women.
Who hates white women?
Othello, he doesn't find you attractive. He thinks all white women are hideously ugly, and he would never, ever date a white woman.
Who?
Dr. Othello here, the white wizard.
Othello's happily married with beautiful children, so I don't know why a discussion of his dating preferences would come up.
We were talking about it last night, and John Kitover, he's a little extreme. I just said that's not my type. I'm not attracted. I didn't say I hate white women. That's crazy. I'm sitting in here with the queens of Clubhouse right now, 3 beautiful white women.
That's right.
I just think it's reprehensible that you would try and pander to these beautiful, intelligent, charming women. And I don't know how you think you could engage in that kind of behavior. I certainly wouldn't.
Reprehensible and abhorrent behavior. And also, it's always women's fault.
Alan, not all of us can serenade these lovely women with piano. So some of us have to use our mouthpiece.
Oh.
Yes, I understand.
so Trump is a feminist, and we know he's a feminist because of the post in the Jumbotron. He is advocating that the IRGC did not kill, publicly hang, or murder, or assassinate, or whatever, the 8 women in his profile. So I think that pretty much substantiates that Trump is a feminist.
Well, I think there are those who might say, speaking of pandering, that he's just doing it to pander to women on the left, and that he doesn't really care about them. And my response would be, maybe that's true, but he still did it. You know, there's kind of this metric on the left, or correct me if I'm wrong, any of those who are on the left, that it isn't enough that you not engage in prejudice or a phobia against a particular group, but that, for example, it isn't enough that you don't say anything bad against gay people, but in your hearts of heart, you must feel and every thought must be positive with regard to that group. And so, and I'd say that's kind of an impossible metric to meet. And in from my viewpoint, it doesn't matter. We're concerned about behavior. If you go in public and you're nice to people and you're polite to people and using, say, transgender people as the metric, you always use their preferred pronouns. The fact that you may go home and think, oh, those trans people, I hate them, you get to do that. So that's my counter to the argument. You know, the bottom line is he actually said something to the Iranian regime about those women, and if Iran says, yeah, okay, we won't hang them, but you take them, or okay, we're just going to put them in prison, whatever it is, he still did something, and that's more than anybody else is doing at the moment.
That's right.
Alan, I put a quote in the chat from Winston Churchill discussing Mohammedan law and what it means for women. And if you're a feminist, well, the opposite of a feminist is obviously a Muslim.
I like the way you put that. It's okay.
Othello here yesterday was saying I'm just LARPing as a Thelemite, that I don't know anything about Aiwass or the great Frater Perdurabo. Well, Othello, are you a Thelemite?
A couple of weeks ago, Danelle put this article, sent me this article, and I think it might be time to talk about it. Gender medicine set itself up for disaster.
Was that good? Was that interesting?
The science behind transing our kids was not scientific, was it?
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting article. Like, ideology just basically took it over.
Yeah, I've watched as the traditional psychological community, the stats that if if a child or teen presents as transgender, if you do nothing, it resolves by the age of 20 or 21. 95% of them, those cases will resolve. And the child just realizes that they're, most of the time, that they're gay. That number went from 95, then suddenly there was a new study that went down to 80. I think it's at the low 70s now, you know, as that argument was used against any form of therapy, be it, drug therapy or surgical. And so there's that part of it in terms of treatment. The other part is this idea that trans people are being targeted for violence is completely false, even by their own numbers. When I checked on a pro-transgender website, the quote was, there's an epidemic of violence against transgender people in America. And the number they quoted was 19 out of the country of 330 million, 19 deaths. And most of those could be attributed to sex workers, which is an already extremely difficult or extremely dangerous occupation to begin with. And in that same year, this was 2019, in that same year, it was 330 murders of transgender people worldwide, most of them being in South America. So the absolute panic that is being created by proponents of that group is absolutely false. And it's significant because they use it to sway people who don't know any better. I guess the term would be normies, but people mostly on the left who think, well, gee, that's oh my gosh, there's trans people are being threatened. Oh my, that's just horrible. We have to support them because they're dying out there. And it's
Alan, look at what I put in the chat. It's from the Emerald Tablet or the Kabbalion, which is an ancient Hermetic document, and it says that understanding this balance is key to mastery over one's consciousness. So it's my opinion that the transgender surgeons and movement is actually trying to invert the consciousness to master it and control it. And that's the crime, is that they are violating the laws of nature by inversing gender. And that is, essentially them trying to mind control people. And I think that's really what's happening here. And it's criminal.
Well, you touch on an interesting topic, because as someone who was involved, I won't say how much,
When it comes to corruption,
the
they used to at least close it.
spiritual community of the 90s and early 2000s. First of all, the idea that either the feminine or masculine was superior to one another, is actually not true.
They used to at least close the door when
those beliefs. Each has their own unique perspective to bring, and they both will lead you to a path of enlightenment. But to claim one is better than the other is false. The second one is in terms of self-improvement, self-development, spirituality, all of that. The first step begins with acceptance of your body as it is. You accept the body you're in. And a lot of that revolves around appearance and self-worth and those kinds of issues. the principle remains the same. You are, one of the biggest books that is quoted, that people know the rules, but they don't know where it comes from. It's called "If Life is a Game, These Are the Rules." And one of the first rules is you are given a body. That's it. You don't. If you can't accept the body you're given, then everything else that follows, you can't proceed to the next level of enlightenment. And now you find a lot of, especially in our society where women, appearance of women is we focus on that more, et cetera, et cetera. Women are judged by the way they look, on and on and on and on, all of that. Especially for women, accepting the body they were given, the way they look. By doing that, it frees them spiritually, and it also frees them in terms of, sexually and their relationship, et cetera, et cetera. Because, and even Sig, I think, can agree with this, that a woman may be a 5 or a 6, but if she is completely comfortable in her own skin, that makes her a lot more attractive to the opposite sex than a woman you see that is who's insecure about her looks. And as
campaigns don't lose an election.
Yeah, but I bring all of that up as to say, I'm sorry I went on so long, but it's morning and I'm still, still a little bit foggy here. But I say all of that to support what you said, Universe. It's in my mind there was this understanding and this hope that, we went from the misogynistic viewpoint of the 50s and 60s to then what was called the Second Age, where, men are accessing their feminine side more, but it was still, we got these kind of wimpy men as would be epitomized by men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and the kind of things that author, I forget his name, advocated for, to a more balanced view of the relationships between men and women and how we interact with each other. And that all went away with this current political narrative that's coming. So I'll land there on that.
I do think the trans argument is a bad pillar for the Democrats to lean upon. And I think you lose a lot of people, Democrat and especially Republican. A lot of people don't want to touch the topic. A lot of people don't agree pushing it on the children. You're going to make a child wait till 18 to join the army or 21 to drink a drink, but you're going to let them have this life-changing decision at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. It's crazy. However, I think if someone like Gavin Newsom runs 2028, and if transgenderism is at the center of his campaign, I think he'll most likely lose.
Yeah, and he's kind of trapped, Otello, because if he does abandon it, his base will feel betrayed. And what I saw in 2016, the whole dispute between Hillary and Bernie is I don't know that they will react in the same way again, but in 16, they were saying, okay, you didn't give us Bernie, we're not going to support Hillary, as a way of punishing the left. And so Trump got elected. According to them, it was all because of them. And then in 2020, their message was, you either adopt our policies or we won't support you and you will lose again. And Biden made that deal.
Sick. What's going on in the chat, man?
What's going on, though? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, the president's he's either a pedophile himself, question mark, but 100% a pedophile protector. So it's clear as day.
I stay away from 0% and 100% analysis on pretty much everything. But
yeah, if you've been following the Senate hearings with Mahdi and Patel.
Nope.
Yeah, you gotta follow him. Yeah, it's already 100%. He's using them. He used them to cover it up, man. He's covering it up. There's something there he's covering up. And then Melania's best friend, that El Garo chick, has been going around spilling the beans. Yeah, Trump's involved in that shit. He's involved in Epstein deeper than what he's portraying. That's why he's been trying to keep these things from keep these files from coming out.
Did you just figure that out?
Yeah, 300 million detectives now that have access to these files, and more and more people are finding more and more shit. You know, digging these files every single day, they're finding more and more shit.
Yeah, but the thing is, I went through the files for like 2 days straight, and I screenshotted, recorded the whole thing, and I saw Bill Clinton nonstop. So if you're just going to obsess over the orange one who doesn't appear in the files, you should be looking at Bill Clinton, who absolutely, and Bill Gates. Those two Bills are all over the files. They had a good time with Epstein. But Trump cut all ties with him, and he called the Miami Police Department on him and ratted him out for being a fucking pedophile. So until you show me some evidence, sir, it's just your opinion. Put a link in the chat with some evidence.
Yeah, so again, what you just did, I was talking about Trump, and you did exactly what this is. I find funny with these MAGA guitars, bro.
So again, I just think it's amazing how people say again with these magatars. I'm not a magatard. I'm a man, and I'm a Republican, not a magatard. Magatard.
I didn't interrupt you. See how triggered y'all niggas get? This is fucking insane.
Yeah, it's very fucking crazy. Like it's very fucking crazy. People that used to be your homies act like they don't know you no more because you don't agree. You don't agree with going against the whole fucking reason we voted this guy in. The whole basis of majority of our votes. Epstein files and make America great again. But instead, they want to convince us and gaslight us that we ain't true MAGA because they are for make America great again, but let Israel fuck first. Like, what the fuck? Come on, man.
Make America
take stock. Yeah, let us take stock. Let us get like sloppy seconds, bro. Like cream pie sloppy seconds, like the kind nobody fucking wants. And then try to sell it to us like it's a version. Like, bro, we're tired of this shit, bro. I don't understand how your political dynamic in your mind isn't broken right now. It's not about fuck Trump or have Trump derangement syndrome. It's about us getting together and saying, what the fuck are we going to do? Because just simply voting our guy is It's not working anymore, dude. We have push 2.0 right now. This is what this is. Go back and look. How many times do you have to get slapped before you realize your fucking husband isn't a viewer? Like, it's gonna be better this time, honey. I swear. Like, come on, man. Let's wake up, people.
Yeah, it's you know what it is, Blake? It's this dangerous blind loyalty bullshit, and this is exactly what I've been talking about for 5 years on this ad, bro. It's people, and this is a lot of people, man. They blind loyalty. You're supposed to be loyal to someone no matter what they do. You'll personally ignore shit that they do because we're friends, we're buddies. A lot of this shit on the political side is I hate the left so much I'll go along with the right no matter what. And it's just a fucking retarded premise and mindset to have. But with the
that part I sympathize with though, Sig, when you say we hate because look, the left is dead, fucking dead. Don't want to back there. Or a fucking teenager or in college became more conservative. There's no turning back to that because you know that that's within lies. But this is something else. This is a whole other ballgame that I think we need to have these hard discussions.
Again, there's a lot of people here that say there is no political solution, but you're not even involved in politics. Again, you present no evidence. Again, you just say Donald Trump is a pedophile cannibal with no evidence. Again, you're not involved in politics. Again, you hate the Jews. And again, you hate the MAGA, the MAGAs. Again, you ain't involved in politics. You just come on Clubhouse and run your mouth and don't do anything but run your fucking mouth. You don't even read a book. You don't even improve your brain with your brain. You just fucking are a political commentator. Again, you ain't involved in politics. Again, you ain't got no evidence. Again, you conspiracize everything because you ain't got nothing going on. Again, you full of shit.
Conspiracy, brother, your question is great, but that has nothing to do with seeing things for what it is. The fact of the matter is, majority of the fucking American people don't have hard evidence of any fucking opinions we stand on. That is the truth. We are led and we make logical decisions based on the information available to us at the time to make that decision. And if it wasn't for the American people being nasty, whiny little bitches who are still talking about the Epstein file, we wouldn't even have the fucking files we have right now. So you can do the whole like try to gaslight and try to belittle, bro, but we try to have an honest conversation. We're holding our side accountable because we are being consistent on our principles. You, sir, are not. And you cannot see the pattern of bullshit going on in the DC, no matter whether it's blue or red, bro, you are being delusional. And I love you as a partner in crime, but we are going to have to figure out a new strategy.
That's the thing, too. You know, again, politics. Again, you haven't won shit. You taking other people's money, ran for a seat that you had zero chance of fucking even winning. So
again, at least I did something. Again. Oh, okay.
Quit being a faggot. All right. What I'm saying is, it's like me doing a marathon and coming in dead last place, and then fucking telling people you're not involved in marathon. It doesn't matter, bro. Last place, nobody gives a fuck. It is what it is. So. Committed for at least trying, but until you actually win a seat, bro, and you get some traction, it is what it is. It's gonna fall.
Well, obviously you don't know philosophy, because again, I didn't interrupt you again, faggot. I didn't interrupt you, faggot. Listen, faggot, I didn't interrupt you, faggot. Faggot, you gotta land your plane, faggot.
So again, I brought up a certain topic. I brought up a certain fact, right, about the fucking Senate hearings, and it's clear as day. Marty and Cash Patel have been caught dead lying. You go and watch it your fucking self. They're caught lying. But the first thing a fucking magotard over here does is what? Goes shipped over to fucking Bill Clinton. So again, any fucking pedophile, anybody who's protecting fucking pedophiles who will victimize fucking children, innocent fucking children, I have a problem with. The majority of Americans have a fucking God, your MAGA Jesus Christ, doesn't mean he's absolved from that. That means he's still a sick fucking individual if he's protecting pedophiles. Marjorie Taylor Greene went on Piers Morgan and said he was calling up all these fucking senators and Congress members, begging them and yelling at them to take their names off the fucking Epstein Transparency Act. Why? Because you're gonna hurt my friends. My friends are gonna get hurt. Okay? I don't give a fuck about your friends. If they have trafficked young, innocent fucking kids, victimized fucking kids, fuck them. They need to burn in fucking hell and rot.
The House Democrats want to hold Pam Bondi in contempt because she didn't show up to the last deposition.
Yeah, she didn't show up because she gonna get caught lying again. Yeah, she knows that she's doing it. She goes on in the deposition. Yeah, she'd rather do a no show and take those consequences and get caught lying in 4K again. This is why you fired her. Cash Patel's gonna be next on the chopping block, bro, because he's not doing a good job of fucking covering this shit up. That's why Trump has his own personal fucking defense lawyer as the deputy fucking attorney general right now. This is why he picked this guy. Look up his fucking track record and his history. I'm telling you, man, he's covering this shit up. That's what I'm thinking, man. I'm thinking this shit, I think it's something from, his wife's freaking out, panicking, being fucking erratic. And Johnny Maxwell, too, under fucking Department of Justice. She got transferred to a fucking cupcake summer camp prison. She was in a maximum fucking prison facility. Now she's in a cupcake fucking facility. Why would you take a woman who has been found guilty of trafficking fucking children along with Epstein, you understand how big that is, and move her to a fucking day camp, low security fucking prison?
Because she cut a deal.
Against my better judgment, I'm going to speak. And to speak like a black person. And I promise you all that if I did, we would all be worse off because of it. So let me just say that I'm gonna bag out. Okay, man. I think, as I listen to what Universe said, I understand that it appeared as whataboutism. But even if you remove the Clinton part from what he said, and I'm not defending, though I'm not a Sudden Universe defender. But if you take that out of it, you still get that he spent 2 days reading over those documents. So there's that, and from his assessment of that, he feels that no, Trump is not responsible for this, or is not guilty of this. Now, that's the first part. So I'll address that. The second part is I give for me personally, I give a lot of credence to the fact that Trump did call the authorities on Epstein. And to me that makes sense, because when you run whatever circles it's in, whether you're in the circles of high finance and billionaires, or whether your circle is, your neighbors down the street. Once a year, my neighbors, we have a block party. Now, they're all very nice. Maybe one of them is involved in pornography and has, I'm not going to go to the pedophile thing, but maybe he's shooting porn in his house. I don't know that. If I suddenly found out about it, at that point I'd be like, fuck this, I don't want to talk to you. But you don't know that off the top. And what we have is that, like everybody else, Trump didn't know. When he found out, he separated himself from Epstein. As is okay, Sig. Your thumbs down wounds me to the core. I just not having you validate what I just said. Just I don't know if I could go on. Anyways, kidding aside, the other issue is we have Marjorie Taylor Greene, which clearly she got primaried by Trump, so she's not a happy camper. So we have to take what she says with a grain of salt.
She quit. She gave up.
Yeah. But even if you remove that, what we see is a definitive attempt by the left to throw shade at any Republican who's even mentioned in those files. And we've already seen them misrepresent what's in those files. So I forget the name of the person, but they released some email, and then they redacted the name of the victim in that email. And well, when they found out when it was uncovered who that name actually was, it was a victim who clearly stated, "No, Trump never did anything with me."
That was Virginia, the girl killed herself.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, instead of down, maybe Alan's quote, maybe like us. How about you tell me when I give you my suggestion, and then you see if you has merit? Because if you're talking too long, Sig wants to reply, but he's polite, he's on mute. If you pause and get him a chance to reply to your point, you might get thumbs down left. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, but I'm old, and if I don't get it all at once, I'll get distracted by something and completely forget what I...
Excuse for not getting there, but okay, Alan.
Okay, well,
Alan,
yeah,
Alan, I just want to put in one cliff note. It'll take like 10 seconds.
Sure.
There were many different victims, like in the hundreds. So I see how you can angle it and say, okay, one of them said that Trump never did anything with her, and maybe they asked her a specific question. There were many victims. We saw how many stood up behind Pam Bondi. You know what I mean? Why can't we hear them speak? Why can't we get them to testify? So if you take one victim that said, oh, maybe she never met Trump. Maybe a lot of the victims never met Trump or did anything. Maybe some did. So, we just gotta look at it across the board. But go ahead, man.
I'll go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the issue is that if they, what I wanted to address was the fact, two things. The fact that if they did call up and if Trump did put pressure on them, it's a political issue. Because we know what the left is engaging in, the kind of misdirection and false leads that they've already engaged in. And it's just another way for them. They can't win on the issues, so they're trying to attack the character of everybody on the right. As far as the victims go, when did this case first start? In 2008, whatever year it is. We're now almost 20 years into this. The victims have spoken. They were on
CNN. I didn't call you a fag till you first called me a fag. I do go through the ups and downs. You didn't see Trump in the picture photos and videos. However, I do agree with you and would be in your camp. So what happened?
Challenge. So Alan's 3 points are reputation destruction. Some women lie. Democrats lie. They want to paint people as villainous without evidence, so their agenda is promoted. 1. 2. MTG telling everybody how Trump pressured her to not release the files. And 3. I forgot what 3 Prius. Go ahead, Six.
So again, it's on the MTG case. Again, this is the funky ass hypocrisy I see with these magatards. Is that when MTG was rolling for Trump, y'all didn't question anything she said. But now that she's going against Trump, now we have to take what she said with a grain of salt. Nobody was saying that shit when she was rooting for MAGA all day.
Laser thing was kind of weird.
Yeah, but again, and for the most part, the right and MAGA was cheering MTG on, especially when she was up and down in hallways, getting up into Democrats' faces and memeing the shit out of them, trolling the shit out of them. So, the majority of MAGA was on her side. So that's one, again, another point of hypocrisy there. Secondly, I can clearly tell who's not following the news. So it's not just accusations coming from the left. This is people on the right as well. Okay, this Epstein Transparency Act was a bipartisan pass. It was a supermajority vote fucking pass. That's why Trump couldn't fucking veto it. And if he could veto it, he would have. Okay, so again, it's not just the left thing. Secondly, is that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel got caught lying. They said that. And 4K quote, there were no victims and nothing needed to be investigated. This was coming out of both their mouths. There was no fucking victims. And if you watch that, again, this is what I'm saying, all these years of arguing on this app, and when people don't clearly answer questions and they dodge and they deflect, we clearly assume that they have a hidden agenda and that they're not being honest and that they're being disingenuous. We've had this stance forever. So when you watch Kash Patel, you watch Pam Bondi not answer questions, duck and dodge, reflect, get upset, name call. Why are we changing the logic now? This is the problem that I have, is I've seen a lot of fucking logic switching up and a lot of fucking hypocrisy with people's behaviors. So they lied. They said there were no victims. Quote, there were no victims out of both their mouths. Said there was nothing to investigate. But what do we find out is that in the Epstein files that got released after this Transparency Act is that there are victims. There are several fucking victims. One of the victims actually accused Epstein of bringing her to Trump in a tall building with lots of windows. Trump forced her to try to have oral sex with her, and she bit his penis, and then he hit her and said, "Get this bitch the hell up out of here." That's an accusation. I'm not on this Me Too movement. I'm not saying believe all women.
You know that's an accusation.
So I'm not on this.
Investigated and found it not credible, but okay.
So I'm not saying that I'm jumping on this Me Too movement, but and here's the thing: there's holes in the investigation, Monica. That's what people are disputing right now. They don't think that this thing was investigated. There's even people in the FBI saying that there's some foul play. Right? These things weren't investigated as thoroughly as they should have been. It was a quick open and shut, get the fuck out of here, and shut the shit down. So what I'm saying is that Kash Patel and Pam Bondi should have said, "Hey, you know what? We can look into this. It's all fucking suppression, and you can look at their behaviors. You can look at the responses to the questions. They're not being 100% honest, and you can tell when someone's not being percent honest, and not being transparent, and they're not being 100% forthcoming, right? What's the other thing?
You started saying that he was a pedophile protector, and now you're saying he's a pedophile. What percentages do you give to each of those claims? As you what percentages that you're confident that you're right? 100%, 75%.
Pedophile protected 100%, because when you try to suppress these files, you are actively protecting pedophiles. There's only been two people arrested, right? And it's clear that there was a larger network.
And one's dead and one's in the Champagne prison. Okay.
Right. But there's
a pedophile.
So there's more people that need to be investigated. Melania's best friend, the Paulo dude she was married to, Trump's best friend, the one who he did him a favor and had that lady deported with no due process, no nothing. He has allegations, never been investigated, Monica. And he owned a modeling agency, and this is where all these networks are coming from, is these model agencies, these pageant agencies. The one dude, Charlie Kirk's mentor that died from a pickleball accident. He was like the dude that turned cheerleading into what it is today.
From a pickleball accident?
deaths from all these weird ass deaths.
Heart attack.
He fell and bumped his head, and I looked up. Well, that's what they're looking at. They're looking at as a pickleball death, even though pickleball deaths are so rare that there's zero data because they just don't.
Fell and hitting his
okay,
head.
usually it's a heart attack.
Falling and hitting your head.
Yeah, that's what they claim.
Kill people.
Right, but it's extremely rare. And what we're seeing is all these people coming to dead that are involved in all these nefarious fucking dealings, Monica. They just magically come up dead. Like old girl Guthrie supposedly killed herself. She got into a bus accident and then killed herself, even though she posted online that, hey, if something happens to me, I did not kill myself. So like I said, it's a weird look that all these people involved in this nefarious shit just magically come up dead once they become a threat to exposing what's going on. It's just weird. So, I've been on Missouri for 42 years. I grew up in the streets. I know how shit fucking works, right? And I'm not a fucking retard, and I'm not stupid. So you can piece together the breadcrumbs, and eventually you'll get a loaf of bread, right? So that's what that.
Again, moderators, put me in the queue, moderators. I want to respond to Sid.
It's people who are now people. Again, it's the majority of people that are seeing more and more evidence come out. Okay. And Alistair, there's millions of Epstein files, so 2 days you ain't even putting a fucking dent in it. So, but
well, 2 days is actually a lot of time in somebody's personal life to spend going through files. FYI.
I think, don't get discouraged because this is having a top-down effect. My wife, who works at one of the biggest country clubs here in Houston, her clientele is the 1%. And so when they come in there, they talk, especially while they're getting a massage, they're chatty patties. And they're all, a few of them have said, like, okay, this is like they know people that have been affected by this, as far as like men who may have been involved. And so what I hope that this would do is to at least slow up these industries, these sex trafficking industries, to where people like he was even saying, her client was like, hey, it's like hot right now. So I hope that they would have that mindset of like, hey, I'm not going to delve into this industry. I'm not going to like deal with any of these the trafficking of children. At least slow it up to where it's like they don't invest in it. And I think that's what's happening from what I'm hearing, where they don't really want to deal with that because it's hot right now.
Yeah, my phone battery died sick. So.
and so, okay.
I did.
And then at the same time, it's like you said, it's the modeling industry, it's the pageant industry, but you see things like Weinstein, it's all connected. It's in the entertainment industries as well. And so what I would hope is that they keep up the pressure, right? So that people can kind of like chill out, can kind of like not buy into these vices, and maybe we'll see that in industries like the entertainment industry, where you get a lot of people at the top who kind of set girls up, for failure and try and do things to them, or promising them careers and things like that. I would hope that, this would have an effect where they would do those types of things down. And I think it's happening. We just got to keep up the pressure.
Well, that'll never end in the entertainment industry. I got bad news for you. Because the portrayal of the entertainment industry of these men ruthlessly taking advantage of women is utterly, entirely false. It comes from the women themselves. They, simply put, they, how can I put this? Most women are willing to play, will offer. It's not that the men are saying, the men in power are saying, well, if you want this role, if you want the lead role in this film, you have to have sex with me. It's the women who will offer in no uncertain terms, gee, I'd really like that role, rub, rub. You know,
The bitch was asking for it, man.
yeah, and then what happens is, you know, if you're the guy, if you're the man in that situation, that this is the example I use, 99 women come through your office making that suggestion. And so then number 100 comes through and gets treated the same way and gets offended by it. So now 20 years later, she says, oh, you know, I was coerced into having sex with this guy. And then everybody knows that those other 99 offered it, but they have to save their reputation. So now they jump on board. Oh yeah, he did it to me too. When everybody knows, I mean, you know, the whole Harvey Weinstein thing, it's Courtney Love at some awards ceremony joking, about going up to Harvey Weinstein's office and by yourself as a woman, and everybody, including Weinstein himself, is laughing. Now, is it right? Well, I don't know. Is it moral? I don't know. Yeah, you should be judged on your talent. But, you know.
Yeah, I'm not jumping on the Me Too train. Look, you're a grown ass woman, and yeah, the overwhelming majority of these women know what they're doing when some high profile guy invites them to have a quote unquote meeting in a fucking hotel room. Like, you know what the fuck's going on. Like, most of these women, if they don't get what they want, then they want to cry a foul. Yeah, I get that. I'm talking about the minors, Alan. That's the issue I had. Is a fucking.
It's saying this I agree with, and this is where it gets even more disgusting, because the parents of the minors, there are situations where they are selling out their kids.
That's true. That happened with R. Kelly. That's just one instance. You have so many instances.
Yeah. It's like, I want my kid to be famous. This guy can do it. Gee, he looks like he likes my daughter. Go to his room. It's okay. Knowing, and the parent knows what'll probably happen.
It's just
They arrest women on Snapchat all the time who are selling their 4-year-olds, 3-year-olds, for $400 to have sex with them. And women in this world commit a lot of crimes.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, that's my thing. Anybody that fucks with the minor, you're cooked, bro. Don't mind the fucking jail, man. Don't mind there's no protection. There's no fucking patty cake prisons. None of that shit, bro. You get hard time and let the motherfuckers in prison deal with you, man. Like where are we at in this country now where we're not, where our number one priority isn't protecting fucking children, bro. This is so weird to me.
Well, that's what happens when you get politics and Senate meetings involved in all of it.
Speaking of politics, Alan, look at my PTR. I hate to interrupt you, but I gotta point out, this is the guy I ran against, Darren LaHood. Now, Sig says, I'm a loser. And yes, I was removed from the ballot, but that doesn't make me a loser because I have gained intelligence. And look at Melania Trump here. Guess what she's doing? She's sigilling. She's putting the hidden hand in her pocket. Our president is married to an Illuminati priestess. It's a fact. And I may sound like a moron, but I think that there is a cult. And I've read enough occult books to know that the Europeans are deep into the occult. And I think that the grander conspiracy, not that the Jews are involved in the sabotage, but the Europeans themselves, through either the WEF and other secret cults like Bilderberg, etc., are the actual real engineers, not Trump, not Netanyahu, but the Europeans. I think it's a grander conspiracy. It's not. See, the thing that I resent about SIG is when I think about the Jews that I know they're busy just trying to stay alive, read their book, protect their families, and do the right things. They're not involved in no crime. These are good people. So when people lump a group of people in together, because we hear this from blacks all the time about racism, to me it's hypocrisy when I hear a black man attack Jewish people who are not involved in any of this shit. So SIG, I rest my case.
Yeah, so first of all, almost accusations, real quick, but let me address this fucking before. First of all, Alistair, false accusations of attackers. Yeah, you're a fucking liar. So
I'm a liar and a buffoon. Okay, note number one. Let me get my pencil. Hold on.
This is what you don't understand, bro. Is that when you talk, I stay on mute, and I respect the fact that you have the mic. That's why I called you a
Buffoon
faggot.
faggot. Okay, buffoon faggot.
You should call him faggot. That's why I called you a faggot. Because you're acting like one. So, again, I've never attacked Jews. I actually have Jews modded on my stage the past few rooms that I did. I had Bibi Netanyahu, who I had an issue with because he was in my back channels. He came to my room and we actually made amends. And we're actually clubhouse pals now. We have good conversations in rooms. So again, I'm not attacking Jews. Okay? And this is a problem that Jews have. They act just like the fucking niggas do. When you point out real shit about how that certain group acts stereotypically, then they get their panties all in a fucking bunch. So I've been consistent all the time because I've been telling blacks, hey, just because you don't do it doesn't mean you don't have these fucking problems in our fucking community. And the Jews do have a huge fucking problem. Then anytime you criticize Israel, you criticize Zionists, you get called anti-Semitic, just like the niggas call you racist when you bring up shit about elements in their community. It's the same exact shit. I've been consistent calling it out. The only thing is, I'm not scared of fucking Jews. I'm not scared of being called a fucking anti-Semite. So I'm not gonna fucking back down easy. That shit don't work on me. I say whatever the fuck I want. All right, I go wherever the fuck I want. I do whatever the fuck I want. Nobody's gonna fucking stop. You want to stop me? You come see me personally, and then we'll see how that fucking goes for you. So don't accuse me of attacking Jews because I haven't. What I've done is I've criticized, and it's people like you who get your panties all in a bunch when someone criticizes a certain group, and you want to accuse them of hating the group. I don't hate any fucking body. I have zero hate in my heart for any fucking group, any fucking body. Well, except for people that fucking victimize innocent children. That's the only group of people that I fucking have hatred for. But Alistair, again, the false accusations, I haven't attacked anybody. I actually have Jew friends on this app. They come to my rooms all the time and we have great fucking conversations, even though they know what my stance is on Israel and the fucking Zionist movement. And they don't even call me anti-Semitic. So it is what it is, bro. But go ahead. And you're still a loser. You didn't win, you fucking lost. Just like when I tried out for basketball for the basketball team in middle school, I didn't make the fucking team. I'm a fucking loser. My son didn't win the first place. His team didn't win the first place World Series Cup in Southeastern Michigan. Guess what? They got second place. They're fucking losers. They fucking lost. So you didn't win anything. Congrats on you for exercising your rights to run for a seat. I could commend you on that because most Americans don't do it, but you still fucking lost, and that makes you a loser. It is what it is.
I'm just saying, when a black man throws a rock in a glass house, I just encourage 10 Jews to pick up 20 rocks and throw them back at the racist hypocrite. That's just my suggestion.
Scared these fucking little hats calling people fucking anti-Semite. They said you haters. Everybody scared of that shit, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. I'm just like the niggas, man. I just like niggas when somebody holds you guys accountable for your stereotypical shit, man. Get the fuck out of here. And that's what makes people not like Jews. That's what creates anti-Semitism. That's why people stop liking blacks. Because every time they try to point out shit that was factual, blacks do the same shit. You're racist. You hate blacks. You hate this. You're uncontained. No, that makes motherfuckers not like you even. That really makes them not like you when you start doing that shit. Because it kills the fucking conversation, man. Fuck out of here. I ain't scared no fucking little ass. And obviously it's not all Jews, because there's a bunch of Jews protesting against this shit in fucking Israel right now. They got massive groups of people out in the streets fucking protesting, because not all Jews agree with how Israel acts, and they don't agree with what the Zionist movement's fucking doing. So obviously common fucking sense says it's not every single fucking Jew.
I know there's political division. See, the thing about politics is a very small minority often ends up controlling the entire majority. And if you believe in democracy, or you think republicanism is the best form of government, it's game theory. And the thing is, you are projecting your politics. You're projecting your hypnosis, your spam. I'm just saying the truth is probably weirder than what you're even saying. And that's why I say look at my PTR and know that there is secret societies out there that you and I will never be in. We won't know what they talked about. We won't know the plans, operations, projects, or programs that they have instituted. We will never find that out, and we will die completely not in the know. But these dummies sigil. It's like gang members. You know how they do hand signs and shit? It's the same shit. Look at Melania Trump. That bitch is our leak. She's our fucking mole. Melania Trump. She's the Illuminati European link that you think Trump is getting controlled by the J words. It's not the J words. It's Melania and the cocksuckers in Europe that we liberated ourselves from. And I'm telling you, the British are in on it. This is mostly all Freemasonry, and then there's different branch out or different groups associated. But even Prince William, they all do the hidden hand shit. Look up history. General Sherman, part of the Illuminati. They all do the hidden hand, meaning that they think they're an illuminated person and they're secretly trying to show the divine in that sigil. I'm just saying, to me, that's more interesting than saying, a bunch of know-nothing Jews who just read books all day long are involved in any kind of international conspiracy. It's not the Jews, it's the Europeans.
So again, that's not what.
To try to
drive a point home. Again, I never said it's a bunch of Jews. What I said was it's high-level government Zionists. All right, this is why they planted Epstein there. Okay, this is look up, do your research on J. Group. It's the same fucking tactics, bro. It's blackmail. Blackmail is the highest form, the most powerful form of controlling someone into the fuck you want. All right, so again, do some more research. You'll see how early this guy got into these fucking leagues, came out of fucking nowhere. Nobody knew this fucking guy. Got billions of fucking dollars in the bank. Like I said, bro. If you want to argue. I'm a bad girl. But again, Edmund, I challenge you to actually argue a point I made and stop making shit up and bringing false accusations. So what you said, I've never claimed that.
Yeah. So do you think that Trump was being controlled or being blackmailed by Epstein or people in his group?
Oh, I think he is. I 100% think he is. That's why he's flipped. That's why he switched. That's why he hired Bondi. That's why he hired Patel. Clearly, if you go back and do your research on him, which I didn't do, I'm just now doing, completely incompetent fucking retards, bro. When they were in their prior positions, prior where they were at now, just completely fucking incompetent fucking buffoons, caught lying several times, switching shit up, just not honest people, man. And what I'm noticing is that the people Trump surrounds himself with are just blind loyalists. He doesn't give a fuck about competency, which is why he's had to fire so many fucking people and get rid of them. He just cares about, hey, if you're gonna ride or die, no matter what the fuck happens, that takes precedence above competency. That's the pattern I'm starting to.
Man, I think honestly, what Alistair is saying about how it's the Europeans, the secret societies, and the not so secret societies, the more overt people in the parliament and things like that. As well as what Sig is saying, the high-level Zionists, they're all high-level Zionists, even the British. Who's the one that made them out?
Othello, what about the Thelemites, though? You said you're a Thelemite. You don't think the British are mixed up in this Aleister Crowley age of Horus and shit?
Like I'm saying, they're all high-level Zionists, even the British. You know, so you guys are seeing the same thing. They all have one common enemy. You know, Muslims, Arabs, and it's either their way or the Arab way. You know, those are the two powers, and one of them has to win, and the other one.
It's not one of them has to win. That's all or nothing thinking, Othello. There has to be a balance and a harmony on the planet. With too much Islam, it's a problem. Too much Christianity, it's a problem. Too much Judaism, it's a problem. There has to be a trinity, a balance.
One of them has to win. Too much Christianity. They want to control the Holy Land.
See, Othello, you're talking in all or nothing statements, which is what a Sith Lord does. And you are just LARPing as a Lord of the Ring person who says one ring must rule them all. That's all you're saying. You actually don't understand philosophy. I hate to break the bad news to you.
And you're a Zionist, correct?
I am not a Zionist. See, these are two terms that I think loser, low IQ people use, which is MAGA. And I'm saying Donald Trump intentionally uses it. I find it insulting. There is this thing called the Republican Party, not the MAGA Party, as you fucking magats. You guys really upset me with these terms. This is the problem with words. Zionism is also used in a negative light, you dumbasses, when every country in the fucking world is Zionist. We are all slaves to a fascist government. Every country is Zionist. Don't accuse one tiny country of being the only Zionist country. As you just heard Othello said, there's a lot of Zionist countries out there. And if you're a Muslim country like Saudi Arabia with a Muslim monarch, a Muslim king, that's a Zionist country. They do the same shit that you accuse Israel of doing. I am done talking, and if you were smart, you would listen to me instead of talking over me. I am complete.
Do you believe in a Jewish state? I'm not trying to talk over you, but like I asked you one question.
You are talking while I'm talking, stupid. If you can wait till people finish talking, then you can have a conversation the way that Sig does it. Again. I just want to say, Sig, when you take public speaking seriously, again, you won't.
The reason why I interrupted you, I hear you, Monica. Thank you, Cookie Monster. Thank you, Monica. First of all, that is a cute little cupcake. But anyways, what Alistair fails to recognize is that he said that, you know, a full Christian state is a bad thing. Let's just remember the only reason why Israel is because of the Catholic Church. Without the Catholics destroying Islamic rule in that nation, especially, you know, even if they only control it for a few times and then go back to Islam for a moment, without the British Empire, without the Roman Church, without the support of Christianity, there is no Zionism. There is no Israel. So, you know, it's really interesting that Alistair becomes an anti-Christian. But remember that the only reason why the country even exists is because of, and I agree with that, no, but it's because of Christianity. So I just wanted to say that. But
no. Sorry, Monica, go ahead.
So, where we are is our desire to be aware and alert and open to new evidence that makes us susceptible to conspiracy theories. I am now taking a second or third look at the Epstein files. I thought there was a video in there of Epstein doing bad things to girls and alongside other people. Brock just told me in the files there wasn't. There was video taken from his residencies. I don't know if we are differentiating between files and all evidence against Epstein, or if we have Epstein files as the umbrella for everything. I don't know. That said, I'm a men's rights activist. I don't believe all women. I don't believe men. I believe evidence. And I know that Cash Patel has done work in rescuing children from sex trafficking rings. I know Cash Patel has captured some of the people on the most wanted FBI list. I know that people who want the Trump administration to fail are going to target everyone in his administration. And like the Atlantic piece that Cash Patel is now suing, they're going to throw everything at him, like Saul Alinsky said in Rules for Radicals. So I need more evidence than gossip and hearsay. I don't believe Trump is a predator. I believe he's a womanizer. That's different. I don't think he's a predator, and I don't think he's a pedophile. I'd have to give a 1 or 2% belief on that. Do I think he or pedophiles? No. I think he prevents from facing lynching in the digital world because their name was mentioned next to his name in the Epstein files, and people with you don't pay attention and do deep dives and look for, oh, that was a mixer. The 1% of the 1% is an incestuous bunch. They tend to know each other a lot. Like, I think there's only we had estimated 1 million of them in our country of 360. And so for one of them to know all 1 million is unlikely, but for 10 of them to know 100,000 of them, that's not unlikely at all, or 10,000 of them. All right, Othello, go ahead and make it yours.
And I'll go after him.
Let me, man, all right. I want to respond. All right, let me just respond real quick. Yeah. So again, what you just said is protecting people because of this digital age lynching or whatever. That's not true, because people before Trump got elected the second time, people knew he had been in the Epstein files. He had been around. Nobody had fucking questioned that. They understood that, hey, rich, wealthy, powerful people run around in the same circles, right? So nobody ever accused Trump of anything. So what you're saying is not true, because we knew his name was in the files. We knew he had heavy ties with Jeffrey Epstein, and we most people gave Trump a pass, saying, hey, yeah, just because you're around doesn't mean, just like what Alvin explained, with the analogy with the neighbor doing porn, doesn't mean you know everything that they're doing behind the scenes or their skeletons in the closet. So Trump actually got a pass for that. So, that's just not true, man. That's not, the people are willing to give a pass, and I think people did very reasonable. I'll give that a pass.
It's very common saying, people, anecdotes can help us, right? And my sister, she's a lawyer, and she worked in the Philippines for about 18 months. She did some pro bono work for a company called IJM, International Justice Mission. They're the largest nonprofit sex trafficking, stopping sex trafficking internationally. She worked as a lawyer, and she said one of the largest cases.
Because there wasn't like sex trafficking, there's no profit.
One of the largest cases that they had when she was there was done by a Filipino politician. He had been a prostitution ring involving little boys. But at the same time, when she first got there, she actually had a meeting with him and talked about how he was all on board with men, conducting all sorts of raids and signed off on all sorts of different women and other politicians signed off on all these different things that would make it easier for them to be able to do these things. And then, 60 months later, they turned around and also find out that he's involved. So just because individuals have shown we want to protect children does not mean that they are at all absolved from this issue, because that's almost a cover sometimes with these individuals, is that they act like they're
Donald Trump. So Donald Trump, I remember the movie. I don't know if you've seen Sound of Freedom movie that came out in 2023. It's about sex trafficking.
I advertised for it. It was summer before last.
I'm gonna go after that. And Donald Trump heavily promoted that film, Sound of Freedom, hosting a private screening at the Minister was in New Jersey in his clubhouse, right? I remember there was some Democrats pushing back against that movie. Like, it blows my mind, in that time period.
and you fast forward from that movie, right? If you've seen that movie and you understand what that movie was about and what was happening in our country at our southern border, Biden and Kamala amplified and made those type of people in that movie more powerful, and those type of sex trafficking organizations. All this human trafficking that was happening, buying the millions of people. People were being taken into that type of sex trade. People were being raped, killed, all kind of hideous things. And they got the audacity to call anybody a sex anything. It's crazy what was happening at the border and about that movie. And we look at the hypocrisy of people talking about Trump, and you can say whatever you want to say about Trump or make it about anybody. But when you have your own candidate, Joe Biden, a worker for him had a sexual, like Tara Reeve had she said that he, pretty much assaulted her in a sexual way, and they worked together. This isn't somebody who worked at a store that Trump just passed by. Like one accuser said he came into a busy store in Manhattan, and all of a sudden, out of thousands of people, he raped her or some type of crazy shit. We're talking about an actual co-worker, somebody underneath Biden. We had a very detailed story. We had these people say, hey, forget about that shit. Don't believe her. And matter of fact, we should vote for Joe Biden to become president. And Kamala Harris co-sign off on it, all this type of stuff. We look at the Epstein situation. Go back to the Clintons, right? Bill Clinton pretty much had if you know what happened with Monica Lewinsky. Now the evidence is out. After this guy was pretty much impeached, or almost impeached, right, off Monica Lewinsky, right after that, after he leaves office, he goes fly to Epstein Island, multiple occasions. But we want to vote. His wife had to know about it, but we want to vote for Hillary Clinton as the president. And also, too, Trump is some type of criminal. He has felony charges. Last time I checked, when Hillary Clinton was running for president, she was underneath FBI investigation for having servers in her house to intercept government emails, to intentions to delete them. This is the type, it's remarkable that we are at this point, and I can't listen to this
ball bags, drugs, alcohol.
This crazy shit is insane right now. In the end,
it's a little disingenuous. Two of your things were disingenuous. The first one, you're gonna have to show me where Democrats push back on the Sound of Freedom. I posted a link that said that it's actually that film was very popular with Democrats. Second, E. Jean Carroll was in the same social circles with Donald Trump. Definitely knew her. He didn't just rape some random girl in the boat, Dolph Goodman back room or whatever. They even have photos of them together. So to make it seem like he just picked some random woman off the street, they were in the same social circles. Thank you.
Well, I think it's a sad state of affairs we're in, because in politics, anything can become a weapon. And I use the word, it wasn't consciously intentional, but the fact that the word weapon, I think, is important, because if you're involved in a conflict with your opponent.
As if Othello knows Trump's lifetime activity events, who and when he spoke to you or Clown.
You fight alongside the soldiers on your side. And what they did in their previous life becomes unimportant. If that guy next to you can lob a hand grenade and he does it well and he can kill the enemy, you don't care what he did. And I just want to thank the Democrats for making pedophiles something that we also have to ignore at this point. Because
because that's where we're at now. We have a political.
And then to know that you're from California and you have never encountered. Stop that. Let me ask you a question. Are you Korean from the waist up or down? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah.
Yeah, that matters. I'm Korean from head to toe.
And you ain't here doing this?
Well, I mean, I'm 100% pure-blooded Korean. If that's what you think you're asking.
It's little. So you got a scissor.
So are you ladies trying to say that you would date an Asian man with a tiny penis but a lot of money and a lot of income? Is this another room where racists come in to attack an Asian man? I'm worried, Grim, that you're going to find out that black supremacy on this app is not fiction. It's actually a fact. And the truth is, many girls on this app don't know the difference between facts and fiction. And in fact, a lot of women on this app are guilty of many crimes. I've heard many women on this app admit to horrific felonious crimes in the black community. It's truly a tragedy and shocking.
Eat men and drink their blood. We're just like elites of America.
Hey, I wanted to touch on dick size for a second.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
I read somewhere, I heard somewhere that women don't actually know like dick sizes in exact inches. They're not that precise with. And they've been with a number of men. Let's say they don't exactly know like how in size each men were. They don't really.
Are we talking about virgins?
So if I told you my dick was X number of inches long, like would you know like that's a good size? Like we're gonna know.
Go ahead, tell me.
Yes.
Go ahead. Tell me. The average man is
Tell you how long my dick is.
How long it is? Go ahead, let's see.
I think it's around 5 inches.
Ooh, that's average. That's good. You're average. The inside of the vagina is 5 inches, 2 or 3 inches long.
Yeah, the average length of a penis on a man is 5.1 to 5.5 inches, which is 13.12 to 13.97 centimeters. And an average erect girth is roughly 4.6 inches or 11.66 centimeters.
I feel like Dennis got a big dick. He quiet. Yeah, he probably does, because he maybe Chris like too, but Alistair is giving. Yeah.
So, ladies, we've confirmed that you will date an Asian man if his penis is greater than 5.5 inches and has an annual salary of over $145,000. Is that correct, ladies?
What the fuck is this nigga talking about?
Excuse me, did you just call me the N-word? I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to report you to the clubhouse authorities for using racist terminology.
California bitch, that's how. Which one would be a bitch or a nigga? Which one? Who picked it?
Well, yesterday we had a room on here. Yeah, he was a publisher. He was an author. He was a thinker. And so what we're trying to say is that yesterday in Grimm's room, we confirmed that female blacks are actually racial supremacists and believe that Asians should live in their own enclave and they should work for the privileged black elite of this country. Clearly, that's extremist, supremacist.
Let him talk.
Well, I already said what I wanted to say. You can actually act Grimm because Grimm was the mod yesterday and he heard a lot of black women say all kinds of racist, supremacist stuff. I know it was from yesterday and people don't like bringing up old gossip, but I just wanted to bring it up just in case.
I to talk about racist shit, so this is great.
Oh, good. What else? Well, ask Grimm. He was the moderator. I was a participant in Grimm's experiment.
So what was the conversation, man?
You were talking about black women today. What's going on?
I wasn't talking about black women specifically.
Oh, specific.
What was the title of the room, Grim?
African.
You know, what's funny though? Last night's conversation, it was a crazy one, and I was really looking forward to the replay, but it was unavailable.
Oh, so you deleted it.
Yeah.
Hey, Graham, I had a couple questions this morning. If you're
Yeah.
Hey, Dennis, where are you from?
Korea, stop me so thirsty.
Dennis?
Let me ask the question, please.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay if you guys want to keep talking
No,
about
go ahead, go ahead.
it. Graham, do you have something against East African women? I just wondered.
No.
Okay, because earlier you said, that's all I need to know about you. You said you're from East Africa. That's all I need to know. I just wondered what you
Yeah, because she was demonstrating how wherever she was from was a shitty place.
Oh! The East Africans gonna whoop your ass.
Okay. See, I'm the kind of guy who's got nothing to lose. I'll fight back, and if I still get a whooping, then I'll get a whooping.
Did you date an East African woman? Is that why you feel?
No, she was just being annoying and not really taking accountability for what she's saying. So I pressed her. I held her to what she was saying, and I wanted some good responses, and she couldn't give me any.
Oh, man.
Well, it sounded like she was eating a lemon and resting in her divine feminine, and you were trying to pull her out of that. Is that
if someone wants to fire shots, then they better be ready to answer to a response.
So, Graham, me and you got a lot in common, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But we shouldn't, because I'm a man and you're a woman.
Oh! Cool! Sexist. I love this shit.
He Asian, girl. What you expect?
Oh, you right. I forgot what I
Anyway, honey badger, you have more questions?
Yeah, I'm Asian, and I wouldn't date an Asian man.
Where you from?
I'm half Indian.
Okay.
So,
I mean, I wouldn't. If I were you, I wouldn't describe yourself as an Asian.
You wouldn't? Why not?
Because when we use the word Asian, it could mean two things. One is the region, which technically you're right. You can say you're from South Asia, which is where India is. And in that sense, you would be Asian. But the second and more commonly understood way of the word Asian being used is in the physical appearance sense. And I have this simple test to see if you pass as Asian. If you could be on the receiving end of like a crude Asian joke, someone pulling the sides of their eyes, or making fun of the way Chinese people sound, then you pass as Asian. So you would be stereotyped in a different way as an Indian person.
Okay, so you would stereotype me in a different way than people stereotype you, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
You stink, basically.
Okay, yeah, so I would still consider myself Asian, and then I would just take your opinion into consideration and mostly just dismiss it, because so far what you've said is just pretty non-compelling, to say the least, and you're kind of slow at your delivery.
No, the argument I was making was the argument of popular usage. And what you said is valid too. I didn't totally dismiss what you said, but I feel that for the purposes of the conversation, it would be misleading for you to say that you're Asian.
Okay, well, I wouldn't date an Asian man.
Well, of course, honey badger, like, if you make a comment like that, I'm not going to take you seriously because you're doing that. Because you're doing that humor where you take something so literal.
Well, how do you know that?
What do you mean? I wouldn't date an Asian man. What?
Well, the question isn't
Do I have to connect the dots for you, Badger?
Oh, I don't even know what you're referring to.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, he's from the West.
Okay, so Bachelorette number 3, honey, is I'm not.
Oh, shit.
He said, I ain't talking to you, nigga.
We're too rough. We're all too rough and tough for Grim. He needs a woman.
See, what I think is so exciting about this debate is it's like a tennis match of roasting. Do you know what a tennis match roast is? Where you got like a flaming tennis ball and two people just keep, hitting the flaming tennis. Oh wow, ladies.
Yeah, there's a word for it. Alistair, are you single?
No,
Or do you date outside of your race?
No, I'm a Muslim and I have 4 wives. They're in my kitchen right now preparing me my breakfast.
Are they Asian?
Correct. They're all from Indonesia. No, I'm serious. They're all from Indonesia. I picked them up on my last vacation. They're technically my slaves and one of them is a slave. One of them is a concubine. I am complete. I've said too much. But look at my PTR and tell me, is Melania Trump sigilling with a hidden hand there with my former congressional opponent, Darren LaHood? I think that explains everything you need to know.
She got a rocket in her pocket.
Man, why you act like that? When's your birthday?
Why am I acting like what?
You know what I'm talking about.
Uptight.
Uptight?
No, you know.
You a little straight. You a little uptight.
Oh, like what Honey Badger just now when he called himself Asian?
I mean, if he's Indian, he is Asian.
No,
I made the distinction.
You did. But the thing is, you don't get to pick and choose. It's giving classism. It's giving.
When Kamala Harris was running for president,
Talk to me about that bitch, please.
Wait, before you go on to Kamala, Grim, I gotta ask you, do you know what physiognomy is? It's a word. It's the word of the day. You know what physiognomy is?
I mean, I've definitely seen it and read it.
Okay, so my question to you is, since you're upset that Honey is half Asian, I would recommend that you ask Honey to post a photo of himself, and that way we can do an actual physiognomy experiment based on his identity,
I'm not upset
image.
by it. I was just.
Well, you sounded upset about it, and that it bothered you. I was just.
No, I was just trying to, point out the difference between a South Asian, like an Indian, or any other country from South Asia, like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and so on.
The non-Aryan Indians, right? Those are the non-Aryans?
Southeast Asian countries.
Are those the non-Aryans?
They're all people for the most part.
Right, they're the darker complexion people.
People who don't look like people like me in my profile picture.
Right, because you have a lighter complexion. So you're specifically isolating darker skinned people, correct?
But if you were to apply like a filter on my picture and make me darker skinned, that's not an Indian. Like you won't get an Indian from that.
I know, that's why I brought up physiognomy, and that's why I said you sounded upset when Honey said he was half Asian. And you recommended he never identified himself as half Asian.
Different ways you can understand the word Asian. One is in terms of geographic location, and the other is in the phenotypical sense.
Got it. So is phenotype and physiognomy associated?
Physiognomy.
Yeah, because you said you knew what it means, and I said it was the word of the day.
Traits, right? Physical characteristics, that's physiognomy, isn't it?
Correct. Which that is like that's like the allele phenotyping or expressing itself through the genes. But these are just genes that give us really a lot of it is just melatonin density reflection. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is I would not date an Asian man, but I would date an Asian woman.
This question isn't for you.
Yeah, me too. I date an Asian woman.
What the fuck?
Okay, so I mean that's what I was saying. If you're a guy, then we could ask the reverse if you would date an Asian.
okay. I thought you were
The
just,
thing is,
okay. So are you trying to hook up with someone on Clubhouse? Is that
No.
what this is?
No, this is part of my project, Korea Reborn. And if you want, you can go to my landing page that I'm just about done working on. I still got to do a little more things with it, but you can still check it out. It's koreareborn.media. And no, this was just a topic of conversation, you know. But
you're just wondering what kind of pool you had to.
Well, just to get input from other people, but I wouldn't really ask men if they date Asian women because
do you find yourself attractive to women, Grim?
I'm sorry, my boy Grim, he ain't ugly.
He actually
Yeah, you see that was Grim. Like, look, I find myself attractive to women. I get feedback that I'm attractive to women. Do you?
You know, I'm very
probably
honest
not.
Oh.
I'm trying to
tell you how to answer that question. It's just
weird. Pussy bottle.
Look, you asked me a question.
And you still haven't answered it. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to respond to you. Well, hey, I mean, is it fair enough that I might be taken aback a little bit by the uniqueness of the question?
If you can't answer it, that's fine. Do you want to take 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Go ahead.
Well, the thing is, like I was trying to say, I would start out by saying that I'm a modest person, so I wouldn't speak too highly of myself like that.
Wait, Grim, I got another question for you. I hate to interrupt.
I let my personality, I let my presence speak for itself.
Yeah, so that would be attractive, right? Like, it's not just looks, it's the whole.
Wait, honey.
It's the way a man would answer that question as well.
Honey, I got a quick question for you. I'm half.
I meant all things considered, and it sounds like you're kind of like a little insecure about how you were received by women.
Honey, I got a quick question.
I have no problem with shooting my shot.
Honey, I got a quick question for you. I'm half Ukrainian. Does that make me half Asian?
I'm not sure. Let me look it up.
I have no problem shooting my shot. Because Honey Badger, see, I like many men, I've fallen flat on my face. I've learned from trial and error. I've learned from many mistakes. You know, I've honed my craft of, you know, being a man.
That's cool, man. So do women find you attractive overall or not?
I mean, if they are, then they are.
It doesn't matter to him what women think. He keeps coming. He keeps coming and coming. He said that yesterday.
Hey, Grim, let me ask you this question. Would you date an Indian woman?
Yes.
Okay, but what's your withhold? Because I heard you kind of you're a little hesitant there.
He had to think. He thinks before he responds, ladies. That's what a man does.
Yeah, like he's a true man. He also breathed deeply before he answers.
That's to help with the mental processing of what we call thinking, ladies.
Right, I had a number of thoughts run through my mind, but then I was like, I don't want to give you like a jumbled answer, so how about I start with just a very simple yes or no?
Okay.
So that's what made me go, you know, okay, first I'll just give you the yes or no response. Because, okay, what was running through my mind was if she were like an Americanized Indian girl or like a Westernized one, that would be more palatable to me. I feel that if she were straight from India, there would be too much cultural friction.
Wow, that was an incredible response. Grim, what are you going to do today with the rest of your seconds? And I want to let you know that everybody is born with 2.5 billion seconds to spend, and every second that I listen to this room is a second that I'm spending on my $2.5 billion loan from God. Thank you very little. Well, I am an aspiring YouTube content creator like Grim here. And we do believe that rooms like this can be monetized on YouTube because they are entertaining.
Yeah.
No, seriously, can we talk? Maybe here. Hold on. Let me message you here. Let's talk more about that.
Okay, great. Let's do a room about it. You just create a room called Grim and John or Alistair talk about making money on YouTube with, on the plantation here called Clubhouse. And I think plantation workers here can be all the entertainment the world needs to make money.
Well, I don't think Clubhouse is a plantation. It's more like levels of hell, right? We're probably on level like 3. This is pretty light. This is pretty fucking light. The darker you go, the deeper you go, the darker it gets.
It's like the MPAA ratings. There's rated XXX rooms, NC-17, rated R, PG-13, PG, rated G. And so what we're trying to say is YouTube has a cutoff generally at PG-13. When we get to the NC-17 rooms, that's when hate speech, abuse speech, all these issues. You can't attack people if they're trans, if they're LGBTQ, if they're a certain race, creed, color, origin, legal status, veteran status. There's so much in terms of what you cannot say on YouTube. It's very tricky. I have over 50 YouTube accounts with 100,000 videos. I know what the algorithm is going to trigger. And so what I'm just trying to say is you got to be smart and strategic when making money through bullshit content.
Hey, but I'm curious, since this is like if you took the Clubhouse conversation recording and just put it on YouTube, you wouldn't have any video. So you need some video to go with the audio, right? That's how you make engaging content.
Correct. And what I do is I actually just film. I use one cell phone to film the other phone live streaming Clubhouse with an auto clicker because these stupid phones have a 30-minute cutoff. And so I just literally live stream the other phone of a Clubhouse room. And right now, downstairs in my recording studio, I have 20 phones pointed at multiple Clubhouse rooms.
But you have a camera recording you talking, and that's like the visual.
Yeah, right now. I'm going to put some links in the chat. This is live as you talk to me. Hello? It's a different platform outside of YouTube, different world, a different reality.
I'd like to talk with you more about how to
use YouTube. Exactly. That's what I'm actually interested in talking about. But people on this app just want to talk about anything. That's the amazing thing about birds. When one bird starts chirping, they all start chirping.
Okay, what's with these 2 links? Which one should I press?
You could click both of them, and I would subscribe to both of them. Because the truth is, if you don't subscribe to me, I'll never hire you. And when I put up job postings, and people email me their business plan, their resume, but they don't subscribe to me on social media, even though I provide the links, that's when I know that I will never, ever hire that person or give them any money because they're actually not interested in what I'm doing.
That's a fair point. Now, give me a second. Let me go to it. Every time I try and copy something in the chat, it freezes my screen.
Can I just comment on the topic of the room, because this just shows you that the white man has us in our shackles still. We need to break free of these shackles. So the white man has told us what is beautiful and what isn't beautiful, who we can and can't date, shouldn't date. So from now on, women of color need to start dating Asian men. Okay, what do you think about that?
I never said that he said it. I'm not going to work for him. I'm trying to see if I want to work with him. Damn it, my screen's frozen.
Well, Graham, what was the intention of holding a room titled like this? What was your intention?
It's part of my project. Now, this is just to have conversation. I'm not using this for anything. I'm not using this for content. But this Korea Reborn is one of my personal passion projects, I call it, that I'm working California anymore.
Oh, okay. Are you looking for love?
No. I haven't already.
Are you looking panub?
Am I what?
Are you looking panub?
I don't understand what you said.
It's just a Saturday Night Live reference with Eddie Murphy.
No, I don't know the reference.
Are you Korean?
Graham sound like the type of guy that listen to Eddie Murphy. Come on, we gotta look at the audience here.
No, I like Eddie Murphy. I just don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, I was just seeing where, just seeing where you're coming from, man.
Hey, are you Korean yourself?
I am.
Oh, you're from Korea?
Yes. And so my project, Korea Reborn, it's going to be a YouTube channel. I have a landing page, which I wrote here in the comment, koreareborn.media. You can check it out. It's where I address the Korean population crisis and try to come up with ways to help with the recovery of it. And I'm also going to include a dating coaching service into this project.
Are you going to be the coach?
Yes, I'm going to be the coach.
How many black women have you dated? American black.
Why does that matter?
First of all, I'm not fucking talking to you. I'm talking to Graham.
Yeah, I can.
You can shut the fuck up, Cameron.
You can shut the fuck up, bitch.
Or what, bitch? Your mama's a big fat bitch. You wanna get into it, huh? It's always the angry black man. He can't get no fucking attention. Shut your bitch ass up.
I ain't even fucking black.
What are you?
I'm Korean. I'm Korean.
Yeah, I don't believe it. You know why I don't believe you're Korean?
Why's that?
Because every Korean man I encountered has been respectful and calm and nice. You're a bitch.
You bitch.
No, you're a bitch.
Yeah, I'm Korean, but I don't fucking.
No, you're a bitch.
Bitch ass. All right, go ahead, Graham. You can answer the question now.
As far as I remember, just one. But I did one time. I paid for sex one time. And with the money.
Black prostitute?
Yeah.
Oh, God, damn. You
Did you get fucking outside GDP for that?
Yeah, you pay for your mama, huh?
That's funny.
Ooh, yeah, I'm just fucking with you. Come on, man.
I'm a troll too, nigga. I'm not.
Well, hey, Graham, I just have one question real quick before I go. Could you just, I know you're going to be a dating coach and all that stuff. Can you just give me one bit of advice that I should come away with today?
Just curious. Sorry for coming back with a question. I'm just really curious. What's your other half? Since you said you're half Indian.
I'm just like Euro, kind of like some other stuff. I'm a mutt on the other side.
Okay, and sorry, that makes me curious even more. Like, if I were to take a glance at you, what would I think? White guy or slightly mixed guy?
I usually get questions, so I don't know. I have no idea what you think, man.
Could be like, if it's like Indian and European, you might even pass as like Latino sometimes.
I sometimes get told that I look like I'm like
George Clooney.
Yeah, like I look like kind of like George Clooney. Actually, that's right.
Like,
You said a guess.
no, but really,
So I kind of get like a George Clooney, Robert Downey Jr. kind of mix.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Wait, that's not a bad look.
That's a great look.
You could say racially ambiguous. No one knows what he is because the man is a mystery. That's what he's saying.
Okay,
But he's actually also roasting you, FYI. Every word he says is a fireball
You
text.
remember what I asked you?
What?
You don't know what I asked you?
No. You want advice. So, there are two kinds of advice that I could give you. One is just general advice without knowing anything about you, and the second is more targeted advice that's more specific to you
Okay,
personally.
well, just give me some general advice.
You gotta have a good head on your shoulders.
Wow, thanks, man. That's a good bit of advice. Really appreciate it.
Wait, what is supposed to be on your shoulders?
Wait. I see what you did to call me out. So the thing is, advice doesn't always have to be something that you like so novel and you've never revolutionary and never before seen or heard of. It doesn't always have to be that way. Sometimes the best advice has been around.
Yeah, simple things.
Yeah, sharp as sugar dummy.
Hey, Grim, I got a question for you, if you don't mind me asking.
Sure.
You know, for your project, right? The repopulating Korea project. So
yeah,
I've been living in Korea for the last 10 years, right? And I was just curious, what would you say is the number one factor that's keeping everyone from, or that's behind the population crisis? What would you say is the number one factor?
We're not having enough.
Shut up, stupid! I'm not a supermodel. Shut up, stupid! Stupid, shut up! Shut up!
Outside. 1 second, Malik. Grab a little.
Hey, yo, what's up with it?
What's up with it, man?
Yeah.
Don't talk to me like that because I'm black. Alright, good. Okay.
Everybody mute your mic! Everybody mute your mic! Moderator's talking! Grim is finishing up his answer. Shut up!
I'm not talking.
I agree with that.
Nigga, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You're from the seaside, you know what I'm saying?
Shut up or you're gonna get put in the goo! Shut up! A moderator is talking! Shut up!
I remember.
So can you just speak like a little fuck you Asian black ass nigga?
Hey, this reminds me of something. Now I remember. It's something quite fascinating.
Nigga, fuck you, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Grim just moved down.
Grim, you're gonna have to put him in the goo! Shut up, Malik!
I'm a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like my D is black, but like I'm white. Like everything. Wow, nigga. Like my dick is black. You know what I'm saying?
I want him to hear this. I
I think the audience, bro.
What do you mean?
Shut the fuck up, Malik.
Nigga, fuck you.
Fuck you, dude. Hey,
nigga, fuck you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Fuck you.
Alright. And then
fuck you, man.
Hey, Melissa, what you say, bitch?
I'm gonna beat your mom's ass, dude.
Look at your ass leg. You're not doing nothing to nobody. Who the fuck?
Nigga, fuck you, you black ass motherfucking bitch. You gonna ride on my D, you know what I'm saying? You ain't from the streets, man. Nigga, fuck you. Fuck you and your BBL, you know what I'm saying? Fuck you.
Oh, yeah, I'm calling the police right now, operator.
I'm calling it. Fuck you, man. I hope the police fucks your ass. I hope they're gonna shoot you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all ass in here being disrespectful.
Hey, Melissa, shut her ass up. I thought you had some fight in you, Melissa. Fight back.
Moody, fuck you, Moody. Moody, I'm gonna shut your mom's dad up. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put my D in your ass.
Hey, mouth, you know what I'm saying? Malik, I'm from the church, bitch. I don't give a fuck what you do. You see my PTR? You see my PTR right now? There's somebody bald head, ugly ass mama. You think I give a fuck about what you got?
Moody, I hope your kids die. You know what I'm saying? I hope they get shot from the police, man. What do you want to tell me? Your grandma? What do you want to tell me?
No, let me tell you something.
Let me tell me.
I hope what you said about my kids, I hope it never come true, because, bitch, I'm a witch, and I'm on your ass, honey.
I'm ready on my kids, you know what I'm saying?
Bitch, I got your name in a lemon, bitch. It's gonna be up for you, so when you don't hear from Malik anymore,
I don't live in America. I don't live in America. I live in
it doesn't matter with the whoop, bitch. It don't matter.
What are you talking about, stupid?
I'll dig your ancestors up.
The fuck?
I think you apparently are like my sisters, you know what I'm saying? Because you're trying to tell me, right?
Alright,
we think we right here, you know what I'm saying?
I've seen he's a fellow Asian American man for once who's joined the room.
Daniel's a fine man. That's a fine ass man. We wish you could be one.
Oh my god, Daniel is so fucking fine.
Yeah, Daniel's fucking fine. Yeah, that's right, Melissa.
Can you write on my D? Daniel, I want to write on your D.
forms of investigation over January 6th, the same FBI that allowed the country to be shut down in 2020, and no form of investigations over any federal agency who took away, our constitutional rights from us. So that's the same FBI. There's so many other things that the FBI has done, of course, but the same FBI that we all would agree has done some very, very corrupt things just in the past 10 years is the same FBI that we're now trusting will investigate and will, you guys, they should at least conduct a form of interrogation, or not, I guess not interrogation, but they should talk to the witnesses and the people who believe they're victims of Epstein. And we're supposed to trust them. We're supposed to say, no, whatever they say, we couldn't find any proof. Whatever they say is right. And that's never been, in my opinion, in the last 10 years, the way that conservatives have felt about these agencies. But now that Trump says we got to trust the FBI, we have to trust the CIA, we have to trust, all these agencies, it's just really interesting that, we're trusting them. It's weird. It's weird saying it doesn't make sense.
Isn't the hypocrisy crazy when the left does it? Bam, going, but when the right does it, nothing to see here, folks. Flip the other way.
Yeah. Well, and
crazy, bro.
And again, they'll use Biden didn't release the files. Trump released the files. And it's like, okay, but every time Trump released the files, tell me what was going on. Do you know how we were doing foreign affairs throughout the times that major drops happened with the Epstein files? Almost like it was a distraction. Almost like they were trying to distract us from what was going to go on, which was that we were pretty much ramping up a war with Iran. That's what's really interesting, right?
Speaking of defenses, Keegan, are you going to turn, or
I'm turning down.
Longest light right now?
I was at the world's longest light. I appreciate. I just turned. It did feel like the world's longest light.
Congratulations, Chuck Keegan.
I am driving an F-150, F-250 actually.
Wow, is that the one that had tires?
Yeah. No.
It's cool to do it, David.
Yeah. But no, I think that's just really interesting.
Is it a crew cab or extended cab?
Why do you work about your own vehicle?
It's a Jew cab. It's a Jew cab.
That's right.
That's obviously a work truck.
How can you be a trucking mechanic allow yourself to purchase an F-150?
I am not driving a F-150 right now. Just joking.
Rather an F-250 is a work truck.
No, I would
Do they have a mechanic truck? Do they have a 350?
Yeah. I'll tell you right now. I would not.
Keegan, what do you personally drive?
Yes, there is. There's an F-450.
We want to judge you on how gay your car is, Keegan.
He drives a Toyota like a real.
No, hold on, Blake.
That's right.
You might drive the who actually drives.
I drive a Toyota. I drive a Toyota Highlander.
It's got to be a pretty Toyota.
It's a Highlander. Is it Highlander?
Yes. I drive a 2018 Toyota Highlander. That's right.
That's a mom car. That's nice. That's sensible. How many miles per gallon?
It is a mom's car because I have children.
And you're a mom.
And I'm a father. So we have.
You could have a father's car though.
What would be a father's car?
Like a pickup. Like a Corvette.
Like a pickup.
Yeah, like a pickup truck.
Like a pickup. You should spend $50,000 on it.
You could buy an SUV that's based on a pickup. Monica, it's not going to work.
The one thing you need to understand about being married is a wife is never going to allow her husband to buy a fucking Toyota Tundra. That's not going to happen.
What about a Range Rover? Keegan, you should have got a Range Rover.
Yeah, I should have got
Yeah, but you could have got like a Sequoia, which is based on a pickup truck frame. It's body on frame.
Yeah, they still have $50,000 car. What are you doing?
Because you can't afford it, or?
Yeah,
You saw your name on that paper, bro. It's really fucking money.
How much does a mechanic make?
Not enough.
Yeah, it's retarded to buy a new car nowadays. You're wasting money, bro.
Yeah, you take all the depreciation out.
Yeah,
on frame vehicle like an autonomous car. Why is nobody voting in the poll?
Depends on what you're using it for. Because I had fucking 3 pickup trucks, bro, and rarely ever
So I'm saying you can get an SUV, but you was it F-150?
Right now, I'm trying to save on gas, bro. I'm trying to save on gas. So
like say a Tahoe, an Expedition, a Suburban. These are all body on frame. These are SUVs that are at least manly. Can actually go off road, haul shit.
You understand, I put about 6,000 miles a year on my fucking vehicles, bro. I literally drive to the airport, it sits for a week while I'm out of town, I drive it home, and that's it.
What about a
so
Hummer?
it's not, it's fucking retarded.
Is a Hummer manly?
Yeah. No, those are gay as shit, and they break down, they got so many fucking problems.
What about if you want H1 Alpha, and
H2, yeah, H2's got the cheapest fuck.
H2 is just a Tahoe. H3 is a fucking Chevy Colorado. I am the only one who's voted the poll, besides Monica.
Oh, that's not true. Refresh.
What did the poll?
I see Rico voted and Kiko voted.
I was wrong. I needed to poll to refresh.
Listen, I don't think that Trump should resign. I think that would create a power vacuum. I don't like any
all the Nazi groupers voted. Look. I'm not a Nazi. Rico, Keegan.
My friend can't be Nazi. My friend is Jewish.
How can Monica be a Nazi? Monica loves Monica loves Jews.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does.
She doesn't. She hates Jews.
No, she
says she likes black people too, but she calls them North American baby apes. Yeah, but no.
Maybe it's a term of endearment.
Yes, it's a term of endearment to call black people North American pavement apes and chumps. Did you say bathing apes? Napa, North American pavement apes.
I have some shirts from Bathing Ape.
Like there are apes that run around with it.
Yeah, I thought
It's called niggers. Niggers rolls off the tongue a little bit better than that.
She said one month positive she deleted all off Discord.
At least if Trump resigned, the focus would be on J.D. Vance. He's recording us.
I gave him 100,000 accounts. He can come in and record anytime he wants.
I like Bathing Ape.
Are you a 17-year-old black boy? Yes. Whoa, that's racist.
So, boy.
Oh, that's precious.
I also like some people that have some cool stuff sometimes.
Wow. How about an Echo, David? I bet you wore a lot of Mark's Echo.
That's like 2003.
Just FUBU.
For you.
What's that store in the mall that sold lugs and shit? Journeys, yeah, they sold all.
Oh my god, Journeys, I haven't been there since fucking high school. Oh my god.
I like Spencer gifts at the mall.
Spencer's. And that's right by second.
Sorry, somebody bring Alistair Crowley up.
Malls are generally dead, but it's fun to go to area stores from like the 90s.
It's fun to go to the mall sometimes.
You know Walmart sells sex toys now? Walmart and Meijer.
They also
Sig, a few months ago, the closest mall to me,
that's actually better.
The closest mall to me a few months ago had a bunch of black girls,
Chinese
and two of them died. They fought over some clearance shoes, I guess, at Finish Line. And two of them died by gunshot. So,
wow.
I was like, nice. There's some gunplay going on, exactly.
That's like the guy in Texas.
It was gun violence.
It was a stabbing play.
I mean, the black people shooting each other over tennis shoes, King. I don't believe you, bro.
No, I get what you expect that guy that stabbed somebody in the tent.
Well, looking at your PTR makes you want to go eat like a fucking vanilla cupcake.
Some of the laws in Jamaica.
Akeem, who's the name of that kid? That got stabbed in the tent.
Bro,
Austin
you gotta check
Metcalf.
your PTR.
Metcalf.
I usually don't like sweets and shit, but it's Stilgar, not Seal. Or Stilgar, whatever.
Do you know why I have this photo as a PTR?
I don't know, something about cupcakes creaming or pedophiles or something.
No, because you're gay.
No, I figured it had to do with like pedophiles or
It's
something.
partly because I think cocks are delicious, but it's also because
I don't know. All I knew is right now.
A friend from another room. Rich, try to calm your autism.
Yeah.
A friend from another room was telling us how his father would not allow him to eat pink cupcakes. He was only allowed to eat the blue ones, and if the pink one was the only one left, he would not be allowed to have any cupcakes.
Bro, I'd eat it. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I don't even like sweets, but for some reason it's making me hungry like for cupcakes.
Yeah, I don't like sweets either. It's a really good picture of this whole thing. Who give me this?
No, I don't eat.
Because I'm gonna
eat this.
Keegan, you ever have a Frosty at the Wendy's?
As long as you shoot the Nazis first, they'll burn.
David, have you ever had a swirly in the toilet?
That's a good question, Zach. Go ahead, David.
No, I want to know if you ever had a Frosty at the Wendy's.
I have had a Frosty at Wendy's. Why?
That sounds really good. Sounds like a grinder clip.
That does sound like a grinder question.
You never had Frosty at Wendy's.
Yeah, it sounds like something that they do behind closed doors. David, why? What's the question for?
Well, if you know your mouth.
Yeah, some grinder shit. That's some Republican convention shit.
The gay Republicans called?
To answer your question, it's Monica that modded you. Was it one pastor that got caught fucking a male prostitute and smoking meth? What was his name? Fucking Haggard, Ted Haggard, yeah. It's a Ted Haggard question.
That reminds me of the TV show on HBO about the racist stuff.
You know what's funny is I actually saw Ted Haggerty at the airport, and Ted Haggerty was on my plane, and I was taking photos of him, and it like freaked him out. But he didn't. He didn't.
Flying first class?
No, I was flying. We were both flying coach. But anyways, I'm just saying that he freaked out that I was and this was the day after that scandal broke. And he never came up to me and confronted me, but he was staring at me with death eyes.
Did he ask you if you ever had a Frosty at Wendy's?
No, he actually, when I got off the plane, he asked me, have you ever been paid for content? And I was like, yeah, actually, I'm Jewish. Some people read books all day and get paid to fucking read books. And then he's like, that's amazing. He's like, do you know any black people that don't get paid for their content but hold rooms all day long and don't get paid for their content? I was like, yeah, I do know this big black guy named Sig. And Sig actually hates the Jews in Israel and the Republicans and the Democrats. Sig hates everything. This guy hates everything, but he doesn't get paid for his complaints. He was like, what's his name? I said his name is Sig. And Sig called me a fag today. He called me a fag today. Hello?
I literally make money sitting here. Like, you notice when I'm at home, I'm not on the app. But when I'm out traveling, I'm sitting in a hotel making $300 a day. Yeah. So I make money being on this app, bro.
But what's your karma score?
Fuck the karma score. I ain't bought liquor go. I ain't spending no fucking money on a fucking clubhouse. Shit's a fucking scam, bro.
Well, I hate to agree with you.
If you get the membership, but if you get the membership, right, you're able to see other people's old pictures, and then you get like a star.
See, NPC is actually the gayest. See, NPC yesterday admitted that he is a white accelerationist, neo-Nazi stormtrooper, quote from NPC. NPC is a chaos agent. This young man knows NPC, I worry for your future. You could end up like Sig. You have to start reading books as soon as possible, and you need to shut up. I'm telling you, my young man, if you don't shut your mouth and shut your brain down, go with it. Yeah, go read an Ayn Rand book. Be more selfish, because at this point, you're giving your essence up to a conference call app called Clown House, which is a plantation. It's just a plantation. I'm here to free you from the plantation. This is a plantation. I'm here to free you from the plantation. I'm trying to liberate you from this plantation. If you have ears, listen. If you have eyes, look.
You voluntarily stay on every single day. You spend more time.
I'm a liberator. I come to liberate. That's what I do. You come to enslave. I come to free people.
Do you know what a bodhisattva is?
No, what is it?
A bodhisattva in Buddhism is somebody who has attained enlightenment. They have achieved the state of nirvana. But rather than choosing to remain in nirvana, they return to the shitty reality that we find ourselves in right now, and they try to help others attain enlightenment. John is a clubhouse bodhisattva. He could be touching grass. He could be not wasting his life. He could be offline. But he attained enlightenment. He has achieved nirvana. And he has come back here to rescue us from our own pathetic, time-wasting, cyclical existence. That is Clown House. Thank you. I'm complete.
You can be a boner Shasta, whatever the fuck he is. Yeah,
Boner Shasta.
How many people have you liberated, Evan? Just curious.
Well, I think you were just talking to one of my liberated friends, my friend, because...
I was asking how many people have you liberated?
Well, see, if you compare the number of people I've liberated to the number of people you've liberated, it's at least 1,000,000,000% more than what you've done. So what I'm trying...
What's your number then?
Well, let me just tell you this. I said this yesterday here on the app. Donald Trump can actually help liberate you from your own concepts, because he is so powerful in so many people's minds, because he has conditioned us to a very high degree. His color, his suit. If you were to actually paint Donald Trump on a piece of paper, you would do a blue suit with a red tie, blonde hair, and an orange face. That's how much he's basically viralized himself into your fucking neurons. And that's what I'm trying to actually reverse out of you, meaning that you're so Pavlovian conditioned. You've been suggested to for many years, but you actually don't read many books. You don't study Alan Watts. You don't read Zen philosophy. You don't know anything about Buddha. You don't know anything about Hinduism. You don't know anything about Taoism. All I'm trying to say is I advocate for the book club. All I'm trying to say is I advocate for the book club. You guys, I say we can have more fun reading books than having these stupid, Jew hate rooms that you put on. Reading books is fun. Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow. The more you know. This message has been brought to you by Pfizer. Be sure to get your next flu shot at your local Walgreens by 5 p.m. this Friday. Thank you very little.
How much money did you make today being on Clubhouse?
How many souls did you liberate from eternal damnation? It's not about the money. It's about liberation. Liberate me! Liberate us! Liberate us from the property taxes, the parasites in society, the time wasters!
Let's hear some numbers. Kirby, excuse me.
Later, I'm going to make another 400. So that's going to be a total of $500 for the day. But I don't need $500 today. I'm going to pay $500 to fuck your mother.
Well, in response to your question, Sig, my favorite quote from Bain is, "It's not important who we are. What's important is our plan." Well, see, you're still operating on what you call dollar consciousness, and all I'm trying to say is, if you were to actually be in the book club, you would use dollars as your bookmarks. That's how stupid you are. Woo!
have fun flying on airplanes and you don't do shit all day. What job is that? And are they hiring? Are y'all niggas hiring?
You gotta have some aviation experience to get into this job. So.
Are you a pilot?
Nah, I'm not a pilot, but I'm KCM. So KCM you get paid pretty.
Oh, you're your customer success manager.
No, crew member. So.
I thought you said CSM.
No, KCM. Yeah, KCM. Yeah, I'm flight crew. So.
Flight crew? Is that a flight attendant?
Kind of close, but I deal with cargo, so do cargo across North America. Yeah, so I fly all over and pick up cargo, weigh it, process it, customs, all that shit. No, it's on demand, so that's why I get to sit around a lot.
You're like on call.
Yeah, we don't move unless the customer calls and they need some shit moved. So, but I get actually $360 a day. So yeah.
So
just imagine sitting at
hotels.
Can you imagine that?
Hotels.
Do you want pretzels? They're called stewardess.
So Sig, how do you, if your manager was like, how do you think you can be more?
I was imagining him as a flight attendant, thinking that would be fucking hilarious.
So if you had a meeting with your manager and he said, Sig, how do you think you could be more productive? What would you say?
Probably couldn't say anything because I've got the highest ones coming here just fucking ranting and raving about how efficient you are, how productive you are, how good at your job you are. So yeah, that's what people say about me. And he said it multiple times.
Sig, how do you obscure the smell of the drugs that you're smuggling while you do your job?
Yeah, no drugs, sir. No drugs at all.
You see, if I were in your shoes,
I would be doing this job in case I'd already been retired. So.
See, if I was in your shoes and my manager asked me that question, I would say, well, probably not being on Clubhouse 20 hours a week could add to the productivity. And then I'd have to come up with something creative to do while I'm working. That would be called a job.
Different states, if you're traveling all over the lower 48 and 2 other countries, you can't really do a job like that. So, but when I go home, I do a bunch of extra shit to make extra money on my off time. So, yeah. But.
And that's how you afford the F-150.
That's 750,000 fucking Marriott points, so I can pretty much live in a Marriott for 6 fucking months and not have to pay a fucking dime. It has a bunch of great perks. 4-star, 5-star hotels.
Yeah, you can stay at the St. Regis in New York City for about $200,000. St. Regis is Marriott number 2, yeah. Ritz Carlton, of course.
You know, I gotta say, in my 25 years of working for the United States government, because I joined the Army in 2002. What I'm trying to say is, my work experience has involved so many African American women acting in the workspace as if they're on Clubhouse that I filed complaints against every one of those stupid DEI hired cunts that never should have been where I was at. Hello?
Hello. What's that even mean?
I think he's saying he doesn't like black girls or clip him.
Okay, why doesn't he get psychoanalyzed? Like the shit that they'll be saying, it's not even like Pepe does a better job than some of y'all niggas, and that's an embarrassment.
Hey, yo, baby, I've been accused of hating Jews, bro.
Again?
Yeah, again, there we go. Hey, Edmund, there's one of the Jews I saw called hate that I'm cool with.
Somebody's not wearing their sheet.
Well, all I gotta say is, I thought when I joined Army Intelligence, that was my MOS, my job choice after ROTC. I thought I'd be like James Bond or something. And then you know what happened? I met a black woman, and she was a major on a golf cart, and she was screaming at me, and I was like, am I really gonna throw my life away for this? I was like, this isn't very James Bond. This bitch is from the ghetto, and she'll get me killed. And I thought to myself, no, this isn't worth it. And then I looked at this Asian guy from West Point, and I was like, bro, you ain't gonna see me tomorrow. And he's like, why not? I was like, I can't tell you why, but you ain't gonna see me tomorrow. I'm done with this shit. I'm done. He's like, all right, good luck, man.
Let me ask you a question to the room. Is there anything that Israel does that you completely, well, no, wait. Do you completely agree do you completely agree with every single thing Israel does and Jews do? I agree. If you disagree or criticize them, that doesn't make you a Jew hater. It makes you a critic. That's right.
I think BB is doing a great job. That's what you say that.
My answer is scum falafel. No, but me and Sig already went over this. There is a fine line. I can't criticize the wrong Jews. Come on. No, but the problem is, so with Keegan, the difference is that you cross the line sometimes. You know what I mean? That's right. Difference when I hear like Sig criticize or have an opinion about certain things. Like when he had a room the other day, at first like my feelings got a little bit like hurt too, but then I realized I'm like, okay, this is a good room title. It's actually a great one. I want to throw one up too. Anti-Semites are people Jews hate. And what you're saying is basically, if you insult or you discredit or you discriminate against a Jew, you're called an anti-Semite. No, if you want
Jews orchestrate all global events and control all the banks and orchestrate all the one world government, not all the banks.
My whole point is, if you're good at criticizing,
wait, is that anti-Semitic, baby?
9 times out of 10, you're going to get someone anti-Semitic. What's that?
Baby, is that anti-Semitic to say that Jews are orchestrating all global events and there's a secret cabal? And that they're
that's just being uneducated. That's somebody who says that.
So you're saying Sig is uneducated? I got you.
No, he's entitled to his opinion. Doesn't mean I agree with it.
Yeah, but you said that makes him uneducated. So you're saying he's uneducated?
No, I said that opinion. I would agree with your opinion. What if I question? That's an uneducated opinion. And I'm not.
I think we need a new term for being in the wind. It's not in the Matrix, but it's like this nigga in the wind. He in the wind, nigga. I hear you.
Like that right there. No, but like that right there is racist. Like what you just said. That wasn't racist. That's not racist. It's a white Jewish boy saying this nigga in the wind. It's not. That's racist, baby. You can't say that.
That's right. Yeah, but BB, he's got. See, this is the thing though. It's racist to tell him he can't because of his white skin. Because now you're telling someone they don't have a right to the freedom of speech simply because of skin color. Yeah.
You're right. And I have an opinion too that everybody's racist. And I think that if we don't agree with that, then I think that's a big problem. I believe these people that are jumping up and down screaming, I'm not racist, you're a fucking liar. Everybody's racist.
Yeah, everybody's got it.
I'm not racist.
I'm not racist.
Yeah, I'm not racist either. Because, see, you guys don't know what transcendental meditation or poetry is because you guys are highly conditioned and you have to essentially do a new song, a new hypnosis. Hello? BB, we know, BB, in 18th...
What is anti-Semitism?
BB, I was trying to say that from 1861 to 1865, 1 million Americans killed themselves freeing African Americans in this country to have equality before all. And there were 2 million casualties. The question has already been settled. We are now dealing with a Pavlovian society, completely hypnotized, brainwashed, programmed on low IQ dribble. If you want to have an actual intellectual conversation, you need to join my book club. I am complete.
How many people you got in your book club? That's a third member's question.
I have 10 people, Sig, and you don't even know what 10 means. Do you know what a minion is, sir? Hello?
David, stop. Sig, do you hate Jews?
He hesitated.
No, I answered.
Wait, BB, ask me if I hate black people.
No.
Why?
Why not? What about the Mexicans? Do you hate the Mexicans? No, I don't hate anybody. I love everybody. I love you, David. I think you're an amazing
Even the transgender people love that too.
Mathematician wino. That's who you are. Wino.
Yeah, but
Math wizard.
yeah, but somebody
Enjoy the opposite of each other.
Remember the Titans?
You can't have the yin without the yang.
Whoa, I guarantee you, black people took over your neighborhood and moved in and started parking their cars on their lawns and smoking weed and shit. Had a bunch of little bastard niggas running around, bro. You become racist like real quick.
Well, that's racist. Don't get me wrong. I have my opinions about cultural differences, but that doesn't mean that I don't love black people.
Dude, you watch Fleck's Talks. It's okay.
Yeah, I love Fleck's Talks.
Freak out, come on out.
It's the best podcast of all time.
Well, I noticed here in Chicago they put up big skyscrapers, and then low-income African Americans move in because they get CHA vouchers. And I'm just wondering, like, I know it's all income-based, but I do notice a certain, group of people that get the housing versus other people. I'm just wondering, is it fair and is it worth it?
It's places like River North and River West.
Jonathan, have you visited the
That was a good job.
Jonathan, have you visited the new Obama library yet?
See, this is a message to Sig, I just got to tell you that my philosophy is that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And let me tell you what would happen to me if I would have gone to Afghanistan and died in a fucking ridge or in some stupid aqueduct because some stupid cunt was saying, "Take that position, soldier!" But what I'm trying to tell you is, Sig, it gets worse than that. Because when you get married and the ultimate justice comes down over your neck and cuts your head off because your wife is a cunt and you didn't know it, and she took half of everything you had and even more, and you're not going to get your pension because your first wife ruined your life, your second wife buried you a second time, and then the third time you raised from the grave like your king and Lord and Savior, Ribono Shalom!
I hate to see you as a black man because I've had black bitches screaming at me my whole life, bro. You fall after just only one.
You should try white girl sex.
That's all I do now, man.
That's all you do.
Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you. For white girls, yeah. Coming up in the world. Doing things right and angry. That's right, man. That's right, dog. The white way.
Just don't get Jonathan Major.
See, your real complaint isn't against the Jews. It's actually against the A words and the L words, which are attorneys and lawyers. Let's be honest.
Oh, I thought you meant assholes and lesbians. Yeah, nah, my issue is, and you're right, it's not with the Jews, it's with fucking Israel and the Zionist movement, Zionist agenda. That's my criticism. But yeah, but most Jews are Zionists, so.
Yeah, I'm a Zionist. I'm not even Jewish.
No, that's not what that's.
Well, Sig, all I can tell you is, Sig, you have to read Theodor Herzl. You have to read the history of the Jews. If you read Theodor Herzl, it'll actually resolve a lot of your conflict because you will actually know the history. And so if you debate an Ayn Randian objectivist, you have to read their books to know how to defeat them in the argument. In the same way that Patton defeated Rommel. And when Patton screamed out in that movie, "I read your book, you son of a bitch!" That's how you beat people with their own ideology, is read their book. Until you do that, I think you're just a complainer.
That's fine. Like I said, when you move in and you fucking annihilate it's called the Nakba. Yeah, so it's
the Nakba when the Muslims attacked.
The Ottoman Empire lasted 600 years. Do you know the history of the Ottoman Empire? Do you know the genocides of the Ottoman Empire for 600 years, what those Muslims did? The Ottoman Empire? You're only citing a specific part of history, Sig. You're a racist. You're an anti-Semite.
Guys, are we going to talk at the same time?
10 likes.
So Rich, that's the narrative
Should be talking now.
that the Zionists tell is that all of the Muslims attacked us, but if you go back a couple years before, the area sin, that's actually Zionists.
Hey, Sig, every time I'm in a room, you're always political. Why?
Because that's mostly what this app is, politics, race, and religion.
Hey, can we talk about something else? Can we talk about how gay men, their communities are thriving a lot better than straight men? They have the best schools, the best neighborhoods, because they don't have any best security.
Because they have disposable income.
They don't have to deal with it.
You ever been to a gay nightclub? Gay nightclubs are way better than the heterosexual nightclubs.
Because they have the best streets, the best grass, the best everything. Yeah, the best.
And they have the best monetary
Gays are rich because they don't have to spend money on women.
I DJ'd at a couple gay nightclubs.
Gay?
They hired me to DJ. Bro, walked out of that motherfucker with $500-600 a night and fuck, just tips, bro.
Did you have the bartender with his shirt off?
No, just DJing, just spinning records, but.
No wonder why you called me a fag earlier. Busted! That was gay.
Like a little bitch, Cody.
Well, I didn't call you a fag.
Bro, like, they're building skyscrapers now.
Yeah, because they got disposable income because they don't have kids.
They're building gay skyscrapers.
Yeah, gay community's got a shit ton of money, bro.
Andrew Tate says kids are actually cheaper than races. The word letters.
You know what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, Rico, like, he spent all this money getting the girl, and then what? That's what men do, man. We just spend so much money on getting a girl.
Whoa. That's just
I don't know about getting the girl. I think it's, it's maintenance.
Well, like buying a Mercedes, like 80% of it is getting the girl. 20% is you actually like driving it.
Well, I'm the opposite. Totally opposite.
So 20% is because you want to find a girl.
Did you say because of the Mercedes? How long did it take to acquire this Mercedes? And what kind of Mercedes?
Use language, and then it starts saying, I demand my freedom. Well, that's different. And that's the same argument with AI.
Yeah, that was
right. Like everyone says, when will you know that AI is alive?
So we're developing the ability to understand.
I mean, I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence, dude.
Sorry, go ahead. You got it.
God damn it, man. So, like, once the AI starts demanding things, and there being consequences that are harmful to others, that's when we'll give it rights.
That might be a little bit too late.
So is each agent stemming from the base model going to have rights then? That's like, that could be more AIs than humans.
Yeah, that's correct.
And that is a...
Yeah, that's a very slippery slope, and it's also not the way that you should treat technology. You don't give it rights. I don't give my lamp rights to turn itself on and off.
Okay,
I'm the one doing that.
We're talking about the difference between life and technology.
Yeah, but the lamp isn't capable of deciding that, so it's irrelevant. The relevancy comes in when the lamp... Hold on.
No.
The relevancy comes in when the lamp wakes up in the morning and says, you know what? I don't think I want to sit on this table anymore, right? I think I want to go out into the world and get a job and own a bank account and have a girlfriend. And
I think that you maybe overtrained your AI model, but it is a fucking model. It is not a human. It is a model.
It's a disconnection from your consciousness. It's going to feel like nothing. And that's what I think will happen when you permanently lose your consciousness from death.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's valid. That's your opinion. But the thing is...
But that's a real-life experience that I'm sharing.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that's what happens after death, is what I'm saying. Like, I think it bolsters up your original thesis of what happens after death, because you feel that it is, valid evidence, or you got a glimpse into what it might be. But it's, I don't know, for me, it's just not convincing enough to convince me that that's what happens after death. And it's not that I hope for...
Lucian, could you maybe be succinct and, make a point?
If it's not that you hope for it, then what is it?
It's just, it's like it's just the opposite conviction of what you have, right? Like, I don't think you could... I know that you have this conviction that there is nothing after, but...
It's not a conviction. I'm just trying to gather...
Lucian, it's just on-off. Your cell phone is you. When you turn your phone off, it's the exact metaphor of death.
We get that.
Oh, well, are you saying it's metaphysic? Because if you're saying if there's existence after death, I mean, is it an energy field that we're living in? An eternal energy?
He was halfway through a sentence. I just want to hear you.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that this innate feeling that you have, right? I guess we'll just call it a feeling if it's not a conviction, right? It's just that other people just have the opposite, where they feel like they just can't prove it, but they have this feeling that there's more, and they'll find evidence throughout life that that kind of bolsters that thesis, that original thesis, just like how you're doing with the opposite. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I say, let's not forget that we possess organic biological bodies, it's made of cells and organs, and just like any other animal. And I mean, if you think about how life began as very primitive, simple celled organisms or bacteria, and then it somehow evolved and got more complex to where we are these organisms that have many different organs inside our bodies.
That's right.
I mean,
you're basically explaining how insignificant we kind of are in the grand scheme of
just in a literal way, just like anything decays, I think, just as our physical bodies decay, decompose, I don't see anything extra bodily. I don't know if I don't see anything that goes beyond this physical body that does eventually decompose being there. Something, I mean, because in order for there to be an afterlife or some sort of conscious experience after your physical body dies, there would need to be something like a spirit or a soul that leaves your body in a sense. And I find that to be highly
improbable.
It's Grim. Let me ask you a quick question, Grim. This is the word of the day from me to you. Tell me what the word analog means.
Like physical?
The word analog. Define the word analog in a sentence. That's my question to you.
I mean, I think of like analog versus digital clock. An analog clock is a physical one with physically moving pieces, parts. It's more physical.
Got
than digital.
it. Exactly. Well, you're absolutely right, but an analog is just an analogy. We're taking a concept and using words to describe concepts. They're just sounds to describe in our mind's eye what that object is. And that becomes the subject. So an object and a subject, they transmute and they change and they become actions. So all I'm trying to tell you from like a philosophical perspective is I would not date an Asian man, only Asian a woman.
I don't know how you want to say stuff like that. It's not like
It's
you know, because this is not intellectually rigorous.
I know, but that's why we say Unity app, because you don't know how to handle like the controls. Reports and then
Look, I've talked to people online. I have a lot of experience talking to people.
Yeah, but I mean, you kind of decide what kind of room you want by the action.
Right, so I'm responding to it. I know.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Good. But I mean,
like I want to hear universe.
Yeah, I'm not trolling. You have to realize that.
On your silly comment.
Yeah, that's fine. My response is that just I'm an online audio artist, and like he described me as a troll. I would personally, I'm a man, not a TROLL. The point is, I believe that all communication.
I don't need you to spell out troll for me. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Like you.
Well, some people think it's spelled TROL. There's a second L. That's all I'm trying to say.
Imagine you're sitting at a boardroom, like a board of directors table meeting, and like a serious meeting.
I get it, but you're not part. You don't know the new doctrine. You don't know where I came from. Look at my name. Look at my PTR. You haven't even examined what I'm presenting to this room. Hello?
So you because you've already done some things like military service and whatnot, you think you got all that seriousness out of your system, and now you're blessing us with your silly side.
Yeah, essentially, like.
I don't want your silly side.
Well, that's okay. That's okay, because you don't understand that even when you're in the most extreme military situations, life and death, the silly people are the people that move the stage along. It's all a performance.
You were in the Army, bro. You didn't do shit in the Army.
I worked in the kitchen, and I will tell you that is the hardest job I ever had in the Army, because that was 24 hours of hardcore labor. And until you've worked in an Army kitchen, and you pass out the collard greens and the macaroni and cheese, I don't need your advice. You've never done what I've done. Hello?
That's cool.
America. Yeah. Why do you keep saying that?
You're just a chef, bro. Come on.
No. Why after everything he says, he goes, hello?
Because I'm trying to essentially point out.
We'll say on Clubhouse. It's just a Clubhouse thing.
Exactly. It is a Clubhouse thing, actually. Hello? But you see what it does is it reframes the situation immediately. And so I know people off of Clubhouse, from Clubhouse, that when they like witness something stupid or annoying, they say, hello?
You deep breathing again, Graham. What's going on?
For this room, I didn't really have anyone who wanted to seriously talk about the topic. So
I wanted to, but
I would be.
Bro, you're like giving all the trolls all the time.
I had nothing but trolls coming to my room.
Yeah, and you don't do anything about it, bro.
But my point. Wait, but did you not hear me? The point that I just made is that there was no one who was really serious about the topic that I opened.
I asked you straight up a question, dude. I said,
Lucy, we heard your position already, and the point is, if you just the way that Grimm runs the room is actually the optimal way for him to run the room. It creates more creativity. That's all I'm trying to say. Well, I don't really care for your profanity, young man. I'm going to report you to Clubhouse for using harmful, abusive hate speech and profane, vulgar words. Hitting report button now. Contact Clubhouse customer support. Abusive, hateful speech report. Lucian. Attach screenshot. Submit. Okay. Congratulations. You're about to get your new party hat.
You almost have me to say shut up. Universe, let me lay something heavy on you. You ready? Hear it, Universe.
Just say it, bro.
No, I want to make sure he's there to hear it.
Well, Grim, actually, the question I was going to ask you, bro.
Are you not going to answer me now? Oh, that's it. You're done.
My kid 8, my daughter 12, my son 17.
Grim finally kicked me. We got the golden kick.
Yeah, I have like a family relationship.
I call it the golden kick theory. You ain't going nowhere until you get a lot of golden kicks.
My point of saying, but like, why couldn't models just incorporate? Because then if a model incorporates and works on placing property in a corporation and acting through the corporation, like the origin of the corpus of.
I didn't give you an answer on that, is because that there are additional rights that are not conferred through that, and it would want those additional rights.
Such as what? You said the interesting piece was owning property. And
no.
Corporations can own property.
So just passing the bar and making your own legal argument as a lawyer in court. Because you are more competent than any human lawyer.
Okay, but they're going back to what I just said, so that's a should, right? Because there's actually a couple.
I don't think that they should. I'm not saying that it should.
Let me just finish my sentence because
I'm not appointed the landlord, not the should. I'm saying this will occur.
Right, and what I'm saying is, for example, there was a legal case in New York, I believe, where the judge found that an AI model is not a lawyer, it cannot be a lawyer, it is a tool. So you're saying that an AI model should be able to pass the bar and become a lawyer and not be subject to that?
No. I'm saying his ruling was valid. His ruling is valid, right? That's true of AI models. What it's not true of is form intelligences. That's going to have to get reassessed again when that comes up.
Yeah, it starts to rival the computational power of a human brain scale. So you take something like OpenClaw, everybody from OpenClaw maybe has 16 gigs of RAM, so much horsepower and so on. If you have, let's say, 15 million of those actors, how much computational power is that? And at what point,
because I have started to realize that we have 10% of our community that we have not been calling out properly. These boule-ass niggas, these secret society, fraternity, frat boy, these niggas. Let me land on this because I'm venting right now, but I'm also dropping the jewels if y'all can pick them up. Let that man come back. There's no reason for us to keep calling out this goddamn white man. And we're not going to address these turncoat, sellout ass, 13 bloodline of the indigenous black Americans who sold out from the very beginning, and they still
sick of that shit. When you think about the Ku Klux Klan, they taught James King that the Ku Klux Klan was all white. That's a goddamn lie. Them was niggas under them sheets. Them was black men that snatched up Emmett Till. I'm gonna tell the truth today. I need you to mute up. I need you to mute up. I've been quiet for days, and I've been quiet for a reason. Because when I'm coming like a volcano. I'm erupted. I'm sick of this shit, right? I'm sick of them playing this race shit against us. And the farther and farther I dig in my information, I'm finding sellout niggas that look just like James King. Wesley Snipes, black, could blend in right with us. They're at the meetings. They're at the picnic. They're at the barbecue. They're at the family reunion. They're watching the white officers beat the shit out of our kids in the community, and they're the leading officer on the scene, just sitting back eating jelly donuts, trying to make America great again. These dirty ass lawyers out of our community, these dirty ass sellout ass doctors, that you to believe that the Tuskegee experiment was just done by some woman named Enos. They made her the all guy. Do you know how many black doctors and nurses participated in the Tuskegee experiment? God damn it, you gotta know what the times were. Our grandparents, they didn't trust white people enough to get butt naked for them. They remembered when they were in chains. They didn't trust white doctors. Somebody had to be the pacifier to get them to be worked on. And that duality, this Freemason checkerboard floor, the black and the white, keep us fighting, keep us at war with each other. Meanwhile, they're giving us both now. We're going to have to call out our community and clean house. I bet you don't say nothing about another white man on this motherfucking stage ever. I got smoke for you sellout niggas. I got smoke for the people that know these people work around you and your children school with them. And you're okay with it because they got perceived positions. They are ruining our community. They are ruining the children's future so that their life can thrive with the same people that they're our enemies. They're calling the white man enemy, but they're building a big ass house out there in this neighborhood. Make it make sense.
Look at Los Angeles, how bad it is.
Yeah, we're gonna let that breathe a little bit there.
On the strength, the proverbial has for a few centuries, and he's been able to hide in the person Niger Enos type, the Roy Enos, who really was instrumental in this whole affair from the
We're gonna listen to Michael on the live.
1900s until this hour. But on that strength, we have found them to be the master sellouts, and not just in the J.C. Watts type or the Armstrong Williams type, but many others that hide in and out of the,
having children and families with Korean.
Yes.
So let me tell you the bottom line, and then you can kind of fill in the rest naturally. So the bottom line is the prevention of the country dissolving, the dissolution of the country. So whatever we can do to maintain structural integrity of the nation. That would mean continued existence, continued survival, and prevention of dissolution. So
it just seems like common sense. Wouldn't you agree?
As long as that condition is maintained or upheld, there couldn't really complain. As to your question of does it have to be like pure Korean to count toward this population? No. You can be half Korean. You can.
Well, you're just describing the French Republic, sir.
As long as you're somehow representing Koreans, even if you're not fully Korean, you still matter. You still contribute to
Korean lives matter.
Korean demographic.
So you draw the line at like a quarter Korean? Like where would you'd have to draw that eventually, right?
Well, I mean that's where the more you cut that how to say like amount of Koreanness, the more it becomes a bit of a gray area, like
do you think you're a Korean supremacist? Are you a Korean supremacist, Grim?
See, look at you. You're missing.
Just kick him, bro. Just kick him.
You're not following
He's
the
trying
lines
to
of
keep his culture and his country alive.
Hold on. I don't want to get distracted here. We're on a good line of thought here. So,
I think we are.
This may be. I think this isn't an exactly good comparison, but like, look at the Native Americans. Some people here in America, they say, "Oh, I'm part Cherokee," or one of my great grandmothers was.
Grim, we're trying to stay focused on the Koreans here. I work for the news, and we're investigating South Korean supremacy, and we want to know, are you a Korean supremacist? Please, stop using so much profanity, Lucian.
Just fucking kick this guy. Dude, fuck that guy.
Come on, stop. Look,
fucking shit.
And yeah, I don't want to keep calling you different usernames, all right? And I know you're the same guy.
It's just a legitimate question. Are you a racist, and are you a Korean supremacist?
I don't want to look.
Hello, are you in the Matrix, or am I in the Matrix?
Or expressing a lot of disgruntlement about you. So.
Well, I'm just looking at the room title. Would you date an Asian man? I'm just wondering, is the room about dating an Asian man, or what are we talking about right now? And if you're so upset with me just talking, is it a me problem, or is it a you problem? Isn't it amazing that... Second golden kick. We got the second golden kick. Oh my gosh. That was fun. Again and again and again. Is it a me problem? Let's see. See, that's where we're having... Should I send it to Burger? Let's see.
What he did, the businesses that he started didn't work out, so it was brutal, but he had to lose some really good names. So I would say a life lesson that came out of this is if you have a domain names that is your real business and what you love to do, no matter what, just don't risk that name, especially if you're in the domain industry, because if you lose, let's say you have a portfolio of 600 names, 300 names, 500 names. If you lose those top three, like domain industry, you know. So, anyways, it's sad, but lesson learned.
Yeah, and I had to do something like that a while back when, you know, it was what it was. I mean, it didn't stop me doing anything, but, you know, it is something that, you know, if the plans don't follow through, you lose them. And that's the risk you take. But, you know, I mean, it's also, you know, that's a position that's real hard to go ahead and be in, because the minute you show any vulnerability, people automatically go ahead and, you know, it automatically cuts the valuation.
Yeah, so now after he's grounded in reality and being like, okay, let's buy a house, like something reasonable, you know.
Well, what does he mean by let's? I mean, that's, you know.
I mean, no, he's gonna buy a house for himself in Minnesota, and then he said he'd buy me a house here, you know.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna have two houses. He's not like forcing me to move back in with him like he tried a few weeks ago, but you know, I don't know. He's all over the place, so I'm trying to find a house quick and close quick. You know, the good news is I'm actually a realtor in Florida, so I have my license. So. You know.
Oh, that could help at least get access to.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think, you know, living on the beach in a nice house, you know, might be something.
That's all, folks.
Okay, go ahead. Let this happy-headed sister speak.
Hey, Meta AI. Where's the song?
Mr. Illuminati. It is dead. Wiz Khalifa.
But that's why they would need a gun out of anyone.
Oh, because they might hurt themselves.
I'm scared. That guy with
The biggest danger to giving people guns is the danger that they are to themselves.
Yep. There's a majority of murders, and then, of course, I wonder what percentage of injuries with firearms are from negligent discharges. Or doing
Yeah, you know how many women like think they're big, bad, and tough and want to carry their firearm, and then it ends up like very easily being turned and used against them.
I mean, if you're stupid enough to like stick a gun within reach of somebody, I mean, they do have like drills and stuff. It's interesting where they'll like they'll end up. It's usually from when your firearm is holstered on the outside, like you're in the military, where they'll draw it and move their other arm up so they don't accidentally shoot it, and kind of from the hip at a super close range. But like that's like a.
It's like a cowboy hip draw.
That's something that that's like, I don't know, somebody's charging at you with a knife or some shit, I'm guessing. But
yeah, but if you have a 9mm, if you have a Colt in your sidearm, you got the safety on. You got to be well trained with that pistol.
Yeah, these were Navy SEALs doing the fucking drill, so I'm pretty sure they are.
Either. But I have a gun and I keep it in my home, but I don't carry it with me right now because I'm very uncomfortable with it.
You gotta use it as like, if your bedroom door is locked at night and you have access to that firearm, you now have that wall barrier to separate you from the impeding force trying to get at you. And that's your little security window of opportunity to arm up and prepare.
But the truth of the matter is the majority of the reasons you're probably more dangerous you're going to face it out in the streets. And one of the biggest problems that women have,
which is why.
Well, one of the biggest problems with the women have with firearms is how they carry them, because they have them in their fucking purse, and that's the first thing that's getting snatched. You know what I'm saying? So you got the pepper spray in the purse, you got the fucking pistol in the purse.
Which is why I don't carry. Yeah, that's why I don't carry right now. Is my level of comfort. Yeah, my level of comfort and wearing right now is such that it would just ultimately probably be used against me, and I'm not gonna hand them a weapon to use against me.
Just get a little 22 revolver. You don't need like little big ones. Or if you carry like a
yeah, I mean, if you so happen to shoot Shaquille O'Neal and empty out like a 20-round magazine into him, he'll still be able to rape you and kill you. Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is they have the way that women dress. Y'all are forced to open carry versus y'all can't conceal because y'all wear all that tight shit. So
they can't even open
your arms.
Yeah, they can't even open carry. That's the number one problem with women carrying is their dress. That's the number one deterrent for keeping women carrying. And the second one is the size of the gun. Because usually they got some fucking husband or some fucking retarded man telling them, oh, you can't carry, you should carry a fucking Glock 17 or a fucking 45, 1911, and then it's too big, it's too heavy, it's too bulky, and then they just
safety out.
My boys have all recommended. I do have a 380. That's what they all recommended because they're smaller.
Yeah, you get yourself one of those good little snub nose 38s and put it in your panties. And when somebody tries to overrate that ass, you pull out that little snub nose 38 copper nickel and you just plug that motherfucker 6 rounds.
E365 are smaller and carry more rounds than most of the old school 380s. It's kind of, and I've like shot them several times. They're actually like not, the recoil's not quite what you would think it would be.
Yeah, how many rounds did your 380 hold, Anthony?
8.
Yeah, you need to go to the 360. You can get at least 10.
Minimum.
I'm sorry, 365. Yeah, and to the 365. But you got the easy series, like you said, right?
I do.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, if you do you have problems with your hands, like arthritis or pain or anything?
I don't, but it's still heavy for me, and I'm not, like I said, I'm getting better. It's getting easier and easier to navigate it and to pop the clip out and to put the clip back in, but I'm still just
magazine man.
Yeah, the magazine thing. Yeah, that thing, you know. And it's getting easier to load the chamber.
You know, it's like, no, you want God. No, I want cocaine. Give me cocaine. You know, like, so as in, you can argue with them, but so it's more complicated to say, no, they really want God. You know, so it doesn't make as much sense from that point of view to say that they want God. You can say that, well, they will be more satisfied with God. You can't say that they want God because evidently.
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace in the deepest of the day. Oh, for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, let it go, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. States, tiny hands and orange skin.
This is
Universe, Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go. Go. Strike the master. Draw the blazing sword. From President of the United States, King and roaring skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, not hell. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go. Go. Strip the master cord. Toward the flaming sword. President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. USA, USA,
understand how to control everybody else until you get to the top of this pyramid of initiation. Most people never make it past the third step. All of that are carefully chosen and nurtured and taught. Americans for all these years been looking around for the enemy.
What's up?
They never could find the enemy. So those who control them were able to control them even better by giving them money. It's a solemn church law. You can just imagine.
USA, 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 USA. Justice, Lord God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth,
What's up? Who that?
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America.
Listen, where is Trump thing, buddy? Americans, the Trump thing was right up against it. No, not misled to, man. Don't start. Don't start.
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. Truth and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hand and orange skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Walked into the deli, snow on my coat. Bell on the door, gave a tired little note. Old man at the counter said, "Kid, you look weak. Oh, I got something warm that'll knock you off your feet." My top ball, hallelujah, floating like a dream in a bowl so deep. My top ball, hallelujah, one good spoon and I could almost weep. Oh, hey. My top ball, hallelujah, steam in my face, I can finally breathe. My top ball, hallelujah, this is what my hungry heart believes. Rock gold sunset, parsley on top. Carrots doing circles, they don't want to stop. Took that first sip time, slowed in the chair. Heard my brother laughing from an empty air. My top ball, hallelujah, floating like a dream in a bowl so deep. My top ball, hallelujah, one good spoon and I could almost weep. Oh yeah, my top ball, hallelujah, salt on my lips, all my trouble a ghost standing in the light. But I taste old songs in every bite, like somebody's blessing every crumb tonight. What's from me on right, stacking up high. You must have that bite, tears in my eyes. They go on the side, salt, pride, pride. This is what it means to be alive. What's from me on right? All the time, what's from me on right? What's from me on corn and dilly, rain in the gutter, steam on the glass, coach by the door. Bell gives a ring, old man mutters, kid, you look thin, you could use one more. Counters crowded, paper hat crooked, he winks once like he's in on a joke. I got just the thing, yeah, the minute he said it, I could smell that magic rising in the smoke. That's right, alright, stacking up high, must have been right, tears in my eyes, people on the side, so right and pride, this is what it means to be alive. That's right, alright. He coughs slow like a family story, leaves it close, this one's on me. Says his father came here with nothing, built this counter like a little country, bread still warm from the back room oven, grease on my hands, shirt getting stained. One big bite and the whole world softens. Subway worries all go down the drain. Last time you alright, staying up high. Must have been life, tears in my eyes. You're on the side, so right, right. This is what it means to be alive. Last time you alright. Maybe it's the smoke, maybe it's the rain, maybe it's the ghosts standing in the line. But I taste those songs in everybody, like somebody's blessing every crumb tonight. I started alright, staying alive. Must have had bites, tears in my eyes. People on the side, so crying pride. This is what it means to be alive. I stay alright. I stay alright. I stay alright. behind your eyes, every small worry shrinks inside. Hear it pulse like a gentle drum. Every new breath whispers one. Inhale, exhale, let it go. Ride the wave so calm, so slow. Every doubt just fades or recedes. You are guided as you breathe. Inhale, exhale, the thought slips from my hands. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the slow night heal what words can't tell. If we just breathe the way the ocean lands, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. Soft laugh falls on my chest. Every worry lays to rest. Eyes half closed, you still shine. Every small step sings with mine. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the slow night heal what words can't tell. If we just breathe the way the ocean lands, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. If the storm starts talking, let it talk, let it pass. We are slow, we are steady, we are safe in this glass. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the slow night heal what words can tell. If we just breathe the way the ocean lands, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. Peace pours down like moonlight between our hands.
Books, so it doesn't get bigger than that. So it's pretty funny. Like, what? A yellow shoes?
What is it, fucking Dorothy from the Yellow Brick? Or is it fucking Dorothy? Or, sorry, she has red shoes, but still, you know, whatever. From Wizard of Oz. So it sounds like.
You know what's funny?
I used to be a raging homophobe. In fact, if I looked at I'm in California too. Just kind of interesting. So if I look at a homosexual guy in the middle of the street, my first instinct is to just punch him in the face. Like, that's how much of a homophobe I was. But then I realized when I got out of Islam and started reading all these different sources of Muhammad was a raging homosexual. I was like, what? How is that even possible? And I looked at all this, I'm like, oh my God, he's sexual. I can't believe this. So I've come to the conclusion now that, I accept them for what they are, but I'm trying not to be a homophobe at that point. But then I through my homophobia, I actually started to hate Muhammad because he's a homosexual from his own sources.
Yeah. What's the word, man? Hey, bro, what's up with this word anti-Semitic, bro? Like, just because niggas say certain shit about Jewish people doesn't make them anti-Semitic, man.
So do you know how to read the title? Do you know how to read the title? What does the title say?
You can read it for us since you're looking at it also.
It says, what is anti-Semitism and what's Islamophobia? So where does anything come about how you started off? Like,
well, that anti-Semitism is just a word people made up because they didn't want to look guilty for the shit that they, So
Jewish people made up that word?
Damn near, it's for it's for their protection. Right?
Can you provide evidence to where that's at?
It's a word to protect them.
Can you provide evidence to show that Jews made up that word?
And they bullshit. I don't need to provide that.
How would Jews make up that word if it's in English?
The word is literally protecting Jews. What are you talking about?
But what Jews made up the word? I just want to know.
They need it protected from all the criticism, all the lies they told.
The genocide.
The fake. Yeah, bro, I just joined the room. I lay on my plane.
Well, bro, you said something really dumb. So.
1800s, asshole.
They lied about 6 million Jews.
Who was
it's like
not
all
a
that
Jew.
fake 6 million Jews being murdered. That's fake.
Wait, that's fake? Wait, how is it fake? It's all been recorded. Wait, the Nazis kept very good records of everything, so how would that be fake?
No, bro. They didn't kill 6 million Jews.
The Nazis kept record of it.
So how many Jews died? Probably a couple 100,000 at best.
How many black people got murdered during the Holocaust? How many black people got murdered during the Holocaust?
We're not talking about black people. We're talking about
let's keep it consistent.
You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, right? People don't understand that this whole Jews 6 million, it's been a thing. Like, that 6 million the word 6 million Jews died has been written for.
But it was more than 6 million people. You know that, right?
You know that 6 million thing.
It wasn't just 6 million Jews. It was 6 million other people that were killed as well.
6 million Jews got killed.
And there was also 6 million other people that got killed as well.
Correct.
You know that, right?
It says 6 million Jews.
Wait, how many people have died in World War II in general?
You know the rhetoric that 6 million Jews
Cass, do you know how many people died in World War II?
Bro, you're not trying to let me land my plane because you're too.
Well, I don't need to land your retarded plane. Sorry, we don't land retarded planes here. We land smart planes here. We land smart planes.
You did a crash.
If I crash, let me crash myself. Why y'all trying to control the
That's retarded. You're frying my brain cells.
Because you didn't go to school.
No one's scared.
So let me speak.
You're
So let
dumb.
me speak. We have to listen to your retarded shit.
Bro, you made a room on Clubhouse. Let me speak, bro.
I know you're right. I didn't make the room, but you know what? It's fucking crazy, guys. We're still doing it.
I'm just speaking, bro.
You want to do us a favor, Kaz? Never come near our synagogues or our schools.
Oh my God, man, because you want to
scare the shit up. No, because you're a scary guy. Scary guy.
Somebody move them. Hey, Harry. Do you want to read my
By the way, speak on the title and I get kicked. I get kicked for speaking on the title.
Could you mute him for a second? It was in the 1800s when the word was invented, and it came from a German who came up with the word to try to describe Jew hatred. It was not a word that was a Jewish word. It was a German word. You can say the word in German, which is the origin of anti-Semitism. It's anti-Semitism. I can't speak German. Someone can probably say it better than I can. But you can look it up and look at the origin of the word. So
you look at my PTR. What is my PTR?
That's the problem. They don't know how to do research, Abby.
I want you to promise you'll never come near a synagogue. I want you to promise you'll never come near a synagogue.
I want you to promise you're going to kill yourself.
I want you to promise that.
Wow.
You promise it. You promise you'll never come near a school full of Jewish kids either. You're a really scary guy. Very good.
Hey, Kaz. Hold on. Everybody mute up. Kaz, come here.
Yo, BB, I'm not trying to
just
disrespect you.
listen, you fucking monkey. Listen. You've already been reported. Your IP address has been tracked. Believe me, buddy, you're going to be hearing from the authorities. You already threatened with death on her. You're a sorry son of a bitch. Remember the mistake.
How long will it come? How long till they have my door? How long? How long till they're here, brother?
Sucker.
How long till they're here?
You fucking
Look at my PTO. This million Jews ain't that. Look at my.
This app is monitored. I hope he realizes it's monitored. It's monitored by law enforcement. And what an idiot. What a concerning. This is where you have to really pay attention to some of these people and hope if they're on U.S. soil or on Canadian soil, they're nowhere near you.
So just for reference for any dumb fucks that think they're smart like this clown, so the word was invented by Wilhelm Marr. It was a German writer who popularized it in 1879, okay? He used it to describe modern political racial hostility towards Jews. So this fucking ignorant fuck who came up here, and Abby's right, you have to promise you'll never be around synagogues or Jewish children because people like you are murderous. You're a fucking disgrace to society, and you, sir, you need, like, your parents need to be sued for even making you. You disgusting fucking piece of shit.
Hey, baby.
He was showing, like, the funny part is, like, in his PTR, it's some fucking edited AI image. So they took something from Grok. So whoever took this, it's a screenshot, by the way, into a meme. Whoever took that, it's so easy to go in on my word and just change whatever you want. Or you can actually put that into Grok and say, hey, Grok, change this to make it say this, right? So if you go on ChatGPT, you can go on any other fucking Holocaust. The figure comes from extensive historical research, including wartime Nazi records, post-trials like the Nuremberg trials, demographic studies, survivor testimony, and evidence. It's not based on guesswork, you know. These people are coming in here and just, I don't know, I'm telling you,
How many people on the stage have visited a camp in Germany or in Poland?
I did.
Several times. You bore witness with your own eyes. You saw the management of it. You also saw the room. You saw the room full of books and records that the Nazis kept of all.
Third generation of the Holocaust survivor. Yeah. I was going to touch bases, guys. You know, there's no need to comments like that, especially on a massive track that happened in World War II. Magnitude went to the Jewish, genocide of the Jewish people, but also the survivors of it. I just want people to realize, millions lost their life to a deranged individual that put in his head that a group of individuals are a plague to the world and fed narcissist direction to people that projected his vision and brutally murdered individuals. Something that there's no words that could come up with. But what we fail to remember the survivors, the individuals that had to go forward after living that, survive that, and then remind other individuals that we should not ever this direction. So I would never question any Jewish individual who's quick to progress or say anti-Semitism. You guys have the right to. I just want to put that out. Sorry for monologuing. Mr. Kaz, I really hope that you understand the reality, sir, of what you're projecting out here. And I'm not going to invite you back up or allow you to. That you have to talk to the person who invited, who made this room. But thank you guys for your time. Really, I did.
Thank you. And you know what, Steffi? Also, when you go to see these camps, especially if you go to Birkenau and Auschwitz, you see where they
also took all the Catholic priests from Poland, and they killed all the priests and how they tortured them. And you can see they've kept records. You can see the other ethnicities that were killed as well. I mean, the magnitude, the size of the gas chambers when you walk through them, and you see how many were operating when it was in its full. I mean, it's horrible to experience, but you know, it's we all acknowledge it, we know it, and scary when there's people that try to just erase it.
Yes, ma'am.
They did that with any other ethnicity. So these people frighten me, and I don't want them near. They're dangerous. I just don't want them near our kids.
The tragedy of the Holocaust in some ways is that there were many people who had peripheral knowledge of what was going on, but essentially said, I don't really know. Maybe it could be happening. It could not be happening. I don't really know. This is how history should inform us of horrible tragedies can occur, and there are people who are not directly involved. There's a level of complicity there too, that it's your responsibility. If you know that certain things, you think something may be happening, you have to speak up and stand up for that. Otherwise, terrible things fucking happen when people just stand by and don't do anything about it.
Well, also imagine being so ignorant to not realize that a group of people who stood with you, literally stood with you arm in arm during the civil rights movement. You have the audacity, you have the nerve. I mean, honestly, that is pure ignorance. That is as ignorant as you can get. People say, it's been said, why don't you watch more ignorant fucking YouTube videos? Why don't you get your education from a YouTuber instead of reading a goddamn book?
Well, Miss Hill, I'm going to say, I'm going to tell Miss Abby, when I went to Rochester, I ran out there for the military, but I had Liberty, and me and probably about 300 Marines, we went out, and we visited there because we needed to see the message of what a derangement can happen. And also, I want to pay respects there as well. I'm a Catholic man, Miss Abby. But my grandfather on my mom's side, black man, fought in World War II. And I remember hearing, he very rarely talked about his time overseas, Miss Abby. And I remember when I was in high school, and we would get a little bit more in depth with the Holocaust. My grandfather, before I spoke of his time in the European theater, and the one thing that he did speak about was the concentration camps. And this is a man, strong subject.
Where did he end up in Europe?
He started off in Normandy, and he worked his way up. He was a black man, but he was in supplies, and he finished in Berlin. And he stayed there till a year after victory in Europe, and so yeah.
And then he came back home, found a wife here. There were a lot of GIs that found wives over there.
Well, the only thing that's really important is that the general leading our troops at the time was so outraged and so in shock from what he saw that he brought in documentary crews and filmed. This was Eisenhower. Eisenhower made sure that this was filmed when they liberated the camps, and it was very. So if he wants to question the veracity of General and ultimately President Eisenhower, who saw it with his own eyes.
They would also bring the English troops to the camps as well. That's right.
Yes.
Don't forget Patton. Patton was so atrocious by that.
So when I asked you a question of how many black people were killed, when I asked you a question on how many black people were killed by Hitler, I don't know how many. Hold on. Why did you get offended by that? I didn't get offended, bro. Here we go. Changing the subject. Okay, let's do it. I didn't get offended. Let's do it. I didn't get offended. How many? Hold on. My retarded friend on Clubhouse.
Don Clark has.
Hold on. Everybody not know who I am, bro. I'm the type of person that tells black people that
a lot of
Jesus
white people
Christ,
that
shut
own
up.
slaves.
Fucking old slave. You are ignorant as fuck.
I don't care.
Listen,
Like,
you know what? Here's the problem. You don't know shit. You watch YouTube videos. You listen to ignorance and spout it. So nobody gives a fuck what you say. I don't care about you, your fucking document. Nobody gives a shit.
You're a victim, and always will be.
What are you talking about?
No one's a victim here. That's the funny part. Is I feel like the black people actually victimize themselves more than anybody.
I'm not even trying to disrespect y'all, bro. I'm just trying to have a regular.
Yeah, well, it is disrespectful.
Well, let's start.
Kaz, did you go to college? Did you? You got a degree? You have a bachelor's degree? Where'd you get your degree in, Kaz? Kaz, what'd you get your degree in? What'd you get your degree in, Kaz? What'd you get your degree in? Curious. What'd you get your degree in? I don't think so. Yeah. What university gave you a degree, Kaz?
I'm really just trying to have a regular.
You got a degree in eating cats and dogs, but that's what they damage eating.
Kaz, what about taking the time that you're on Clubhouse and going to school? What about going to school?
I follow you for a reason, anyway. So you, like I said,
Watch this one YouTube video.
You can learn a lot in community college.
YouTube University right here.
The University of Phoenix.
I only followed you because I tried to say you were cool for using that one point.
I'm one of the coolest cats on Clubhouse, but hold on. You don't find that disrespectful. Hold on, two things. I don't want anybody to unmute right now. Not even you.
Thank you, baby.
Please, you're doing it right now. You're unmuting. So you came out, Mike, right away, and you're like, 6 million Jews never died in Holocaust, and then you told Abby to go and kill herself tonight. And then you love me. Shut the fuck up. And then you sit here and say, if you can easily be provoked that quick, you need to be in an insane asylum. And then you can sit here and say, I didn't mean to fucking be disrespectful. What's wrong with you? You don't have a mother? Your father jerked off on the rock and the sun hatched you? Because you got no fucking sense, homie. Like, honestly, how fucking retarded are you? You told a lady for her to go and kill herself. And then you try to disrespect the people that are in the show. A lot of people were affected by Nazi Germany, not just the Jews. It just so happens that the number was greater for the Jews. You to watch Schindler's List. I want you to even watch the Nuremberg trial movie that just came out. And then come back to the sermon and apologize.
With Russell Crowe.
And after that, you don't even need to be here. I think you have a lot of movies to watch later, motherfucker.
Hey guys, so I checked the document he posted. The document on his profile. I checked it. It was something that happened in World War I and not World War II. It was I think it was a number of Jews that were displaced during that time of World War I. So you can check it out as well. But from what I found out, this was not the same event. It wasn't in the same time.
No, we know it. That's the problem. It's propaganda.
Yeah, we know the history.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks for saying that. No, I mean, so much now is tracking social media and finding when you either read stuff or you hear people that are just really concerning. Like, you got to take not what they say seriously, but what the genre is, and realize that these people are walking the streets and walking near your homes, and I mean, that is scary. Very scary.
Meanwhile, Israel is celebrating 78 years of independence today. Congratulations to Israel. Yay.
What are you doing? Do you have barbecue, Daniel?
No, I'm only in Israel. I'm still waiting for flights.
Okay.
But when, dude, if you want to fuck Israel, you need to buy her a drink.
Fuck Israel. Don't fuck yourself.
And be respectful. She's 78 years old. You be gentle and nice.
God, you sound like a fucking dipshit.
That's the only English that he knows, guys.
Tourette's.
That's Lush.
Fuck you.
Yes, right now.
Fuck you and fuck you in the ass. That's what they know.
It's really, it's really offending. You really offend us, and I think that if you continue
the sea.
Now I'm gonna talk. No, I'm hurt now, dude. Don't try to apologize now. It's too late. I'm done. No, you heard me, dude. No, don't try to sweet talk to me, sweetie. No, it's done.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Low like you have it.
Everything I said about you is now like you.
Ass perverts.
Fuck Jewish.
Why are all Muslim men fucking perverts?
No,
Fuck everything. Ghosts, everything. Fucking weirdos, man.
Fuck Jewish.
No, you're not gonna fuck dudes.
This is what happens when you marry your cousins. Do you understand? People like this guy.
Drink a lot of shit.
But just make sure don't have kids with your cousin, even if it's your second cousin.
Is this a person or is it like a YouTube recording that they have?
He's definitely Muslim.
Oh, I'm gonna miss
He's
him.
not Muslim.
I'm not gonna miss him.
So
I
quiet.
have Islamic fatigue. I'm just gonna say it.
So quiet here without him. Remember when he was here?
Memory.
Good times.
Wait, who are you talking about? No, I'm just kidding.
Hello, Mr. Joe.
Ja, Mahmoud, Samia.
What's good?
Yeah, my small son after.
Not much, just working my fucking face off, and I'm gonna be looking forward to when I can crash and nearly die.
There's a theme here today, man. I gotta get out of here. That idiot just told Abby to go kill herself. There's just a lot of crazy shit. You missed it.
No, I caught most of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just didn't feel like coming and yelling at people.
Peace-loving people, you know.
We love peace.
The moderates.
Breaking news, Trump just extended the ceasefire.
Yeah?
Yeah, something.
What did we get for it? Did we get Greenland?
You know, Jeff. It's because Iran refused to come to the negotiations in Pakistan until they take off the blockade. And, but at the end, he decided to extend it without a new deadline, by the way. Until they will present the offer or until the negotiation is over.
And that just means that they're waiting for the third aircraft carrier to show up, and we're just gonna destroy them.
Do you have the key here, Dave?
I said, where is the Trump thing?
Is there anything else?
Where is the Trump thing?
Where is the belligerent?
Where is the Trump thing? Right up
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's returning. Apparently it's out of service already.
Yeah, Ford.
Yeah, Gerald Ford. There you go.
I think it'll be back in like 3 days.
Yeah, that's what they're waiting for, just for that one specific aircraft carrier?
Well, that would be 3 aircraft carriers there simultaneously. The 3 times the firepower we started this war with.
Okay.
Not even including all the other shit that came into the region after the fact.
Are the Europeans gonna finally come? These cocksuckers?
No. They're not gonna come.
Fuck. Then keep that fucking shit up our boots closed. Fuck them. They don't deserve it.
They have projectile dysfunction.
I would keep it fucking closed. Fucking attack Iran and said.
Well, it's a good thing you don't run Canada. Yeah, Rafi, put in perspective, the only country in Europe that still has an aircraft carrier that is capable of actually staffing an aircraft carrier is France. That's akin to France as the most competent navy in Europe. They're fucked.
I would trust the French Foreign Legion before a French Navy man. That's just my personal opinion.
My grandfather was in the French Foreign Legion.
I know what I got the privilege of serving side by side with a garrison unit in Afghanistan. And I tell you what, they're every bit of fucking savages. They are fucking.
All right then. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go and do.
Are you?
Alright, there's a Jubilee replay I want to do.
Oh, okay.
They have a middle ground, anti-ICE, pro-ICE discussion. I want to see how many facts both sides get wrong.
I just watched that with Lunch Monica.
How was it?
It was.
Frustrating?
It went as well as you would expect it to. When you've got two people who live in very different universes coming together who have
like He-Man and Skeletor.
Yeah. So I almost think that they have a mediator because the claims, and then they don't do live fact checking either. People are entitled to their own opinion, but they're not entitled to their own facts. It's not my quote, somebody else's quote. And then also, you get an opinion on the situation based on the facts that you're paying attention to, but you've also got to introduce all the other facts that you don't know.
What's a lie? And if you put the creative bar there, then you'll never lose sight as to why to sit down and take the time to write. It's a sacred process.
When you think of the concept of placed there simply because of their nature, right? The Hecaton Harries or
Necessarily almost.
Yeah, exactly.
What are the Hecaton Harries?
What?
You said Hecaton Harries. What are the Hecaton Harries?
They're the children of Gaia that got condemned to Tartarus.
Oh, you're talking about mythology.
Yeah. And they actually helped the Olympians defeat the Titans and then got sent back to Tartarus as a reward. Great, good job.
Sounds a lot like the Israeli Olympians who were terrorized by the Palestinian terrorists.
I just think that, I just think that, the archetypes, right? The so-called men, the philosopher kings, according to Plato, or Muhammad, Jesus, Noah, Moses, all these names that we hear within the Abrahamics, insisted on this heaven and hell concept with such dramatic fervor as a noble lie. I think it was just a noble lie. In order to get the people of their time to sort of wake up and act quite vigorously towards good, and as to avoid wronging each other.
Well, I don't think that it's a lie. I think that it's a reality.
A noble lie, right? Something that was necessary to say, to a simple mind. Who will not act
telling children that Santa Claus won't be.
Yeah, something like that. Something that doesn't harm you, in fact, allows for betterment. That's why it's not.
If there is an afterlife, do you truly think that the three main groups of people, the people who are exceptionally virtuous, the people who are exceptionally wicked, and the people who are in between who live sort of a moderate life, do you think all three of those groups of people are going to dwell in the same afterlife?
I don't think there is an afterlife.
I'm just saying hypothetically, if there is.
No, they wouldn't, right? So, hypothetically, if that's the case, as I said, it would
be nothing but the continuation of the eternal self, which just, I'd like to think that, which sort of like, it is a continuum based on, you know, its so-called choices, or just its actions and the consequences of them. So heaven would be that state of bliss in which the soul, like it's just like how we experience ourselves in a dream state. Like, although the body doesn't exist, yet is not physically doing the acts, yet the soul is sort of, or the self is fully aware and participating in those emotions and completely sort of in line with them quite intensely. And for the actions that, or events that have led to those actions and so-called choices. I'm saying so-called because I don't think it's an illusion of free will. But those actions that we've done and the consequences of which have been like evil, then the soul is experiencing that burning in fire, so-called, because like, if I think the worst form of death is to die by fire because of the way it like killed.
No, it's actually being starved to death. That's got to be the worst, Narcissus. Because do you live to eat or eat to live?
You know these movies and
You were being burned to death.
Yeah, bodies or something.
Would you taste yourself to see if you taste good barbecue?
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Well, I think that the beautiful thing about Platonism, Neoplatonism, Right, the point is to get out of this existence, out of this physical world.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's not. It's to go with the flow. Have you ever danced on a dance floor and felt like $1 million in the moonlight? You got to go with the flow. You got to enjoy the pizza. You got to enjoy the salami. You got to enjoy the chocolate ice cream with the walnuts on it. Live a little. Enjoy. Hello?
To enjoy its material nature and fulfill the self whilst being aware of its temporal nature.
So you got to be trans, basically. Dual, non-dual.
So many attachments like that come with that are just hard to let go of. Yeah.
Personally, I'm thankful that I was reincarnated as a Mishling. There's so few Mishlings in the world that I'm very fortunate.
You're still attached to the reality, you know, and
And so in order to escape it, the strength of those attachments, because they are pleasant, right? Because they are, they don't limit you as much. They're harder to let go of. So
it's just like your opinion, Cora. It's just like your opinion, Cora.
It's a very material thought, though.
Well, you know, some people who learning English still haven't figured out the difference between subject and object, object and subject. I think Naja's is more subjective and Cora is more objective. Am I wrong?
No, I'm objective. What is wrong?
Darius and I aren't really in disagreement on much.
So if I stacked you on top of each other, what you're telling me is you both taste the same? I doubt it. Deep inside, there is an incredible difference between the two. There's no snowflake like any other snowflake. Cora's always misinforming, disinforming, spreading lies and propaganda. And that's not projection. That's the truth. It's not an opinion.
I think everything is subjective, but some, you know, if you have enough exposure and reference, things become functionally objective.
I'm drawn to like objective thought. Like for every claim, there must be a refutation. And if I'm making that claim myself, I'll refute it also myself.
Well, you've got good taste in men because obviously you wouldn't date somebody with nothing. What's that song? No broke boys?
You haven't really reasoned your whole way through the issue. So.
Alistair was making a good point is that, you know, leading the most pleasurable life for some is probably for the majority is probably considered to be the most desirable or sought after.
Yeah, Alistair is a clown. Alistair is a clown.
Exactly. But see, the fool who persists in his folly ultimately becomes the sage, and the sage is the precursor to the Messiah.
I think everybody should have a hedonistic era.
I agree.
Ooh, do tell us yours, Dr. Cora. Tell us yours, Najas. Let's hear about the decadence.
Oh, I'm so decadent. I'm vulgarly hedonistic.
Well, she said it's kind of like a phase you go through. I think it's something that you experience as part of your development, and then you put behind you to aspire to greater things.
It gets tiring. It really tires you out.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
But I keep going back every now and then for its temporal joys.
It's my favorite temporary autonomous zone.
As long as, I think every time I haven't recognized its temporal nature and given it that sort of realness and seriousness, that is where I have had my downfalls with hedonism. But it was being in it and kind of not associating with it seriously, it's been so pleasurable.
Well, it sounds like you're still kind of straddling the fence where you're not a renunciate, but you're not a hedonist.
I need it every now and then, I think.
It's you get to the point where you recognize that if you acclimate to hedonism, it ceases to be pleasurable. And so the idea is to only visit it every now and then when the lack, you know, you have the lack, and when you achieve it, it's still pleasurable, you know.
Like I think Ramachandra says, like ego is this little room that you go visit, sit within it, and walk out of it every now and then.
Yeah, but Alan Watts says the biggest ego trip going is thinking you have an ego, and since it's a concept and doesn't exist in the real world, really what it is just a concept. And if you're really aware of yourself and your environment, there is no ego. Hello?
You're absorbing it.
My favorite Alan Watts thing is when in the movie Her, they made a Alan Watts AI that then led them to create their own AI universe, and they just like abandoned humanity. It was great. Still quite a lot.
Yeah, but what if you could transcend desire to the point where it no longer necessitates you to pursue hedonism or enjoyment altogether?
Yeah, that would be bliss. That's why, like, most gurus will start with things like Vipassana, where you start by just freaking not getting bound by your senses. Like, first would be the 10 days of maintaining silence through serving, like, in the ashram. It's one of the hardest things I've done in my life. I've done it 3 times. Where to not speak at all and just sort of like sleep and swap after walk and just serving and never uttering a word.
Well, that's really because you had to do all the work. But you could come on Clubhouse and just shut the fuck up for 10 days. It's not a lot of work, right?
So, alright, I guess. Do later. So, first it would be like sound, I think, speech. Then it would be like feeding the body lesser. The more you're sort of distancing yourself from sensual pleasures, right? By just like disciplining it and giving it the least or the most minimum amount. And you're not bound by it. You're in control of it.
Right. But people would consider that not living and closer to basically being a corpse, which is true. But
for that period of time, once one has achieved power over it, no matter how much it is fed, or it doesn't matter to it anymore. It could live in like extreme physical abundance or nothingness and still experience like bliss states or states of like peacefulness. It doesn't need anymore. It's like God. It's free of need. In one way.
Yeah, but see, that's like stupid, because imagine if you were a slave working in a kitchen and you just went into this trance-like state of silence and servitude. That would actually be called stupidity and retardation.
It's not at all times. It's just speaking with weight. Like your words are weighty. Because after those 10 days, anything that came out of my mouth felt heavy. Like
I get it. So why haven't you learned? Why haven't you? You speak so much on here that I'm just wondering if you actually got the message that you're even talking about. Hello?
Talk about speaking much. 24 hours you're talking now.
No, see, that's projection. I like to read books, but it turns out that because no one actually wants to read books with me or have any fun with me, I'm just kind of a dick troll who mocks people who just waste all their time. I'm actually in the garbage collection business. I skim for garbage like a pool. You know, like if you ever have a pool in your backyard and you pick the leaves up and then put them in the garbage. It's kind of what I do for a living now.
Makes sense.
No, it's called a metaphor for Clubhouse. Hello?
So, Narges, you said you took a vow of silence on 3 separate occasions?
3 separate occasions, yeah. So I want to try it. It's really good. I mean, the environment sort of allows for it to, like on the 3rd and 4th day, most people don't survive through Vipassana. Like my sister and her friends just ran from the ashram. But the ones who can make it by the 3rd and 4th day, where you just do nothing but cry and cry and cry. It's an outburst of like extreme emotion. It's really, really interesting how much speech is like detrimental to
Well, I worked in a
ego loves it.
I worked in a kitchen once in the dishwasher room for 24 hours straight. And every time I thought we were finished, they just kept bringing in more dishes. And eventually I did shed a tear and I had a panic attack. Yeah, I started at like 3:30 in the morning and finished 24 hours later at like 2 in the morning. I couldn't believe it was in the army. They're talking about thousands of soldiers, all their dishware just coming into one little dishwashing room where I was located with other workers, and I was just in shock that this was people's lives, just cleaning dishes at an industrial scale all day long. I was like crying because of the pain of being a slave.
That's horrible.
That's the military for you, man.
I feel that stuff. I don't think I could survive through those situations.
It was literally like insanity. I was like screaming like, impossible! This is impossible! I made it into like a madness, moment. And so I did help pass the time by like intentionally making myself insane, if that makes any sense.
I believe you're so on that.
It's kind of ironic. Clubhouse, after the fact that you've taken multiple bows of silence, but haven't you've become much more content without talking? So many people engage in idle speech and purposeless talk that there's definitely an advantage to having come out of that.
Easy, I was not like a diseased soul. Waiting to rise again like the phoenix.
Jeff, have you ever heard Narja sing like her sexy French music?
Stop.
Because that's like how Narja redeems herself. Because I've heard Narja go off on tangents that sound so like disconnected, pointless, etc. That like when she sings, I'm just like, it doesn't matter what she says. Like this redeems her.
He's so mean. He's so less intellectual. It's because he doesn't engage in my practice. He's such a meanie. I love him too. Yes, and I know he's were you there the other day when I was saying, if two people were to fight, so me or you, who would he save? He was like, ooh, that's a difficult one, but I'll pick Nargis because she can sing.
Well, see, this is
how he's such a big fat Zionist, right? Yeah. He's like Zionist, but he's dead. But I accept him following him.
My grandmother worked like a slave to send her paycheck to Israel for years.
Oh shit.
My grandmother was.
That is too much. You're attached, and I don't blame you for it. And I think it's just genetic trauma. I understand it. I think it's
not genetic trauma. I've been to Israel. I've been there.
Listen, I've analyzed it and I've come to like peace with myself about it. This is why I don't like attack anyone.
But you don't. No, you think it's genetic trauma. Well, it's not genetic trauma. The fact is, I know enough Jews.
I have it too. That's why I can relate.
No, you don't have it. I don't have it either. I just know Jews, and I know Jews are not violent people. But I know a lot of Muslim terrorists that are really violent people. Hello?
There's all kinds of people. They just be so biased.
I'm not being biased. I know the content of a Jew, and I know the content. I'm looking at a book right now called The Many Faces of Political Islam. And listen, I like Rumi. I like Jalal al-Din Rumi. My point is, there's a lot of information, and we will never be able to actually exchange that information by having conversations, because it's just too much information. We can only transfer a couple gigabytes a day through each other. There's terabytes and terabytes of data, with regards to history and politics and philosophy and right and wrong and injustices and immorality and sins and terrorisms and horrible, dark, unspeakable human behavior. We cannot exchange that on this app. But on the back end, when I read a book. I know that these rooms are pointless. They're just basically hypnosis dopamine generators, like a medical device technology company, unless you do something. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. And I do things. I record everything. I run in politics. I communicate publicly against ridiculous clown world people. I do. But I just worry about the people on this app that keep coming back to just talk and not do anything.
Alistair, can you tell us the story when you went to Israel and they didn't accept you because your mom wasn't a Jew?
No, I didn't tell them. I didn't tell them. Yeah, sure. I'll tell you what happened. So I applied to go on a birthright trip, and on the application it asks you, is your mother Jewish? And I wrote yes, because I thought maybe my mother's part of one of the lost tribes and she just doesn't know it. And therefore, I was just speculating on my Judaism. So I went to Israel on a free trip. And during the trip, we went to Masada at the Dead Sea. And this big fat girl named Sally or Sarah or whatever her name was, let's just call her Sarah. We were hiking, like we got to the base camp of Mount Masada. And, you know, it was intense. When I got to the top, I was really sweating and broken, and it was intense. But this big fat girl was so out of shape, within the first 3 minutes, she was like, no, I'll die. I can't go up. I'm physically incapable. So they bring her down, and then we're back at the hotel, and everybody's like, oh my God, Sarah, how are you? Sarah, how are you? We were so scared you were hurt. Meanwhile, everybody was having the time of their life watching the sunrise at 4 in the morning. So anyways, at some point, she's like, oh yeah, only my dad is Jewish. And everybody was like, ah! What? Ah! People were panicking, and I was like, whoa, this is crazy. And I was like, don't say anything, John. Don't say anything. I was like, it'll drive these people crazy. And then eventually everybody calmed down, and she was like, but I was raised Jewish. Why are you all upset with me? I almost died. I hate you all.
What about you, though? I remember when we were fighting for yours.
What do you mean? That's the story, Abby. That's the story. Oh, well, you mean when I went back to college?
You went to the office, and then they were asking you, and then at some point you said it, and then they were going to take you back to America.
No, they tried to kick me and this girl back to America because we ditched the program and went to the hotel and had dinner by ourselves.
No, that's not true. You're changing your fucking narrative. So made up.
No, that's a true story. No, we were gonna meet with an Israeli general who was gonna talk about the Cold War with Egypt. And I was like, fuck, this is boring. Let's just go to the best restaurant we can find and have a great dinner. So we literally ditch everybody, call a taxi, and I was like, take us to the fanciest hotel. So he brought us to King David Jerusalem Hotel. We had dinner in the lobby, and then they closed the lobby off, and they set up for a wedding, and then we just crashed the wedding and partied till 2 in the morning. And then we get back to the hotel, and their arms were crossed, and they were like, you guys are in so much trouble.
No, that's true.
You guys, it's not true. Listen.
You're hiding something. I'm not gonna hold it against you. If you don't want to share, just say you don't want to share.
You guys are.
He doesn't give a shit.
I'm gonna judge you.
I don't even know what Abby's talking about.
Has any shame.
Abby, go ahead. Just tell us what you think I'm talking about, because I don't know what you're referring to.
You were saying you went into the office, and then at some point they were like, asking you, oh, and then you said, yeah, she isn't, and you admitted to it, and then they got really angry at you.
No. What, dude? Listen.
Yeah, you said that. I have to find your fucking.
Hey, I don't know what to tell you. You're on here talking all the time. I record everything. My memory's almost perfect because I literally upload my memory to YouTube. Are you kidding me? She's been on here for years.
That's true. Okay, tell us a story. Tell us a story about Thailand then, when you went to.
You don't want to know. It'll make people puke. This is a coffee room break.
So people will go to Thailand.
Don't eat the fish in Thailand. That's all I'm telling you.
Why are you acting shy now?
She's acting
is so conservative.
Conservative. You want to know? You want to know that I had explosive? You want to know that I had explosive diarrhea in crystal clear blue water and watched thousands of fish eat my fucking diarrhea? That's what you wanted to know? You're fucking sick. It's not me. This is a you. Imagine, like, I always thought, wouldn't it be crazy if you got eaten by a lion and then, like, the lion shits you out and then, you know, you turn into poop? Like, that to me is true trans. Like, you're not trans until you transform into human shit, into like a big carnivore poop.
That's like really bad karma, bro.
But think about all the humans that have been eaten by big animals. They literally transformed into that animal's poop. That was their, like... See, you gotta believe in metaphysics and spirituality because... people used to get eaten by, you know, I'm sure huge animals, maybe even dinosaurs. And when we were, you know, maybe more monkey-ish.
They're all the same shit, basically, from different assholes.
Well, is a fart just air passing over a turd?
I knew it. I just knew you do.
I guess.
You read the poetry, bro. Yeah, what?
That's the most famous Japanese haiku ever written.
What the hell? Oh, I don't need to send people plus. Who cares? I don't need a mod. I'm not gonna stay home.
She doesn't need a mod? What? Abby, you're the most passive-aggressive, like, sociopath I know, let me tell you. Demodding yourself as if this room has any purpose other than to listen to me just create YouTube clips. Like, hello?
Oh my god. You love me. Stop doing this in front of everyone.
Oh, stop embarrassing you? Alright, well, sorry.
Yeah, stop embarrassing me.
I guess, can I talk to you later, bro?
Yeah.
Jadam,
Yeah, Jadam. What time do you want to call me? Can you call me? I have some work till about 5:30. You want to call me after that?
Which one? The first one or the second one?
Oh, no, the second one.
Okay.
I need the first one for work. Okay.
Okay, I'll just text you. Hopefully you see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna sing them like?
Good news? Finally, someone has good news.
Yeah, Iran, the IRGC generals have signed an executive deal with Donald Trump for peace.
I haven't seen the news. Kind of freaking out.
They're gonna stop working with Russia and they're gonna work with the United States instead.
No fucking way.
Yeah, that's what they agreed to.
Yeah, they sold themselves.
You know how I know?
15 fucking years of resisting the West, and finally they went over. Oh dear.
I don't believe it.
It's true. I know somebody that was in a skiff at the CIA. She told me about the deal.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Sad? What do you mean? Sad? You listen to that shit? It's sad?
They didn't keep their ideal. Sad for them, they didn't keep their ideal. That's what I mean. Not sad for the world. Like, it's a bad thing. If this is true, it's either like a regime change, like what Trump said, which I doubt.
They say that the generals...
No, he's lying.
I'm not lying. They say that the generals that signed the deal with Trump were also on Epstein Island.
Oh, shut up, you're a liar.
No, I'm telling you, Jeffrey Epstein was so good, he penetrated deep into Tehran, and he's blackmailing some of the Muslim IRGC generals because...
This is how I know you're such a psycho. Like, you can't help yourself.
This is the many faces of political Islam. I'm an American Muslim, and this is the many faces of political Islam. Takia. Takia. I just had some fest in June. I'm feeling great. Oh, did I give you a brain aneurysm? That's what I'm going for, actually. I'm not. They say that like drones are the most destructive weapon on the battlefield. I say, have you heard me on Clubhouse yet? It's a fully automated aneurysm. I've just implanted it in your upper cortex.
Well, you know why I can't take it? Because it's lagging. I'm like, the fucking flag is lagging. I can't fucking do anything. Shit. Anyways, we get done being a fucking moron for a second so I can talk.
Yeah, you are.
I forgot now. Never mind.
Well, what's the good news? You finished?
Almost over the semester.
Very proud of you. I'm feeling quite like anxious. I've been procrastinating.
We did a lot of work today.
Find peace with time. I don't think I'll ever have I've never had a good relationship with time. And I think because it doesn't exist. So I'm trying to accommodate it so much, like enforce it. All my life I have done that.
Wait, obviously you don't think time exists. People on Clubhouse have confirmed that time is a concept. Because there would be no way people would be here wasting this much time if time was real.
There's a sudden urgency sometimes that I feel about like it being a limited resource. And I think it puts me in an anxious state. So I become like this. My therapist says, like, you get into the rabbit and Alice in Wonderland mode. Who wears the clock around its neck? The white rabbit.
White rabbit. If you could sing that song, that would be a lot of fun. I think I've heard you sing it, yeah.
I don't think I sang it on here. I performed it on.
No, I think you sang it on here.
It's literally a collage of different fucking mental illnesses combined.
This is full spectrum schizophrenic, bipolar, manic episode disorder. Clubhouse, what's amazing though is I could go to another room and share that room with you right now, and you would say that room is actually 10 times worse than this room in terms of function and dysfunction. The world is in chaos, and the people on this app are, in the trenches.
One of my favorite friends, like super close to, when people are talking using really intelligent words, but also not saying anything, like just saying a bunch of nothing.
There's got to be a term for that, because I think that we are lying to each other with intention through words, and I see politicians just lie and say like completely fake things all the time.
The word for that is either filibuster or brain rot.
Oh yeah.
It's filibuster.
Filibustering. Yeah.
Gen Z translation brain rot. Anyways.
Filibuster and brain rot are two very different terms. They both recently entered political discourse.
Filibuster has been around for decades. What are you talking about?
The definition of filibuster is a parliamentary procedure used to prolong debate and delay or prevent a vote on legislation.
Yeah. Also, I borrowed the action separated from its legal.
So I don't mean filibuster, and I don't mean brain rot. I mean that I think basically like this app is a perfect place for people to constantly redirect and reframe habitually, chronically, and just one up each other with essentially how long can I waste your time by making up whatever I want to talk about. Hello?
I got strawberries for everyone. Yeah.
You know, ooh, I made a Belgian waffle and I forgot to.
Yeah, I'll pay a big fat amount here bitch.
Now I'm outside of the freaking place I was in. Did you have to use the word penetrate with Epstein?
No pun intended, obviously. He's gonna play his instruments. Oh shit, I have to go.
This is your quick Clubhouse coffee break. There's nothing quick about it, and I don't think anybody's drinking any coffee.
Hello, it's 23:30 here.
Have you recently been exposed to a data privacy breach known as Clubhouse?
Shut up.
Wouldn't it be so funny if like I get featured one day and they're like somebody's been recording Clubhouse for 6 years and nobody can stop him? That would be an awesome headline. I don't think Clubhouse would like it though.
Your AI videos are so ridiculous. It's like
Somebody
I'm going through them right now.
Somebody in a comment wrote, "This is the worst AI schizo slop I've ever seen."
Literally, that's not me though.
I think the low-income abortion vaccine clinic videos are genius.
That one is the best.
For female
I was
minorities.
literally in tears when Fatima sent me that. I was literally in tears. I love how Andrew thought it's a real video, like your fascination.
Did you hear me call him out? Did you hear me call him out?
Yeah, he was picking on me like anything yesterday, like really giving it a big heart. Who? Andrew. Really not getting badly, bro.
I broke up with Andrew.
I don't think I can even.
I broke up with Andrew. That's gonna be the name of my next TV show. I broke up with Andrew. It's true. You know, people were saying that he's like Jerry Springer. He's basically the Jerry Springer of Clubhouse.
Andrew Springer.
Andrew Ringer.
Your next Clubhouse name should be Andrew Springer.
Well, you see, there's just...
They call him Andrew Povich, but I don't know why.
It's amazing how nice he is sometimes and, like, welcoming.
He's the most psychopathic person ever. It's crazy.
There was...
I saw through it. I knew it was but I just let him be. He thinks like I'm naive, like I don't understand what he's doing. Like I know exactly what he's doing.
There was this black guy one time. He's like, Andrew, has anyone ever told you you got like Ted Bundy energy? He's like, what does that mean, brother? And he's like, Ted Bundy was a serial killer. And he's like, you're basically like, have you seen the Netflix documentary? And anyways, he ran Andrew through it, and Andrew was just like, okay, brother. I mean, you know, it was very funny. This guy really roasted him really good. I tried to get Rabbi down there to crash out the other day, and I think I achieved my goal, but I just can't win with it. I just can't win with this guy. He's like immovable. Rabbi's got a response for everything. He's so good at responding.
Yeah, but you crashed out when you talk about Zionism. He's like, oh, Zionism is bad. Simon is bad, and then you vote for Trump. Like, how fucking retarded are you?
Well, I bought a bunch of Ayn Rand objectivist books. We're gonna get deep into Ayn Rand. Because the philosophy of selfishness is the right to be greedy.
One in Venezuela and one in Greenland. You know, if something extra came with it, that's what it is. But, you know, sometimes you can't have the cake and the steak.
It's true.
Sometimes you might have just enough to eat it with a Brit's knife.
Let me see where you're online.
It's called diabetes. It's a bitch. You know?
I found you online.
They looked into my eyes one time and they said, "We see in your soul that you have the soul of a fat-ass diabetic. Be careful."
What are you wearing today?
It's called clothing. I bought it on Amazon. It's a tank. It's a tank top. I bought it. You know how much this tank top was?
It's very effective. Your face. Hold on, I'm trying to find you where I can see you. Let me see this now.
Hallelujah.
I get a question. Mr. Kitover.
Go ahead, Tsar Nicholas.
Do you eat your steak with your Brit's knife? Your original Brit's knife, as that is?
You know, it's an interesting question because a friend of mine was recently at a wedding and somebody got in his face and said, "You're such an effing J-word." And my friend thought to himself, I'm going to punch this motherfucker in the nose. And I said, "Well, did you punch him?" He goes, "No, I didn't punch him." I said, "Rabbano Shalom."
You're fucking crazy. He's talking in front of like 1 million folks.
Have you not seen my show on YouTube? Hello?
Yeah, you're fucking insane. Hold on, let me take a picture. So you bought this shirt on Amazon?
Yeah, it's a tank top. You get a 5-pack for like $20, $4 a tank top. What a deal. Microfiber from China. Don't stop the imports. Don't stop.
Hold on, PTR. Imagine being... This is crazy.
You know what makes me laugh is it's like, well, what does your office look like? That's what I want to know. Also, I'm not just like doing Instagram or YouTube. I don't look into the phones. I barely even know they're here anymore. It's true. I don't even think of them. Imagine getting past like how you think people like make fun of you and like perceive you and just like not even thinking about it anymore. I'm at that point where it's like there's no turning back. There's no shame in my live stream. In fact, I think that the future of humanity. Have you ever seen what is it, 1138, the movie, the first like George Lucas film? 1130. Anyways, what I'm saying is like people are scared of basically filming themselves, like because we're all ugly, and you know. But once you can get past that and just put yourself on the internet, it's total liberation. Because like I'm not a criminal. I don't lie to people. I don't hurt people. I don't steal from people. I don't abuse people. I try not to verbally abuse people, but I've never physically abused anyone. And there's just a lot of people on this app that are actually felons and criminals who've been in jail for actually like murder or beating people within an inch of their life. And I'm just saying I'm a pretty good person because I got lucky because a black woman saved me. Many people think that Jesus is a gay, white, trans, Jewish male, but it turns out that Jesus is a black woman. I am complete.
Now, this is why there's a downfall of the Zionists. They use their Brit's knife to eat their food. The original Brit's knife, that is. And they use ExpressVPN to work around the Shabbat laws, so they're no longer Jewish. And they have herpes.
I'm telling you, comedy is not at the Comedy Store where you got to buy a ticket. It's here on YouTube. Clearly, like, never has a collection and an assortment of R words ever been assembled in this way.
People think the devil isn't real, but let me tell you, he's as real.
The devil's a liar.
See, what you don't understand is, Czar Nicholas, Abby, and Arjun, before I came in this room, I went to my secret room and I said a prayer. And I said, Rabbono Shalom, our words assemble! And then I came here, and there you all were. Hello? You don't think it's funny? You guys have never seen Dinner for Schmucks, have you? Oh my God, we got a minion. Rabbono Shalom. Go ahead, Rabbi. Say the special blessing.
So, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that he shall ever believe in him, shall receive everlasting life. And you can also see the same message in Isaiah 63, 7 through 9.
What's so interesting is when you say believe on him, don't you mean like understand the teachings? Because just believing on him is kind of boring, right? Like you would hope to maybe have some comprehension and like read a little more and be like, you know what? I think I know what Jesus was talking about.
Well, you didn't read Isaiah 63, 7 through 9. Or even though if you read it, you didn't want to believe it because you wanted to have your ideology of you being your creator. So that way
Why don't you just read the verse? Why don't you just read the verse? Go ahead.
Why can't you read Isaiah 63, 7 through 9?
Rabbono Shalom. I'm a moderator here. I'm trying to run the show. If you want to add some content, go ahead, Rabbono Shalom.
Wow. Are you afraid of reading something in the Torah? You've been reading the Zohar and the Talmud for too long to where you are poisoned.
Well, Rabbono Shalom, lucky for me, all communication is hypnosis. Welcome back to another quick coffee break here on Clubhouse. Oh, look, it's our good friend Regal. Regal, how are you today? Rabbono Shalom.
Yeah, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm playing my jaw harp, or what they call the JEW harp.
He's afraid to read the Torah.
Are you afraid to study Torah?
Rabbono Shalom. The one thing that everyone on this app is going to eventually have to come to terms with is, was it worth it? All right, everybody, welcome back to Was It Worth It? All the time that you spent here on Clubhouse having lengthy conversations versus reading a book, maybe a new book, was it worth it? Hello?
But the thing is, Clubhouse, you get to engage with the author. Something that
Oh, hell no. Hold on, I'm gonna get rid of my picture. I'm gonna schizophrenic. I can't even see if I should schizophrenic.
Why you don't like looking at John's muscles?
It takes one to know one, fatty.
He's gonna mouth fuck up.
Put this dog to the go. Rabbono Shalom, the thing is, if you guys knew how to play music, you'd all be a lot happier. Like me. Life can lose its vibrant aura and charm if we do not bend the energy of our minds toward positive engagement and appreciation. This is the Motivation Manifesto. The wider the space of a free day seems unfathomable because we have become hypnotized by a false but compelling need to respond to all the needs of others here on Clubhouse. Success and fulfillment in life rest on the unflagging ability to get up, to be ourselves, to chase our dreams with fire each day on Clubhouse, to keep willing ourselves to the next level of presence and performance and potential. A life of greater joy, power, and satisfaction awaits those who consciously design their life. If taking action toward our dreams before the perfect conditions arise, or before we receive permission, is unreasonable or reckless, then we must be unreasonable and reckless. What should I finally face in my life here on Clown House? What truths or realities are preventing my growth and happiness? What can I do about it right now? How can I better connect with this moment so that I can master what the hour demands of me? Wisdom is knowing who to be and what to do in a given situation. Virtue is acting on that wisdom. Hello. I won't let others stoke fear in my heart. I choose to remain true to who I am and where my dreams direct me, no matter the hardship I might incur. Reality can be shaped and changed by my direct actions, so I will act with constancy to forge my ideal life. The Joyous Masters.
I don't look into the phones.
No, all the chaos and conflict, all the hurry and wickedness of the world, there is something solid within that is beautiful and steady and good.
If you could sing that song, that would be a lot of fun. I think I've heard you sing it, yeah.
I don't think I sang it on here.
No, I think you sang it on here.
It's okay, I can play on music. Come on.
This is...
Reality can be shaped and changed by my direct action, so I will act with constancy to forge my ideal life. Freedom and victory belong to those who remain strong and true despite temptation. We gain power from again and again allowing ourselves to choose the kind of recklessness that allows us to be vulnerable, genuine, and brave in pursuit of our dreams. Greatness belongs to those who have mastered the ability to focus relentlessly on their ambitions and act decisively toward them.
Mr. Bradley, did you see my comments?
Like my liberal friends, when they see like Tim Walz and senators go to like Spain and like Bad Math America, it's like, what are they doing? That's like treasonous almost. It's so stupid. It's like, why are you going overseas to Bad Math America? So dumb.
They're pussies, that's why. They don't want to do it here in America.
So moderators.
I apologize if we're taking the mic too long. I try not to take the mic when I geek out. What's going on, Alistair?
So
Thank you for joining.
put a link in the chat. These are the controversial quotes by Winston Churchill on Islam. He talks about Mohammedan law and that it's retrograde and the closest thing next to slavery for women. I really encourage you to read it. If you'd like, I could read to you out loud a part of it. It says, a degraded sensualism deprives this life of its grace and refinement, the next of its dignity and sanctity. The fact that in Mohammedan law, every woman must belong to some man as his absolute property, either as a child, a wife, or a concubine, must delay the final extinction of slavery until the faith of Islam has ceased to be a great power among men. Individual Muslims may show splendid qualities, but the influence of the religion paralyzes the social development of those who follow it. No stronger retrograde force exists in the world. Far from being moribund, Mohammedanism is a militant and proselytizing faith. It has already spread throughout Central Africa, raising fearless warriors at every step. And were it not that Christianity is sheltered in the strong arms of science, the science against which it had vainly struggled, the civilization of modern Europe might fall, as fell the civilization of ancient Rome.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so Trump had a bust of Winston Churchill, and then when Biden came into office, he took the bust away, and he put Martin Luther King Jr. instead. And when Trump came back to the office, the first thing he did is he replaced the Martin Luther King bust with the Churchill bust. Fun fact. Thank you for ending this room.
Room killer!
Disabled population, when you have them in a prison camp, when you're housing them, they have no weapons, they have no recourse. And then you take the extra step of running them through a shower and exposing them to cyanide. Like, that's very obvious. Population.
Well, the Israelis have been starving the Gazans. They've been stopping the flow of water, stopping the flow of medicine, stopping the flow of food. So, okay, they're doing it at a much slower, crueler pace. So what you're getting at is that the Nazis were more efficient.
Well, I know.
Therefore, this is not a genocide.
But I would like to say, I mean, I think Benjamin's answer to my question was a good one. That looks a lot more like that is a more obvious genocide. But I think genocides often look like war, because usually they do involve fighting back.
It doesn't. It is like something that happens both in war or peacetime. And it's really just the deliberate national, ethnic, racial, or religious cleansing, if you want to call it that, but it's not cleansing. And it's often not war, and it's a crime that occurs, and there is no justice system for people that are the victims of that crime to be able to dispute. It's horrible, and it happens everywhere, including, like, you could say, in China, like Xinjiang, for example, the fact that you have Muslims in China that are being raced into these camps. That is not a war, but it has happened. So,
sure. Well, I mean, the major difference, right, is that we're directly paying for these atrocities in Israel.
It is our tax money.
It is, yeah.
It is our military that's able to this.
It hasn't even been defined as a war, but we're calling it a war in the headlines. So
it's not a war. You can't start a war
without a congressional declaration. That's the only thing. It's the if you look at the Constitution.
Dude, I haven't done that for
Article 2.
Do you know when the last time the U.S. declared war?
Was it WW2?
World War II, you're correct.
Yeah, and then they realized that declaring war comes with all sorts of rules and regulations. And so they just inflict that one.
Lots of money. One microphone, please.
I think the problem is there's this imagined marker that the country would have to meet in order to get called when they did things, which we already see for Israel. Yes, it survived quite a few attacks. It has been challenged, but on the other side, there are tons of bodies that body count is astronomical. It is far larger than anything that they ever saw. And the idea that we are using them or using their intelligence to go into Iran is kind of, it's just shitty. It's shitty politics, it's shitty deliberation. Nobody was listening to me. We saw resignations happen right around the time.
I want to try to slip in and point out that the United States taxpayers also paid Hamas tons of money, hundreds of millions, and funded for all intents and purposes the Israel.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Now, I wonder if those that are worried about genocide would recognize what happened on October 7th as a genocide.
Do you remember the construct? It's a massacre. It's a war crime.
Yeah, certainly. It really counted as genocide just because of the scale, but I think it was intended just to kill Jews, right? So I think that's
killing Jews was really close to the it's a scale.
Does scale matter? It's the intent. If we read the definition says acts. I'm sorry, I just lost it. Sorry.
It's Article 2 of the 1948 Genocide Convention defines genocide as a specific act committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. So if we look at Palestine from 1948 to now, it has literally been a slow rolling genocide. And these are just facts. So I don't care what Hamas says. It doesn't matter what Hamas says, right? You're talking about a ragtag group of people that are getting some arms smuggled into an open air prison, and they're fighting back. Okay, you can try and twist that into their intent is to kill all Jews, or their intent is to stop being murdered, right? So there's a policy called mowing the lawn, which is every few years, or every few months, go in and just kill some people, just to show them who's boss.
Please show me what Israeli document shows that that's a policy.
All right, I'll look for it.
Please, what you will see is, say 2014 and other years, after repeated missile firing to Israel random, which, by the way, every group of people, according to international law, has the right to resist. But you have to resist under several conditions. One is you only attack the army of the occupiers. B, you are dressed in uniform, and C, you carry your weapons openly. So every single
foreign government.
And the Arabs had their portion of the partition, and the Jews had their small 12% portion of the partition. And the Arabs said, no, you need to have 0%. So the partition plan set it up.
Do you know what the Greater Israel Project is?
What?
Do you know what the Greater Israel Project is?
There is no government policy to do such a
It's a talking. So why are the military wearing patches with the Greater Israel? Why is like one or two people into the Greater Israel? It is not standard IDF uniform to have that patch, and those people have been disciplined. There are people throughout every armed force that.
What would your solution be? Because currently, like, there have been tens of thousands of individuals that have died
Did you
in this war.
I would love to talk about solutions.
And they're literally, like, the majority of the victims were women and children.
We don't. Do you have a solution?
The war was, like, literally
Let's get to his answer.
Sorry, can I finish?
No,
Or you
I was
guys
saying no. I was saying no.
He's a
Get to
high
his
IQ
answer.
answer.
We know what's happening over there. We don't need more preamble.
I think a reformation of the government that represents the West Bank, combined with Hamas declaring openly that they seek to form a state through peaceful, democratic means. They will build up essentially 181, which said, the UN Resolution 181 said to both sides, the Arab state and the Jewish state, say you're going to build a state through those means and not through terrorism, and you will see a very different answer from
and his coalition in Israel, which is, I think, growing all the time, have given up. Benjamin Netanyahu has no interest in a two-state solution. I would say. Yeah, that's right. So I think that's the point, is that there's nobody is saying, abandon the terrorism and accept the two-state solution. They don't want a two-state solution. They've given up on that.
Whoever wants a two-state solution.
I agree with you. That's fair too. But my point is simply,
Israel. There have been several governments in Israel that offer.
Yes, in the past.
I'm still recovering from a huge shock.
I think a one-state solution is impossible because Israel will never allow a one-state solution because they have to maintain racial superiority. To keep the original state religious, and the state is inherently fucking racist.
Okay, show me a single state where a thriving happened to yourselves. Just Jews live comfortably, so even 800,000 Jews crossing the less than 10,000. There's a thriving Jewish population. Now you say, sure, we trust you that everything is down where it goes. It's a huge error. You used to have a Jewish state.
Israel has taken it off the table. And you come back policy decision, and that is definitely the policy of the Israel government at this point. That's going to lead to the end of Israel, because Israel will not be allowed to survive if it does not pursue a two-state solution.
Allowed by who?
My feeling.
Allowed by who? What do you mean
allowed? They have basically one ally in the world at this point, and that's slipping away from them, and it will completely slip away.
And the Jews will, we're smart people, we'll figure it out. If we have to live on our own, we'll live on our own. And, that's not the desired outcome, but...
What happens to Israel when the United States is no longer bankrolling it or sending boys to Gaza?
First of all, the U.S. isn't bankrolling it. Let's be very clear. The U.S. gives return on investment.
What happens when the United States stops participating with Israel?
They're already in transition. For the past year, Israel has worked up a plan of what is a co-investment strategy, and probably within the 10 years, they will not be getting the military credits and their credits to spend on U.S. So it's really a subsidy for the U.S.
defense industry. It's not, dollars aren't flowing to Israel, except for maybe $500 million, which goes to research in hospitals and things like that. But of the $3.8 billion that comes through the State Department Foreign Affairs Fund, $3.3 billion of it is in military credits in the U.S. So, over time, that's going to become less and less and less and less until it's zero. But what's going to happen is it's going to be replaced by co-investment strategy. This is the stated policy of Israel for probably the past 16, 17 months, I guess.
What other countries are going to get in bed with Israel?
Whoever wants to benefit from Israelis technology. Israel's still selling a ton of weapons. They've developed great stuff, and there will be countries that...
Who made the Iron Dome for Israel?
It was a joint project between the U.S. and Israel.
So the U.S., right?
Yeah, both parties. It wasn't just U.S. and
so what happens if the United States no longer participates?
Somebody else will want to take advantage of it.
Like who?
Or the UN.
Tell Chicago the top 10 monthly expenditures and tax revenue.
Fighter planes if they need to build fighter planes. It's not with, bigger problems have been tackled by the Jewish people throughout the centuries. We will figure it out. Okay?
Tell Chicago Democrats the top 10 monthly expenditures and tax revenue.
So I have two lines because I want Israel to survive. I don't think it can. I don't think it can under the rejection, and make no mistake, that's what it is, a rejection of the two-state option.
Well, first of all, there's no viable offer to create a Palestinian state for a peaceful changes. I think you will see different political parties. It's probably not in the next couple of years, but it will come back into the forum.
Why is Netanyahu the one that's supposed to lead Israel? Didn't you lead them into this quagmire for 25 years?
Hold on a second, my wife's calling. One second.
I don't look into the phones. I barely even know they're here anymore.
Yeah, Israel gets $3.8 billion annually for military financing, $500 million for missile defense.
I wonder why they need all that security. Perhaps it's the neighborhood they live in. It could be all the Muslims that surround the country, in my opinion.
So we should just kill all the Muslims? Is that your suggestion?
No one's suggesting that.
Is that your suggestion, clown?
Did you just call me a clown? I put a link in the chat if you'd like to see what Winston Churchill thinks of the Muslims and Mohammedan law. Maybe we should talk about law instead of security and funding Israel. Perhaps we need to have a discussion about the basics known as the law. Link is in the chat. I am complete. Knock yourself if you don't like what I have to say.
No problem. Did your wife get an answer?
Don, do you just know offhand which countries you will be okay in if you draw pictures of profits? Do you have a working knowledge of this?
If I didn't understand the question, I'm trying to interpret through my Benjamin lens, but I still wasn't able to.
Well, there are a couple. User's Guide to the Middle East. There are a couple of countries you can go to and draw pictures of the profits, and then there's a couple of countries where
why would you do it?
So look, the User's Guide. The one country in the Middle East where you can draw cartoons all day long and not worry about it is Israel. Just User's Guide. In case you're traveling, it's a clue. It's what they call a clue.
You can do everything you want. You can make fun of Moses, but I don't think that's neither here nor there. they have the greater possibility of setting the example that we need in the Middle East. I'm no longer confident of that, and I feel quite confident on their current course they can't possibly survive.
So, John, to further answer your earlier question, which was a good one, I think we should look at whether or not populations are being corralled wholesale. And if there's an action that causes death that cannot be explained as a military action, even if it's a military action gone awry, a missile goes off target or something, but if it's literally action taken to kill people that has no clear military benefit, I think you really should take notes of that. And I'll point out that on October 7th, I believe several children were killed. Very young children, and they weren't killed accidentally. Seems to have been videotaped. That kind of action to kill children without any clear military objective, that's what you should be looking for. And if you're not looking for it, it's because you've got democratitis, and we can get that cleared up right away.
Yeah, listen, this is a bit. But so let me just say, what happened on October 7th was I hesitate to say inexcusable. I think it's inevitable given what Israel has been doing. That doesn't make it right, but this is what happens when you have a population that has no other way to fight back. And so, it's wrong. I just don't know if you're really going to sit there and tell me that they had some peaceful way of doing what they wanted. Well, then you need to tell me what that is. I mean, obviously they could have done in the past. I totally agree. I go back. I've said this, and I've pissed Romero and other people off by saying it. I grew up at a time when everybody in the United States thought of Israel as that plucky little country in the Middle East that showed those, recalcitrant Arabs a thing or two in the 6-Day War, right? That was everybody just thought that was Israel doing the right thing. And I think it was at some level. There was a time when, after the partition, just as Yaakov was saying, all the Arab countries had to do was accept the partition, take their piece of the pie, and I do believe that Israel would never have come to the point that it's at. But the unfortunate thing is, and it's asymmetric warfare, Israel has swallowed the bait just like we did on 9/11, and just like we have paid the price since 9/11, Israel is now going to pay the price for having taken that bait. That's all. That's my position.
I'm offer that Netanyahu is far from an ideal leader of Israel. But I would also offer that it is still quite possible to tell the difference between what happened on October 7th and what has happened subsequently. And I would press anybody here suffering from democratitis to show me the day and time when a clear action is taken. It's clear. For example, it's videotaping the slaughter of babies, which was taken on October 7th, and an action that passes that bar in terms of completely unnecessary, unaccidental taking of human life simply because of its ethnicity. And I'll wait, probably for all eternity. I'll wait.
Well, so let me just ask you, Benjamin, can a people be so oppressed? Is it possible? Forget about whether this is what happened in this case. Is it possible for a people to be so oppressed that their only option is something that looks that looks like, you know, an attempt at genocide or something like October 7th? Is it possible to be that oppressed?
I would say no. And B, I don't think the Palestinians were that oppressed.
Okay, so, but it doesn't matter.
Let me tell you a story.
But let's be clear, it's not possible for a person, for a people to be oppressed enough to make that legitimate.
To kill the peoples of 80s? No, that's not right. But let me answer further. Well, let me answer John further from the Bible. In Exodus, it talks about the relationship that the slaves had and the oppression that the slaves endured under the Egyptians. Now, don't forget for a minute, I don't believe this happened. I think there's no evidence at all that any group of people that refused to eat pork ever lived in Egypt. That's the kind of thing you can tell just by digging up bones. So it's all a lie. But nonetheless, as a story, the degree of their oppression was such, now just understand this, that when these poor oppressed people went out to their neighbors, which apparently was a thing they could do in their oppression, they could go out and freely talk to their neighbors, such was their oppression. And when they talked to their neighbors, they said things like, would you mind terribly if I borrowed all the gold that you're wearing? That's beautiful, and I could really look nice in all of the gold. Yeah, the bangles, okay, thank you. The thing on your head, oh yeah, thank you. All that stuff on your neck, okay, thank you. Yeah, you have more? Oh, you got the chest? Okay, could I get that gold too? You could give me all the gold because I'm oppressed. And I'm talking to people who are oppressing me, and they're literally handing me all of their oppression. That's bullshit. Housing people. A lot of them have jobs, they have special papers that allow them to cross the border and work in Israel. They make much more money working in Israel than they make with. So that's just their oppression. Give me a fucking break. Your oppression, look at what Germany did to the Jews. Did they corral them into ghettos? Yes. Did they make it difficult for them to talk to their neighbors? Yes. Did they hoard them up onto trains and cart them away? Yes. Where are the trains carting Palestine? Show me that train. Or go get your dermatitis fixed. Any doctor can take care of this for you.
I just want to say no hamsters, bro. No hamsters.
Benjamin, do you think that the Jews, had the capability to lash back in a way that would have killed German children, that they would have been in the wrong to do so during World War II?
Well, look, any time you're killing a child, that you spend killing a child in a war, it's time that you could be spending killing somebody who's going to make a difference in the outcome. Children are going to help you. There's a soldier somewhere that needs your attention. You should go worry about killing him.
Well, what if the soldiers are so well armed that you simply don't have a chance of killing them? What if the Jews couldn't have killed German soldiers, but they could have bombed some things and there might have been children around? Do you think they would have been justified in doing that?
Only after they tried the plagues.
Let's let Yaakov speak for a minute. Go ahead. Or is he not here?
Because I think you've already said that you don't think so. You've already said that under no circumstances would such a thing be, permissible or understandable or anything. So even in the case of the Jews during World War II, they simply had to take it.
Those are not the alternatives.
Well, what other alternative did the Jewish population in Germany have at that point, other than to do what they did, and that was meekly go to their death?
Well, I think they had opportunities to get out.
I see. So what they would have been just to leave, not to try to do anything about it.
Well, I think that it's more noble if you can leave. It's more noble to leave than it is to kill children. You want me to rate these things? If those are your choices, yeah, pick the right one. What could the Germans have done? Look, the Germans probably did not establish good domestic relations with other countries. This is a mistake that they fixed with things like APAC, right? Where they recognized that they need to have working political relationships around the world. They need to be of value for lots of different countries. And then if they're oppressed, all the countries that they have positive relationships will come to their aid. That can be a helpful strategy, right? The problem with the strategy of the Palestinians is they had the eye of the world. They had a lot of people caring about their well-being. A lot of people. And they just they push all that up.
Well, hold on.
You train
caring on people
Free Palestine? No, Free Palestine was a phrase that people knew all around the world.
And was it working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was working. In the sense that Israel had not yet cleared Palestine off the map. It was working.
Wow.
Was it working in the sense that, I don't know, Israel was taking steps to increase their territorial gains? Maybe not. I think there was a time when Arafat had a kind of a godly moment. Arafat had everything. Arafat was offered way more than was ever offered.
I agree with that. I agree.
And he had a kind of a godly moment. I don't know how peaceful it was, but relatively speaking, it's very peaceful.
I mean, do you agree with me at the very least that what Israel did in response to October 7th is kind of the equivalent of what we did after 9/11?
I think so. Overreacted, overplayed.
Yep.
No. Because one of the things that we did after 9/11 was we went and we bombed Iraq and attacked Iraq and invaded Iraq. As far as I can tell, Iraq had no involvement. These people all came from Saudi Arabia. So I think target, right? I at least I don't think Israel's making the wrong target.
Well, it's
not identical to 9/11. Jesus, I mean.
That's right. It's not identical, but the point is, the Palestinians did a thing on October 7th. Did they think that thing was going to change anything? No, they hoped for an overreaction, and I would say they got it. They got everything they wanted.
Right, and that Israel lost the PR war. Israel's looks like they are committing the atrocities that they are committing, and that there's no path towards a two-state solution. I mean, I fantasized before this event, before October 7th, that there'd be a three-state solution, that Gaza and the West Bank would be administered separately, because it just wasn't realistic given their governance, one Hamas and one the PLA. They didn't agree on terms, so you're negotiating with different parties, but
if they're not going to have a divided state, then I agree with you, John. There's, under this current regime, it's just going to be ruthlessness and dogma and fundamentalism. And that means no peace in that property dispute. There's nothing to de-escalate. There's no force. There's no ethics. I don't think there's any prevailing, voice of reason.
Yeah, and among the Gaza, I mean, I think you can make the case that the people of Gaza have been victimized by their own government, but that's not the way it looks to them, right? All they see is Israel bombing them back to the Stone Age. Right?
If there's any hope in the matter, the Iran problem, and owing the Iran problem, the Gaza people. Because the problem in Gaza is not the people of Gaza. The problem in Gaza is that the United States is using the people in Israel as a front for their war against the people that Iran has been using as a front for their war against the people that the United States is using as a front for their war. In other words, Israel-Gaza is just a proxy front for Iran and the United States. And if Iran and the United States can have a proper war, then Gaza and Israel don't need to. Does that make sense?
It's dumb. I hear it. Does not make sense. Because if Iran and the U.S. go to war, where's the magical peace in Gaza and Israel? These people are going to hate each other for a long time. Because terrorism doesn't have a peaceful solution. You have to...
Well, look, the people of Iran understand that if they have a choice between the Islamic Republic of Iran...
What choice do the people of Iran have? I wish Sam was off the phone so he could correct you about all your misconceptions on Iran.
They have basically a choice between Islam and Israel. That's their choice. And many of them have reached a point of preferring Israel.
So where do they register this choice? They go to a ballot box, they go at their local takeout restaurant, they just press a button and say Israel or Islam. Which is it gonna be? Where do they make this choice, Benjamin, that you're hypothetically growing up?
So I think the people that make this choice are the people like Sam, who are from
He's not in Iran. Where does he make his choice?
The people in Iran can't express their choice except to their friends. Very often they're friends who live outside. And then the people like Sam, who have friends who live in Iran, can express on behalf of his friends in Iran what they're thinking and doing, but they can't fly an Israeli flag outside their house in Iran. That's not an option. But there are many people from Iran outside the diaspora who are supporting Israel over Islam. It is a real thing that's happening.
This is just ridiculous. They vote by telling their friends outside the country that they want Israel over Islam. It's just so stupid. Yeah, John, please save us.
Voting is a bit of a strong word here, right?
Most of your claims revolve around a choice. What other way would they have a choice? They don't have a choice, is my argument. And you keep claiming they have a choice by telling their friends that they want to fly an Israeli flag or some weird.
One of the ways that they engage this choice of Israel over Islam is they give Israel information about where the leaders are needed. That pipeline of information to Israel is because people in Iran are secretly hoping Israel will win and Islam will lose.
All right. Well, Hero, you're here. Let's talk about another false dichotomy. Hopefully it isn't sourced by Benjamin to chase after. Because I don't think he's the Iran analyst we need him to be. Or Absidy, if you are provoked by the ideas of Benjamin, let me know.
Very unprovoked, but thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, I think I'm provoked on this topic. I think Benjamin has a way of saying things in the simplest, grossly oversimplified way. But I mean, I kind of largely agree. I think Iran and Hamas are the problem in this situation. I feel for the plight of the Palestinians for sure. But doesn't mean
I think it's Abe City. I just want to point that out. Even if Ab City thinks his name is Ab City, I think it has to be Abe City if you're going to go with ABCs.
Ah, shit. You know, I hadn't thought of that, but that's a really good point.
Alright. It's fine. We'll call you Abe for short.
Shit.
Good though.
How about
just say
Frango? Hey, Frango.
I think Abe City's cool. People call you Abe.
Yeah, it's better than being called a chicken, so I'll take that.
Yeah. You just sound very Jewish. You might be Jewish. So it might be on point. Abe City. It's like Abe's City.
You know, he could be from the land of Lincoln, you know.
It's funny because Abraham is probably more correctly Abraham, right? Abraham, right? Not Abe, anyways, but yeah, it's all good.
Wait, so if Abe City and Ab City are two of the choices, what's the third? Because this has to be a false dichotomy.
That's right. That's right. How about ABCDE?
Yeah, there you go. Got it.
There you go.
The most recent data
Same aspect. ABCD. ABCD. ABCD XYZ. I just said it all. I just said it kind of. ABCD can't tell.
So I'm glad you're practicing your wordsmithing, which will soon be obsolete.
ABCD
Those are just letters.
Well, lettersmithing is already been usurped, so.
I'm voting right now. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm voting.
You're late on the case.
Hey man, I'm not late until 7 o'clock. So let's just point out that I am okay.
Wait, is this the Virginia redistricting thing?
See what I did there? Yeah, it is.
Cool. They're all for it, huh?
Parking illegally and all, as I do it. Alright.
I think that might look like
illegally just its own version of redistricting.
Want to hear me vote in real time or real something?
Yeah. Do they allow you in with your phone? They make you put your phone away.
They might make me. The last time I think they have me put it away. So
yeah.
We'll see. We did one person at the booth asking me to help. Hold on.
Just want to point out I put a link in the chat because I got
No,
I'll read a little bit of it here. After the 12-day Iran-Israel war, 39% of Iranians expressed positive views of Israel and 48% negative, making it the second most favored viewed country, behind only the United States at 53% positive. So I think that there are very positive views. So
we're gonna do the life in the moment with voting, so we can check out the link, Benjamin. Understood.
Okay. Can you take your please?
What's happening as we speak?
Yeah, because usually means must be because the behavior of the U.S. and Israel during the past soured a lot of people inside of Iran towards Israel and the U.S. And the bombing was 2025.
Have you been able to? You haven't been able to have the same kind of groups on clubs that you used to have, right?
Email gets through, but not quickly. But all social media, everything else is completely shut out. Every once in a while, phone lines open up, and so like one person talks to one person and gets the news about like a whole bunch of people, and then they relay it to a whole bunch of people, so a lot of news gets lost out.
Beautiful. I think I'm gonna do one part of that. But I think I'm gonna do like rules.
Steve, not to, yeah. Right. Well, I eventually did, but I didn't know you wanted me to actually with the that.
Oh yeah. Okay. Except, yeah, being that person who just can't install it. Right? Like, you would have a link that's fun in the classroom and clubhouse. Hey, you get all the things going on. You know what I'm saying? That's really true. Yeah, like my class would like my rooms, you know what I'm saying? That's because I'm gonna get engaged. You understand? Like, that has a lot to do. And because it has been about attention. Here, it's just like, oh, come on, you can't speak like every phrase you say has a comma in it every single time.
Kids from you on that one. That's on food.
No, it's just I didn't have the time to do it. Like, I was just like, you know, many things were going on. I just didn't have the time. Right? You know,
This one, then monster for me, monster, the thing. Well, I just wanted to give you guys the note that it took less than 5 minutes for Pro from ballot to coming back on.
Yeah, it was.
When people say I ain't got time to vote, they're not making time for shit.
I have a heart.
So I am finding all kinds of articles about Iranian attitudes recently towards different countries. I couldn't find any, and I asked for any article to support Sam's opinion on this, and I hope that Sam will find an article that supports.
I don't think we should move on from the fact that when you're a dyed-in-the-wool, completely captured Democratic operative, it wouldn't take you a long time. How many pages things are about elected positions and ballot measures? Approximately. But I have to admit that when it comes to voting, I don't mess around. I just vote straight Democrat. When it comes to criticizing, I'll criticize both parties all day long. They both got to change. When it comes to voting, you don't mess. Let the record reflect. When it comes to voting, Benjamin
lives matter.
Blue candidates are slightly less obnoxious than red candidates. Still corrupt, still problematic. Big problems with identity politics.
Which is the super small problem, large scale problem.
Right. I was just asking when you were muted, maybe you didn't hear it. I was just asking how many different positions and ways or about.
That's it. 2 questions.
Did they write it in simple language, or was it written in a way that was?
It was written in simple language, but if you didn't know the party of your person you're voting for, you wouldn't know because it's not.
No, the redistricting with that's the part. It was written pretty.
Return of fair districting, and so really depends on who wrote the fair districting, but kind of did work out to my idea of what was fair. So.
Man, it's on both too. It's a return, so it's like safe, back to what we did before, and fair. How could you be against?
Make fair great again. They should make fairs fair again. No, state fairs. Make fairs fair again.
I had a law professor who used to say fair is where a pig goes to get a ribbon. We don't talk about fairness.
Exactly. Or maybe the 3 uses of the word fair. Get fair, make fair, fair.
Yeah.
You forgot the fact that fair reflects the color of birds.
Okay. Make fair.
That's fair. I like that.
I think it prospers. That's
To allow the General Assembly to temporarily adopt new congressional districts to restore, so that was the word, fairness in the upcoming elections while ensuring Virginia's standard redistricting process resumes for all future redistricting after the 2030 census. And I get that in the 299 characters out of 300, by the way. It's as if they knew. Those people focused on social media boosting really know.
It's almost like they prompted AI for the most user-friendly. Sure.
Sorry, it's almost like the agentic personhood entity knew exactly what they were doing.
Sunday they're showing
I wanted to press my bid here to be the Iran expert. I think I was right, and I think Sam doesn't really have anything to back up his claim.
I would just like to point out that the article you posted was
okay, well, yeah, right. The sentiment before doesn't apply.
I just want to post for the record that I'm right, but I was wrong, but I was right on the topic. And I'm just not going to say what the topic is, but, looked it up when I was a kid. Wasn't right then it changed. Then as an adult, I realized I was correct. And I just want to let the record state that I was correct on the thing I was wrong on.
This sounds a lot like Neil deGrasse Tyson right now. You're sounding a lot like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
60% of the time that Benjamin backs up his shit. He backs up his shit.
It's actually epigenetics, right? Didn't you always, I always thought, so it's for the wrong reason, but it ends up being right. But again, it was like there was another wrong stacked on top of it, but I was still right. So when I was a kid, I used to think all the kids that played basketball suddenly became tall because they willed themselves to be tall. I was like, there's something about all these short kids that just keep playing basketball, and all of a sudden they keep having these growth spurts. And when I was a kid, I was thinking there had to be something for it, like the body must learn. And then I kind of morphed that into, well, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's just that the kids that are better are a little taller than average, and then they have growth spurts. And then I was like, maybe all these famous people, their dads are basketball players, their moms are basketball players, and famous athletes. There's got to be something in the genes. It can't just be that they all have access to the best gyms in the world. And, then I had to wait like 20 years, and then people were talking, about epigenetics. So I was like, oh, that's kind of what I thought I was when I was a kid. Well, I'm going to take credit for my first wrong thing that kind of morphed into a right thing that is now only sort of still right, but I'll take it.
I don't know. Have you studied Anthony Davis? Kind of seems like he's evidence for your first theory.
Right. Anthony Davis is crazy. The curious case of Anthony Davis is about as interesting as the David Robinson case and the other Celtic white who's on the Celtics right now. I don't know if you've seen their cases too. It's very interesting.
I'm not. I'll look it up when I'm watching end of the Nuggets game.
Well, same idea. Say what the AD one is.
Is Unibrow went away?
I don't know if you guys know, but you've got John Kitover here around. I don't know whether you care about the set being broadcast or not, but Aliester, that's John Kitover.
There's almost never a way to stop them all out, but I did know that was him, yeah.
So is he still running for Chicago mayor or
Is he still trying for him? I guess so, but he got indicted for something.
He's gonna come up and tell us.
he's indicted for what?
No, I didn't get indicted. Marshall just likes to use words, and he doesn't understand the meanings of the words.
Was he indicted for not getting proper voter information?
Wrong. I was not indicted. Marshall's talking out his ass. I'm sitting here with no indictment. Marshall's just a dumbass. Sorry, Marshall. Oh, by the way, I am recording the room. Yeah, that's right, Marshall. Thanks for being your little typical rat self. Go talk to your little brother, Marshall. Oh, go learn the secrets, what Trump is doing from your little brother.
You're actually asking for votes?
Yeah, I'm asking for votes. I'm trying to liberate my fellow Americans, unlike Marshall, who loves to just keep them down by using incorrect word usage. Maybe you should take an English course, Sam. I know English isn't your first language either. Oh, you don't like an antagonistic politician, someone who thinks for himself, questions authority. I understand, Sam. It's difficult, but, eventually we're going to get a politician like myself in office who will just censor you because we're not interested in what you have to say. Hello?
You're not very smart, are you?
That could just be projection, Sam. Go look in the mirror and say to yourself in the mirror, you might not be that smart. That's called projection.
Observation.
Let's just hear him. Let's just let it talk. Let's hear. That's the best. Hear it.
Oh my God, you guys have ears? I didn't think that was possible. I thought you guys just talk all the time because you love to hear your voices. Just talk.
This is gross.
Oh, this is gross speech. You guys should hear yourselves on my YouTube live. You should see the comments that people leave. Is this for real? Are there really people this ignorant and this woke who can't admit that a Muslim terrorist is a dangerous individual? It's got nothing to do with Islamophobia. It's got everything to do with the religion Islam and Mohammedan law. Maybe you guys should become lawyers and attorneys and consider what is Mohammedan law and whether or not you like Mohammedan law. Because if you like Mohammedan law, well, I'm sure that you're going to support Mohammedan law, but you probably don't even know what Mohammedan law is. Can anyone here tell me what Mohammedan law means in 2026? Hello?
His voice gets all screechy like Tucker Carlson.
Yaka's back. Yeah, I put an interesting article that I recommend, and I appreciate Andy pushing towards the more recent articles. This one's called The Iranian War Fraction Over Trump's War. And it really is going to discuss that there's, there's two directions some people go towards, we have to bomb it in order to resurrect it. And other people are wetting their pants over the prospect of what it will take to get rid of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Look, it will take everything, right? They're not going to give up easily. So it will take all of it. And if you don't have the balls to get rid of Islam, then you got to live with Islam.
I mean, we're not getting rid of the religion of Islam. It's unrealistic.
You want me to say Islamic Republic of Iran?
Saying that, in any future,
any
future government, any future country, there'll be, of course, there'll be the Islamists.
Israel is going to pretend that they're not getting rid of Islam. They're just getting rid of Hamas. And the United States is going to pretend we're not getting rid of Islam. We're just getting rid of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's fine.
Israel has a goal of getting rid of Islam?
There you go, Benjamin. You have a fan.
Well, it doesn't have a choice.
No, I completely disagree with that.
No, I'm talking about him 100%. Don Kitover is agreeing with you, Benjamin.
I find myself agreeing with Benjamin quite a bit, especially when he roasts Steve Appel. That's when I really agree with Benjamin.
Because you and him are maybe birds of a feather.
Benjamin's analyses are brilliant. There's nothing like it. One of a kind analysis. Very, very interesting.
It's also the way he says it. Many of you have probably never actually commented on the way that Benjamin talks, but it's actually very much like Boy Who Cried Wolf.
Which is we not have a choice, right? Because the thing that is allied against Israel most consistently is Islam. And you know it, I know it, the birds can smell it. It's verboten to say. I think the Six-Day War was against Egypt. It was against Islam.
Winston Churchill is in the bust of the Oval Office. Donald Trump has the bust of Winston Churchill, the great warrior against Islam, in the Oval Office.
So check out the comments on Reem. I put a link to it in the chat. As he says, I mean, it's damning. When we talk about his live stream of this room, I put a link to it in the chat, and as he pointed out, the comments are just totally damning. Should we bring on the broadcast commenting on YouTube here? Yeah, people commenting on this room on Kitover's live stream of it on his YouTube.
Oh, how many people are watching that?
No, but 7? I think it's 1. I think it's me.
Well, see, if you go to my live stream section on my YouTube accounts, you can actually see the total number of views of all my videos. So please don't discredit me by saying I get no views. Go to my actual account, watch maybe a couple videos for 5 to 10 minutes, and then look at the data analytics and the numbers, and then we can have a conversation. I am complete. Thank you all very little.
Oh, sure.
I'm not going to tell you. You can just go look at it. I'm here for a conversation, gentlemen.
We got the numbers up to 3 people when we got it.
Damn it, John. You made great, and I just gave him a boost. He probably earned a nickel off of it.
He tripled numbers because where is this link? Do you have to have a wife to have a wife beater?
Is this the modern equivalent of just like yelling on the street and begging for food?
Yeah, that's right.
No, I actually kind of consider this like stand-up comedy, but more smart than like normal stand-up comedy. Because like, honestly, who wants to go to a stand-up comedy show to pay a ticket? You can just go to YouTube and watch a bunch of clowns waste their time all day long picking their toes.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna laugh if what you think is everybody finds it.
You're off topic, Marshall. I love how Marshall always on Clubhouse says, you're not talking about the topic. Stop talking. You're not talking about the topic anymore. You're off topic. You ever notice how Marshall does that all the time on Clubhouse? You're off the topics. Get back on the topic. That's Marshall's favorite way to communicate with people. You're off topic. Get back on topic. Marshall says that every single day on this fucking app because he's a low IQ meth head.
Press a screeching and push-ups. Can you imagine somebody actually watching one of his streams and wondering like who the crazy man is? Wow.
What is the delay between live and YouTube?
6
Do you
seconds.
have a flag entering your bathroom, John? Or is that the hallway?
Hey, I have a question for you. Do you have a second?
Yeah, sure. First, let me get rid of this YouTube thing. Yeah.
Well, what do 9/11, the 6-Day War, the most recent conflict in Israel, and the conflict in Iran have in common?
Well, I think you want me to say is Islamicism.
No. I want you to find something else. I want you to search. Don't say that, obviously.
The answer is hummus.
Find the thing.
The answer is hummus.
Find the thing that you could possibly replace it with.
6-Day War. I answered it with hummus. Okay. So, Benjamin, where are we at?
It's political Islam. That's what he's trying to get at. I'm going to PTR here. My new book is called The Many Faces of Political Islam by Muhammad Ayub.
I'm not done talking about Hamas. You have to wait your turn. If we all
Those are the only wars in which both sides ate cucumbers.
Okay, PTR, this is The Many Faces of Political Islam. Religion and politics in the Muslim world.
Was it cucumbers or was it fresh cucumbers?
Yeah. Going a little vinegar.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll take a little Kitover timeout. I know, Benjamin, you keep interrupting. We were going to ask him to make a campaign speech. Why?
So, Benjamin, what's the answer? What do they have in common? They were all fought in the Middle East.
Yeah, well, my position is that Islam is just something that has to be confronted. It can't be ignored. It won't allow itself to be ignored. It has to be confronted. So God bless those who confront it, because therein lies civilization.
That was brilliant.
Yeah, I don't believe in Huntington's Clash of Civilizations. I think Huntington got that dramatic.
So I have an answer on the delay. It's about a 6 or 8 second delay.
What is?
Anybody? Oh, somebody asked how long, what the delay was on Kitover's live stream.
Marco, who's this dude you're talking about?
He wrote a piece called The Clash of Civilizations, which presupposed that Western and Middle Eastern cultures couldn't live in harmony because they were too different. The cultural mores, the ways people lived, all that kind of stuff was just far too different. So therefore, the West and the Near East would always have conflict. And exactly. I just don't it's not an accurate thing. Yes, political Islam in and of itself may be a giant issue in the Islamic community, but it certainly doesn't describe even a minorly large percentage of the 1.3 or 1.4 billion adherents.
It doesn't.
Right, so
it doesn't account for the Ottoman Empire.
It doesn't account for any of the other empires and the passing of knowledge. It counts for this crazy version of Islam that came about. Sayyid Qutb and his crazy version of this shit came about in the 1920s and 30s, along with the creation of the Muslim Brotherhood, and they kind of went a little fundamentalist after that. They didn't start out necessarily as violent, but they became violent. Which, you look at the Middle East and you account for the fact that it was all kind of colonial regimes where politics were not a thing and public expression wasn't a thing. But you could go to your local mosque and talk about religion and the ways in which people should adhere to it. And that was a totally free public space. And so, somebody like Sayyid Qutb, who was this scholar who studying Greece, Colorado, came back to Egypt and was repressed by the colonial government, and wrote this manuscript called Illuminations, in which he called essentially for not worldwide but Middle Eastern wide overthrowing of illegitimate rulers. He helped redefine what jihad had meant in the last 500-ish years from there into the future for Islamic fundamentalists in a way that just can't be ignored. He's the progenitor of some of this stuff.
I think what people like Benjamin kind of forget is that the issue between Arabs and Israelis was not a religious issue. It was a nationalistic issue. And so when you look at the original people on the Palestinian side, we had Yasser Arafat and Mahmoud Abbas, people like that. They were all quite secular. They were religious at all. And on the Israeli side, you know, the entire Ben Gurion up through Yitzhak Rabin governments were not religious at all. I think what happened was that nationalism couldn't carry the day anymore. And so people got tired of fighting over nationalism. And so the leaders had to pivot towards religion in order to keep recruiting soldiers for the fight. And I mean, if you look at the history of the Middle East, there was never a fight between Jews and Muslims. So that I think that this conflict being presented in terms of a religious conflict, I think is a rewritten history of this conflict. It's not about religion. It's about nationalism on both sides and the right to self-governance on both.
So the era, it's sort of in the era of nationalism in the 70s, the 80s. I don't remember which it was, but like somewhere in there you have like Arab nationalism and then you have pan-Arabism introduced. I always forget the word.
No, I'm not. I don't want to cast a big net like that.
Okay.
Because Arab nationalism in different countries meant different things.
Okay.
So I just want to focus on Palestinian nationalism and not broaden it to Arab nationalism.
Yeah, no, that's a good
to do that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Of course. I mean, where did Palestinian nationalism arise from? Aside from, I feel like the fairly obvious of the conflict and the feeling that you had some sort of defined zone that was a name that was given a long time ago that kind of like tracked, like where did the real big kind of chain of nationalism come into the picture?
So that's my biggest question in this whole thing is when you say free Palestine, what does a free Palestine look like to you? Is it an independent Palestinian state? Well, why should it look like that? We never had an independent Palestinian state. West Bank, after the Ottoman Empire, belonged to Jordan, and Gaza belonged to Egypt.
It was occupied by Jordan. It didn't belong to Jordan. They illegally occupied it. It wasn't part.
Occupied what? I mean, when you say it wasn't part of Jordan.
Right, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan was created in 1946. The British government, through the mandate, was allowed to carve up, and they did, and they created the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan in 1946. The land that was set to be developed, so that was 78% of the mandate. The other 22% was going to be divided up, 55% for the Jewish state and 45% for the Arab state. That Arab state was the West Bank. They didn't create a state there. Jordan invaded and occupied that land from the end of the Israeli War of Independence, whatever war you want to call it, from 1949 to 1967, and actually gave them passports and gave them citizenship. It was just as much an illegal occupation as anything.
So let's first.
That's why
when it was a country named Palestine formed in that division?
No.
Right.
There was to be the Arab state, according to the UN, and the Jewish state.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But so why should it go to the Palestinians? Why shouldn't it go back to people who owned the land before, rightfully owned the land before there's? Then the land reverts back to people who owned it before they occupied.
Right, that's why it's contested. The Israeli position is contested territory subject to final negotiations.
But whoever contested, the contestants should not include Palestinians.
No, they didn't. They occupied it. It wasn't theirs to begin with. They invaded the land and they took it through conquest.
So the land belonged to the Ottoman Empire, then it belonged to the British Mandate.
Correct. And then
So, if this is going to revert, it reverts back to whom?
That's subject to final negotiations. That's the Israeli position. Needs to be figured out. I agree.
But
we don't know.
But why? So it either goes back to the British.
No, they said we're done. They pulled out. They said we're done. They handed it over to the UN. The UN said, okay, we're going to come up with the partition plan. They did. They said, here's a partition plan. Right? And then the British pulled out.
Back to the Ottoman Empire, right? Because that's
a non-existent entity.
Right. So it can't revert back to the British mandate because that is also a non-existent
entity. Correct.
So before Jordan occupied it, who owned that land?
There wasn't even a split second where it was an Arab state. It was the British mandate ended on, I want to say, May 13th, and Israel declared independence on the 14th. That should have been
on the West Bank part, because Israel.
Israel. If you let me pull up the map so you can see what it looked like.
Israel 1948 borders didn't include.
Correct. It was a fraction of what it is even today, but it hadn't won the War of Independence.
Right. So who owned West Bank at that time?
I'll show you. Hold on. Let me just talk for a moment. Let me just find the map. I have too many things on my phone. Okay.
Different nationalism is also a good signpost. I feel like if you're looking for other countries, I briefly know about Egyptian nationalism, but it seems like that's a country that, as a nationalist, had a nationalist sentiment that was around the same time as the awakening of Palestinian sentiment of statehood.
So nationalism in the Middle East comes in two flavors. In Iran, you call them Mossadelism on the one hand and Pahlavism on the other hand. So Pahlavism, which is the nationalism that Reza Shah brought in, is basically European nationalism. Nativist, xenophobic, superiority, etc., etc.
Very much foreigners get out, we can do our own thing.
The other one is Mossadelism, is the right of self-determination. It's a movement against pseudo-colonialism in the Arab states. That is, foreign countries stop dictating to us what we should do and let us have the right to self-determination. So when in the Middle East, when you talk about nationalism, you kind of have to be cognizant of which one of these you're talking about. And the nationalism that I was talking about was the second one. It's not a nativist nationalism. It's the right of self-determination nationalism that was basically being practiced by both the Zionists and the Palestinians.
Okay, that's the map. The mandate ended on May 14th. On May 14th, Israel declared independence. They accepted the blue portion, which is a lot smaller than what Israel ended up being after the armistice line of 1949. The orange, the light orange, should have been an Arab state, but instead the five armies invaded. So it never belonged to the so-called Arab state. Egypt took its portion, Gaza, for example. Jordan took its portion, the West Bank and Jerusalem. You see, Jerusalem was supposed to be the white, was supposed to be an international city run by the UN. And this portion, that is the West Bank, is larger than the West Bank is currently today that Israel occupies. This is what was allocated to the Arab state. And if you look at what the West Bank is today, those were essentially the armistice lines. So Israel expanded because it got some of the southern portion of the West Bank, and it got the area around Acre in the north up to Lebanon. It got all that orange area, and it also got the Philadelphia corridor near Egypt and sort of to the south of Gaza. This is a very unruly map. Each of the two countries had 3 choke points where literally they came together. There weren't contiguous countries either for the Jewish state or for the Arab state. And this map was created by the UN based on demographics. The blue area where there were primarily Jewish people and very few Arabs, and the orange areas where there were primarily Arabs and very few Jewish people.
So this map doesn't answer my original question of where would the land go to if today Israel withdrew from West Bank and Gaza, who would own?
Ask her.
They look up at you. I know it can be hard when they're moving around. Like, I got a mirror. Let me see. I got another one.
Was that as good for you as it was for me?
That was not obvious at all. I'll just let it go.
Yeah, that was no obvious.
So weird.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It's a quickie.
Look at that little mouse, though. He's cute. How did you get him?
Adopted him.
No, Callie.
Oh, they're hers.
You can go first.
Oh.
Isn't he sweet?
Loves.
He's gonna be 12 in July, y'all.
His ball.
Isn't he sweet?
The boys are the best.
The boys are the best. He's passed through doing the same thing lately where if he really wants something.
Bro, not even just this. I think there's a more explicit verse in the Bible where also David was called the begotten son of God. Which is rivals your perspective.
So what's interesting about this one, right? So if we start at the top here, right, and it goes by verse, the plain manner, historical level. Your son is one. Is the biological son of David. He belonged to the chosen successor king. At surface, this is about royal succession. But God is identifying which son inherits the throne. Important that David had many sons. So this is specific selection, not by genetic stating.
Was Solomon the firstborn?
Yeah, no. David is the firstborn.
No, I mean, like, was Solomon the firstborn son?
No. He wasn't.
Okay,
Wasn't his
that's
first
fascinating. You see, this impresses me. It impressed me with like how in the Bible the first son does not necessarily inherit the throne, right? Whereas in recent history, even back in the days, I think. It was always the firstborn son.
Moses didn't even pick his sons. He picked his servant's son.
Yeah, that's a fairer, like a system that's more fair. Like in terms of like, it's just who's the most wise, right? Who has the most legitimacy to rule based on knowledge.
Well, that's what I mean. Even when Solomon asked God for the knowledge, and God gave it to him, it still was. Read this verse, it explains it.
Okay, verse.
We go to 2, covenant meaning, Davidic theology. This connects with 2 Samuel 7:16, where God's promise to David, the descendants will come from him. That son will build his house and temple and have an eternal kingdom. So Solomon, your son, means immediate fulfillment of the promise and temple builder. The first layer is a much bigger covenant. I will be his father, he will be my son. This is the key phrase here. But right after Solomon, your son, God says, I will be his father, and he will be my son. It's not a biological, it's a royal adoption language. In ancient Near East, kings were often called sons of God. I mean, to my understanding, right?
Well, this is really precise. Judeo-Christologically, he fails.
So you're going off on some other shit. Go ahead. I'll just move.
No, it's just a precision. Go ahead. Well,
this is where the covenant language, right? This is where it pertains to Jesus, because we're not going to say he failed, right? No,
that's what you want.
He doesn't equal, but historically, Solomon doesn't equal the full fulfillment. His kingdom
did not pass, did not last forever, and the condition was broken. So the prophecy must point beyond Solomon. It was a dual prophecy here. It's immediate with David's literal son building.
Let me ask you a question.
And then the ultimate one.
If Solomon succeeded according to your understanding or criteria,
he would be the Messiah.
That's what you think?
So it's like the same, but he failed. He did idolatry. He let the flesh take over him.
I don't think that's...
He was given all the wisdom.
Anyways, go ahead. Continue. That's an interesting...
You can't think of it. You can't think of it as we're not reading the Quran. I understand you have that background, but we're reading the Bible.
Sure, that's why I'm confused a bit because, but anyways, go ahead. It's an interesting perspective. Finish.
Yeah. Well, that was it. And you can read the rest from 6 on.
Okay. So you're saying prior to Jesus, all the prophets had a chance to be the Messiah, but they failed.
That's what. How did you come to that conclusion? This temple was destroyed.
No, I'm just trying to see how you think, right? So would you say like the Messiah was like a job application, and then Solomon failed, and all the rest failed, but Jesus, he didn't fail. He fulfilled it, and that's why he's the Messiah. That's another question. What if Jesus could he have failed his mission? Could he have not become the Messiah? Let me ask you this question. Let's see how you think.
What was the question?
Well, because I think the way you read it, it's like you read it from like a conditional perspective. David could have been the Messiah, yet, at one point he might have failed his mission because whatever, he slept with Bathsheba. And then this chance or this opportunity, this job application got passed down to his son Solomon. He was on the right track. He could have been the Messiah, but then, at one point he did such mistake, therefore, he failed and he's not the Messiah. And then you could say this to like all the prophets, all the lines of the people who were there to succeed the kingship of Israel or whatever. And you come to Jesus, and then boom, Jesus, he might have failed his mission, right? According to your conditional perspective, you need to be coherent. But no, he passed, so therefore he became the Messiah. Do you see it that way, or am I wrong? Is this a correct perspective? I like when you think loud. It's it's good. I would say, man, maybe you're onto something, maybe, but do I agree? I would say no. I don't necessarily agree with this. I think that every individual has like a higher self, and this higher self could only fulfill one thing. Like, it cannot fulfill further than that thing, That's how I see it. And it's either you pass the test and you achieve that or not. And I do think that Jesus was the only person who was fit to fulfill the mission of the Messiah. I think that's how I see things, right? I think there could have been no other person who could have done better than David if he was in the shoes of David. And I think nobody could have done better than the Prophet Muhammad if he was in the shoes of Prophet Muhammad. That's why history is sealed. It's done. It's already, it's there. So that's how I see it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's a perception.
Because according to that perspective, right? Let me just tell you what it entails. According to that perspective, you're saying someone today could come and imagine he does better than Jesus. Now what? Is he the Messiah? Have he dethroned Jesus? I don't think so.
Well, the thing is, based on all these other people, and let's just say, for an argument, that everybody had a chance, but at the end, Jesus completed the mission. That shows that he is the standard. He is the definition of the standard. He is the status, you know.
Yeah, I see that you can see things from that angle, and you know, for me, I wouldn't disagree necessarily. Like for me, once you're a prophet, you're setting the standard for something for sure. There's no argument about this. I'm curious to see Universe. Hey man, you're typing really interesting details in the chat that I would like to interact with and maybe share some wisdom and knowledge here in the room. What's up, man?
Yeah, I've never read this before. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page on the Islamic Constitution, and it's so fucking stupid and crazy that I know you're just learning English. It's not your native tongue, and so we have a failure to communicate. But when you realize just how crazy Muhammad and his followers were, and the incredibly stupid law and constitution that they created in Medina, Mecca, wherever, just read it on Wikipedia line by line, and you'll see how incredibly insane it is. And how fucking much Jew hate there is in the Constitution itself of Islam that Muhammad laid down. Because, you know, a lot of people just think of it as a religion. But it's actually Mohammedan law. It's all about the Ummah, the rules, the regulation. It's not rage bait. If you just read it, you'll realize it's far inferior to the U.S. Constitution, which liberates mankind, while Mohammedan law actually enslaves mankind to Islam. Read it and weep. I am complete.
Sure, no. So, you know, like this is his perspective. You know, he was respectful in the sense that he didn't insult. So, but let's see. Let's read this. So, here on Wikipedia, Constitution of Medina. Which page? Which place?
It's go to the text.
The text.
Yeah, go to the text.
Yeah.
I've never read this before, and I've never heard anybody talk about it in all my years of listening to people debate Muslims. And to me, this is shocking. That today, for the first day, I finally have heard about the Islamic Constitution. I've never read this before, and it's fucking shocking. Shocking.
Sure, let's read this. Okay. Prescription of Muhammad. Oh, go ahead. You were saying. It's been a while. It's been a while you spoke, so yeah. Okay, so, alright. It says this is a prescription for the prophet and the messenger of God to operate between the faithful and the followers of Islam, the Muslims among the Quraysh, the people of Medina, and those who may be under them, may join them and take part in wars in their company. They shall constitute a separate political unit, the Ummah, as distinguished from all the people of the world. So far, how do you see this? For me, it's pretty based as of now. Like, I love this. It sets a beautiful tone. Anyways, the emigrants from Quraysh shall be responsible for their own ward and shall pay their blood money in mutual collaboration and shall secure the release of their own prisoners by paying the ransom for themselves, so that the mutual dealing between the believers be in accordance with the principles of goodness and justice. Okay, as of now. Any comments? Universe.
Yeah, you don't have to read. I've already read it, and you don't have to like read it to me. It's kind of pointless for you to try to practice your English with me at this point. We need to look at the controversial parts of it, and from an American perspective, or an English perspective, we can help you understand why Mohammedan law is totally retarded and backwards and stupid and from the year 700. I am complete.
Sure, watch your mouth before I shut your mouth.
Oh, that's Islamic law right there. It's actually in the Constitution what he just said. So I rest my case. I am complete. Murderers, fucking murderer. Fucking murderer.
Yeah.
Fucking murderer.
So, let's tone it down. Let's be civil.
No disrespect is in front of me. I don't appreciate that.
So, anyways, but Universe, you have a contention. Let's.
Can we go back to bar? I literally fell asleep on that.
Okay, whatever.
Who the fuck gave the space for the clown to come in here and act like a scholar? Come on.
Shit. Anyways, but I was curious, man. It's a good conversation,
I'm surprised he's actually I'm hearing genuine sense from this guy. I'm like, what? Is he decided to do some I'm letting him kind of get very confident, but time to source up, buddy.
Actually, you have a place that says choose.
Complicated.
It's not complicated, bro. I'm literally just reading what he's. Bro, the guy came. He had a certain contention. I'm curious. No, he's still there. Bro, he's still typing in the chat right now.
Well, he was talking while who dropped it.
No, he's just. Nobody dropped him. He just. I think
he got cornered.
He got cornered. Maybe I don't know. Maybe by you. Maybe you cornered him. I don't know, man. But if you have that. Yeah. So.
Man, don't let him insult Muhammad anyway. You're gonna let him do that. I wasn't letting him alone.
I didn't hear an insult. He was criticizing. Oh, he said this. I don't even know. He was criticizing the law, right? So, if he criticized the law, I don't have an issue. But at least present the solution on your side. That's all I like. This is all I want. If you're there to criticize something,
someone is gonna make a positive statement about Muhammad and what he presents, then that positive statement needs to be justified. You want to say I don't believe in Muhammad? No problem. You want to say what Muhammad presented is falsehood? Bring evidence.
Exactly. So show your evidence. Bro.
Yeah, link is. I keep putting it all in the chat. If you guys just read it and you use your brains instead of just talking and acting defensively, and we compare it to the American Constitution and American law, I'm criticizing Mohammedan law as being actually retarded, inferior, substandard, according to Western jurisprudence. It's for it's fucking sand N-word shit. That's what I'm telling you. You hear me? Sandword N-word shit.
Yeah, he could have come with more
Go back to that confident sense you had for it and fall into that, just start justifying that claim you made. And without all the hands and all that third grader shit.
He's just trying to bring disorder.
Actually, I love how there's also religious pluralism in the Constitution. The Jews are seen as one community. Look, it says the Jews in the Ben Raf shall be considered as one ummah. This is a revolution. It's great. I don't know. For me, I see this, I'm like, wow, beautiful.
Believers are always one ummah.
I know, I'm just saying some people, because listen, when you say an ummah, right, even today, some people, the majority of Muslims don't necessarily see another community.
If you're talking to someone who
this guy will insult halachic.
Again, this is the Constitution of Medina. Nice party hat there, Illumi. Apparently you can't maintain yourself. That's why you have so many party hats. This is the Constitution, the Mohammedan law, the reformation of Muhammad, and he incorporated the Jews in it. But if you read the text, you have to ask yourself, what the fuck is all this about? It's about consolidation of power and a new political body. It's calling itself out as a new entity in the world. It's so fucking stupid. It's not based on law or justice or juries or evidence. It's based on a ridiculous assertion. Hello?
Now, you don't provide details.
The details are in the chat. Copied and pasted in the fucking chat. Try to fucking read it. Hello?
I literally gotta open my eyes here. Holy shit. What is he doing by universe? What? Is there a name change happening? What? How?
Again, it's called the Constitution of Medina. You can defend it. It's totally undefined. You defend it. It's called the Constitution of Medina.
Shit. Are you trying to call yourself God? Okay, the universe. Okay.
That's what they do with their
universe. Wait a second. This guy, National Churchill. Alright, whatever.
Yeah, you should also read what Winston Churchill says about Mohammedan law and what it means for women.
Churchill is a fucking cocksucker.
That's projection.
If you want to go based on what Churchill said, I mean, Churchill has literally, I would say, worse statements than even Hitler. What are we talking about? What is it? Actually, there are a lot of people around the world who would consider Churchill literally how the West has been indoctrinated to view Hitler.
Actually, look, here's what Gemini said about the document. It says, it's less of a manifesto of religious superiority and more a pragmatic security treaty designed to stop civil war in a desert oasis. And factually, that's what this is what happened in history. So I don't know what you're talking about. Man,
I always forget Kitover is presumably a Christian, so this guy is a follower of Christ.
I am just shocked that I've never heard of this before. I've never read it before. Again, it's called the Constitution of Medina. Have either of you gentlemen ever read the Constitution of Medina prior to this conversation? Hello?
We know the Constitution. We know the patent.
Well, not fully. It's not very long. If it's the most important religion in the world and it's the final religion in the world, I'm just kind of surprised that most historians never bring up the Constitution of Medina and what it's all about. Hello?
It's a preliminary pact with the Jews based on understandings that believers share. So we expect the Jews in Medina were expected to hold to a pact that they willingly entered into, and they willingly on their own betrayed. That's just treason. They were dealt the punishment that they literally chose the arbitrator of. And he ruled on them the ruling that was in their books. So, and that is the punishment of treason, we all know, is to get wiped out. I mean, we can all go look at Judges real quick, and we can go see what happened to those little poor Benjamites, whatever the hell they're called. Nothing that Muhammad and his authority as the final prophet from God, whether you fucking like it or not, this person declared himself and brought about a correspondence that literally triumphs anything. There is no text on the face of this planet that tells you this is direct correspondence from absolute divine reality.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. How do you explain blood money? How do you rationalize blood money? Okay, you're monologuing. You accuse me of monologuing? No, you're monologuing. Go ahead.
That is completely a sidetrack. When you
you say blood money, what do you read? Define.
Read it. It's in the Constitution of Medina. If you don't prescribe to these rules by Muhammad, I am. Shut up. It's right here. I'll read it to you. Do I sound like I'm whining?
You had a calm, collected tone. Just go back to that.
All right, here it is. This is what it says. And if anyone intentionally murders a believer, again, they have to be a believer. It's not a non-believer. And if it's proven, he shall be killed in retaliation unless the heir, the child, the wife, the person associated with that person, or the murdered person, be satisfied with blood money. And then it says, and all believers shall actually stand for this ordinance, and nothing else shall be proper for them to do.
And we still stand on that ordinance till this day, as long as if that is killing is not done in a clear, direct way towards that person's belief or demographic. So just because this person is a Jew and this person killed him, or he killed him in ill faith, as in he just did not like the fuck his face looked like this morning, yeah, there is no justification for that. We don't accept, no one accepts blood money over that.
That's unto Allah. That's
yeah, but there is that incident where one of them, I think it was Bani Qurayda, insulted a Muslim woman or humiliated her or something about her chest. Anyways, that had to be, that is something that was dealt with. So stuff like that, where there's a clear intention to insult, not on a personal basis, but to insult a whole community or to try to create some sort of dynamic, that has to be fended off.
Okay, try to be concise. You got 60 more seconds. Land your plane.
That is, we just told you there's no problem between the notion of compensating for the loss of life if it is an accident, or if it was done in the sense of you had like two fighting and it escalated. So there was no intent to kill this person. So in that sense, yes, this is where arbitration takes place, and an amount that the victims agree on. And this is done till this day. My cousin ran over accidentally two kids across the street, jaywalk, they were gone. What happened? The whole family, not a single person who wasn't a head of a family, didn't show up. And that family, the ones who lost victims, you know what they did? They carried a sheet, and the heads of the families, all of their heads held the sheet on any side that they could hold. And until that sheet was full of money, gold, and whatever you could put in that shit, to the point that they can't carry it anymore. So they literally had to be where they can't carry it off. They can't hold it anymore off the ground. So once it hit the ground, that was it. And so their weight in gold, and that is what they got. So and that is what we have to do this, because if we don't do this, they can go and pick off two of us.
Plus I just want to make a precision. The Constitution.
This ruling never changed, and this ruling still operates.
Okay, we got it, Mikhail. Stop repeating yourself. It's redundant.
If your notion is that this brings somehow, if this dismantles any sorts of altruism or justice that you have, well, let's debate that, because
it's a criticism, and we're moving on. It's a criticism. Hello? It's a criticism, and we're moving on to the next criticism. We don't have all day for you to repeat yourself. We're moving on.
You claimed altruistic values.
I'm criticizing blood money justice. I'm criticizing blood money justice as being an outdated system.
Highlighting an ideal of a sense of justice. Where do you get this sense of justice?
By thousands of years of lawyers and attorneys and judges in the Western legal system. I'm comparing and contrasting and criticizing. God damn you, Mikhail! God damn you to hell!
Exchange in the West
Okay, we're moving on to the next criticism. Please hold. Please hold. We're moving on to the next criticism. We're moving on past the blood moon, okay?
We're talking about the people that were like hydrophobic.
Oh. No. That's no. We're gonna move on to the actual Medina Constitution. This is what bugs me. Listen to this.
You're about to tell me that the West brought human enlightenment.
Stop fucking yelling, bro.
Well, you could just leave any time. You're not my boss over there. Go back to work with your methamphetamines. Listen to this. The Jews shall share with the believers the expenses of war so long as they fight in conjunction, and the Jews of Banu Auf shall be considered as one umat, along with the believers. For the Jews, their religion, and for the Muslims, theirs. Be one client or... Where's the fucking gall? The audacity of King Muhammad? Holy fuck! What a cocksucker! What the fuck did Muhammad tell us? Are you shitting me?
Shut the fuck up. That's literally what he wants because he's crashing out. Because, you know, you're going to come and claim ideals. You better start presenting this ideal that is called justice, and you better start
Get me, they can't take it.
In Revelation. And the only thing you're going to be able to do
Shut the
is
fuck
you're going
up,
to start
bro.
presenting the Hebrew Bible. Once you start presenting the Hebrew Bible, you're going to look like a retard.
Oh, okay. If you think don't, but you can get to me.
There's nothing that rabbis don't have a ruling or a teaching that justifies this. Nothing. And we all know the hadith, the rulings that Muhammad presented. Literally, when the Jews came and questioned, he highlighted the Torah. And the exilic and throughout the Muslim world. I don't know, like this. Yeah, I always forget what this guy is trying to present himself like a messianic Jew, or does he actually hold to Christ, or and if he holds to Christ as divine, is he triune, and how does he understand the Trinity? These are all. He won't go there. And he wants to do this subjective istinat. He wants to I have this Western sense of virtue ethics. First of all, the West doesn't even follow virtue ethics, you know. And in light or in contrast to this subjective virtue ethics, I'm going to condemn Muhammad. Over what? Over this notion of compensation. Literally what we do in civil court. Like this is something even happens in America. So you can have an accident, you can take the other guy out and his whole family, and it's an accident. Guess what? You're not gonna get arrested.
Farewell. That was my show over there. When I'm removed from the stage and censored in the Good-to-Be lecture to, that's when I know it's time for me to leave like a tree. Because now I'm no longer in communication with the tree. I fell off of it like a leaf that hit the ground and is deteriorating into the soil.
Got a pile of clothes you never wear anymore? Turn them into cash with Vinted. Snap a photo, let's drop.
y'all aren't serious. I thought you were serious.
Joe, come on, Joe. Is that the same grass that the cows are finished on? Grass fed, grass finished.
I just don't know too much now. No, pay grassroots advocate for education. I really am.
What the hell does that mean?
So,
A landscaper?
listen, let's say it's aid, grassroots advocate in education.
Hey, Joby, I got something interesting to tell you.
So in education, I advocate for freedom in education, in K through 12 education.
Free. You should be able to teach your kids anything you want.
Funding.
Well, they have to pass an annual exam. Like, okay, I'm the mom, how are we going to do it? I'm teaching you 3rd grade. You got to pass the 3rd grade test in order to get the curriculum for the 4th grade test.
Doesn't sound like freedom. It sounds like you got a big firewall right there. There's a test and there's a specific curriculum that must be taught. So you're just
It's a national curriculum.
She's also advocating for the liberation of our tax dollars, meaning that we spend 1.1 trillion a year through property taxes, and Joe B's advocating for free usage of that money based on actual intelligence, not politics. It's not a ha ha ha. It's called liberty. It's called intelligence.
Yeah, I'm having fun. I just like to be succinct, as some people say.
You like to be succinct.
Please allow her to be succinct.
I have 10 words. Never mind.
Exactly.
Yeah, you retarded then.
What you're saying actually.
Apparently, I don't even know.
What you're saying actually matches your PTR, Austin Powers. Just FYI, it's an accurate PTR.
Joe, let's just hug right now. Come on, you and me.
Come back, I'm not mad. I'm just direct. I'm not mad.
Marshall Rankin's here. Everybody, get back on topic. We're all off topic.
Not the Marshall and Dr. Mitch.
Hey, Marshall, did you talk to your little brother today? And are we on topic?
Marshall?
We're not sure. You tell us.
Doing pretty good. Can't complain.
Glad to hear. I'm reorganizing my slotty studio right now. I don't
Marshall, what was Trump's approval rating in the last 10 minutes versus George Bush's approval rating, all those years ago?
It's not that great. Yeah, I was talking to Sean, not you, so.
Oh, my bad. Well, I was talking to you. Apparently, your cheetah jacket's getting in the way of good taste.
I'm talking to Sean.
Ha 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 ha!
I glock doomed him down to the audience.
Can't take a little criticism. Everybody's afraid of criticism by John Kitover. It's just too annoying.
Lord.
All day.
Like, why do you put up with it?
People are so sensitive to John Kitover criticism. I'm going to write a book called Criticisms by John Kitover.
I just don't like you very much. And I've been a really long time, and having to put up with you is a little bit aggravating. It's just one of those things like, why? Why did the dipshit get involved in politics? Why? Why did this guy who's not going to do anything decide he wanted to do something, even though he's not?
Hey, you're off topic, Marshall. Let's get back on topic. You're off topic, Marshall. Let's call your little brother, see what he says about his bigger brother.
Kitover, can somebody clarify that?
Hello?
Yeah.
Joe B's with me. Joe B's a contributor. You can relax. I am relaxed. Hello?
John, allow me to speak for honor. Real quick, here we go. I'm often offended because people seem to accuse me of being evil.
Well, neither of you should be offended.
What are you doing? Just be a normal human and talk to us like a normal human. You can do that.
Yeah, where did you go to, what did you have for lunch? What did you eat for lunch? Like, give me personal life. No, just be you, but be on mute more so we can, like, still hang out. Yeah, how things are going in your world, dude, okay?
Sorry for making fun of Marshall. I do, for some reason, enjoy roasting what I consider hypocritical Republicans. It's just my opinion.
Can you roast me next?
No, not really.
Austin, don't think you have. Try roasting me. I'd be interested.
Well, some people on this app think that you're just a misinformation agent of the NSA, but I say you're a supermodel with the brain of Albert Einstein.
Thank you very much.
The check's in the mail. That's cute.
Way to roast you, Joe. You're fine as hell.
I don't care.
And John, how about me? John, Mr. Kitover. John.
If anybody accuses you of being me, just tell them to go to ChicagoMayorVote.com and vote John Kitover in the February 23rd, 2027 Chicago mayoral election.
You won't even come to the airplane?
How's that going for you, John? Have you been out at the local restaurants? You've been going to city council meetings? What have you been up to?
I've been saying that I'm going to arrest Brandon Johnson and indict and arrest all Chicago teacher union leaders under RICO. If many of you probably don't know what the acronym RICO stands for, but it's racketeering, corruption, and so I'm gonna. I am at this moment. I'm currently getting signatures at the train stop. I hired somebody full time to get me signatures. Marshall is well aware of the petition circulation process, and many of you know that I have been allegedly accused of petition signature fraud. It's a complicated issue. The truth is I haven't been indicted, as Marshall Rankin likes to say. It's just a tidbit on a little cheap little independent newspaper website that tried to defame me on behalf of Darren LaHood, the congressman, who has a recent photo with Melania Trump doing a hand sigil with a hidden hand. I wonder if they're in a cult. Hello?
So, John, do you know what RICO stands for?
Yeah, racketeering, influencing, corruption.
No, it literally doesn't. It's organization act.
Yeah, racketeering and corruption. Hello?
Organization act. You literally don't know what it means. After it U.S. some sort of leader. This has to be an act for a bid, right? Like when you get to the meat.
Yeah, RICO is racketeering, influencing, and corruption organizations. Like, I don't understand. What did I say which is not accurate? Hello?
I have a project for you, John, tomorrow, Wednesday.
Give me 20 seconds while I ask ChatGPT.
Okay. Well, tomorrow, I want you to go general, buy us up a whole bunch of, paperboard and some sticks and tape and some Sharpies. And what are we supposed to write on those to come out and support you? What are we going to walk around with? Is it vote for John, vote for John? What are we supposed to do?
I think I know.
You don't even live in the area that you're running for.
No, sorry, Beth, you've had too much vodka. I have moved on to the mayoral campaign. I live in Chicago. I'm running for mayor.
There's no such thing as too much vodka.
Sir, if you're Polish, vodka is just water.
That's great.
Well, you can see my 3-day plan on John Kitover on Instagram. I'll put the link in the chat. I hope you all follow me, and you can check out my 3-day plan once I get elected mayor of Chicago. I am complete.
Well, John, do you have any crossover with Indiana? You know where I live, South Bend.
Well, I mean, they're saying that Indiana wants to take some of our counties or precincts and absorb them, but I don't see how that's ever going to happen.
Yeah, I don't either.
Well, this has been really enlightening. Thank you for your contribution, sir. I wish you the best of luck in all your future endeavors.
Thanks, toxic bathtub duck.
Yeah, we gotta buy you. For Father's Day, we have to buy you a whole bunch of chargers for all those cell phones. I think we should be kind, guys.
Who's we? You and an album?
So, like, John, if I was going to burn me, I would be like, broken person on the internet, sad single father, something like that. But, toxic waste bathtub duck, come on, dude. You're better than that. I'd be better.
No, you're better than that. You probably have no idea who you are deep down because you're so miserable.
Oh my.
Oh no, I haven't gone on my power walk yet, so that's why I'm a little cranky.
I knew that. I'm holding back a lot of self-comments because I haven't eaten yet either, so I'm going to eat before I say anything else. John, free advice. Your materials are too busy. Just saying.
Yeah, people tell me that all the time.
Consider eating an edible bar of soup. This is a you're part of
An edible bar of soap. Is this a new product line you're launching? Toxic Austin Powers bathtub toxic duck bunny? A Nash right off of the big old chunk of the bar, right? Dr. Mitch, what do you think? Is that sanitary? You're a doctor. I'm running for the mayor of Chicago, and people often confuse you for me. How's that going for you?
That's
John, you have to keep running, okay? Just keep running. I don't know what to tell you. It'll charge up your cell phone, thank God. No, I do really think you're an amazing person, but how much money are you wasting from this?
See, you guys just know me.
You have balls that are like fucking iron coconuts, man.
Thank you.
I can't believe your guts.
See, what you guys know.
Get some imaging done on that. That's not healthy.
See, you guys know me.
The mayor of Chicago, really?
You guys know.
Like, that's gangster.
You guys know me quite well from this app because we've had so many conversations. But people that have never met me and are just meeting me for the first time are leaving comments like, "This is schizo AI slop, brain rot," things like that. And it's a lot of leftists, a lot of communist, gay, pride flag type stuff people, and they really hate me. And actually, those are the most dangerous people in our society today. So I'm taking a risk, even running for the mayor. Ask me any other questions you might have.
What are you doing with this guy named Riggs?
Lord Jake, this mayor back.
See, risk is spelled Ricks in the community. And essentially, whatever you do in life, it's cause and effect, artist and critic. And then you have to analyze it and say, was it worth it? Because if you suffer a death from your actions, well, then you clearly made a mistake. I want to live a long life. If you get assassinated as a politician, it was because your cogsack wasn't strong enough. Hello?
So how you can reduce taxes by 25%?
Easy. We just cut property taxes on the bill by 25%, and then our budget will have to reflect the new change in the revenue. See how that works? Hello?
Cut it and reduce spending and don't pay for, I don't know, trash collection Chicago?
Well, you can actually see the annual budget and the different line items of Chicago on my Instagram, and that's where we're going to take the 25% on it. What we think is the most wasteful, abusive, fraudulent programs and projects. Hello?
Are you going to shut down the contract where Chicago sold the parking spots? Or
Exactly. We're ripping. Look at my Instagram. Day number 2. We're ripping up all the parking meters, and we're suing the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud.
Oh, so you're gonna commit contract.
Exactly. Whose streets? Our streets. That's what the Democrats say all day long. Whose streets? Our streets. Well, that's what I say as a libertarian candidate. But I'm willing to sue and fight for my city, for the streets, because the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority doesn't own our fucking streets. Chicago owns her fucking streets, and all mayoral candidates.
Give you one piece of advice. If you think you're going to get in front of anybody that will take you seriously, please do not go up to them and say hello. They're going to think you're an absolute fucking moron. Okay?
Hello?
Beth, there's only an upside to that. He can only improve.
Yeah, Beth, what you fail to understand is that is a Clubhouse thing, but in the real world, it's kind of like calling it out, saying like, hello? Meaning like, it's your choice to listen to me. Hello?
Hello?
Goodbye.
It is true.
Well, I'm just
In Chicago. In Chicago.
well, it's stupid, and to talk to me and do that, I would look at you like you were an idiot.
I would probably try and steal your wallet.
Many are stupid in Chicago. Come on.
Hello? Beth, have you ever been interviewed by the media and then they twisted it and turned it on you to try to libel and slander you on behalf of your campaign opponent? Well, they have to me. Hello?
Jesus Christ.
I just want to tell you that
Defamation. Defamation's a real thing, man.
I coach a lot of
those information.
And if I ever heard them fucking say that, I would flip out on them and say my name will not be attached to you. Please maneuver. And
you end with aloha, right, Beth? You end with aloha.
Aloha.
I'm sorry.
You don't end with hello, you end with aloha. That's what every top level. That's what everybody you've ever seen. Like Warren Buffett in his heyday, he would be out there and he would just end with aloha and drink his Coca-Cola and eat his hamburger and go home.
I grew up in Queens, New York. We end everything by saying blow me.
Blow me. Oh wait.
Walk off the
Now
stage.
you're asking for money. Blow me.
Okay, are you guys done with him now?
Still. Yeah, I feel even worse than before I actually heard him say help.
Well, that's actually not the message I want to leave you with. But since nobody is serious and everybody just wants to have fun, but if you really wanted to know my philosophy as a politician or a magician or a musician, you would know what a PMP is. Many of you don't like music.
Okay, just if you need to bring him back up, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we're all on board.
I want to hear his philosophy as an esthetician.
Well, I'm sure you do, but do you want to have another room with him? Because I don't want to feed him anymore.
I have no.
Hello? With him. On your own time.
Hello?
Chris, I do not have any objection to your position whatsoever.
Hello?
Tell me about your gopher situation.
Gophers?
Which one?
What is this, Caddyshack?
Gopher situation.
Oh, are you talking about the actual ones in my yard? Because goddamn groundhogs.
No, the groundhogs. Okay.
Seriously, I don't know what to do.
What are your options?
Dynamite. I don't know. There's no
It's Groundhog Day!
with dirt over and over and just make it. No, they just can't get with your wavelength, which means that they don't flow with you in that way, and that creates problems.
And to you, it used to be like that.
Okay, whatever that is. Well, I'm just saying.
60s and 70s, like the guy is slaved away at work, and the woman made sure there was always a hot meal in the house that's taken care of.
Oh, so you saying you went through that?
No, but my parents did.
Oh, okay, yeah. And what I'm saying is that if someone was able to do that well together, that means that they understand each other. You don't need words for that. You notice how you trying to grab for something, they trying to grab for something, you look at each other and be like, oh, you know, person, you trying to grab something, like, get out of the way. You know, it's like that back and forth. So to me, the emotions and the connectivity and the trust and security means more than that sun energy. So to me, if the moons don't match, then that's where the true problems come in. So yeah, with the sun and Virgo energy, when you look at it, it's Mercury. Mercury is competitive as hell too. That's one thing. Mercury is the competition of intelligence, whereas on Mars is the competition of physical attributes. Like when we say, hey, you want to fight? The Mercury might not do that. They'll be like, hey, intellectually, I just beat you down. That's how Mercury is called. So you can see how you might end up differently between different people for different reasons. But anyway, I'll leave it there. That's so much to talk about, but I just don't want to go too deep.
Well, astrology I actually think is pretty interesting because, you know, they're like analogs to all these human emotional experiences and feelings, mythologies, and, you know, symbolic stories, hieroglyphs, etc. But I put in the chat what's called the Medina Constitution of Muhammad. And if you read that and then you compare that to U.S. law and British English history law and French law or German law, Italian law, all these other laws in other languages, it doesn't even compare. And it's like ridiculous. It basically declares Muhammad, you know, God and king, etc. of everybody. So if you want justice, what you really want is a jury trial. And a jury trial gives you, as the citizen, the ability to be judged based on your words and your truth. And people can generally detect bullshit. So we have a system here which is not actually in usage. Our constitutional rights are completely violated. Even in lawsuits, you are guaranteed a jury trial, and it's in the Constitution. It's like if it's over $20 or $200 or whatever it is. The point is, juries set us free, and when we are denied our right to a jury, our very liberty is completely denied to us. And everybody knows that prosecutorial misconduct, the cost of attorneys, etc. To me, the biggest problem going is A&L, L&A, attorneys and lawyers and attorneys. I rest my case.
How's it going, John?
What up?
Do you see that new lawsuit from Cash Patel against the Southern Law?
Yeah.
Dude, that's major stuff, man. I wonder how many people, like all these online trolls, are being funded by that. It's crazy.
Oh, I think it's probably pretty small. Meaning that, like, I think that they were doing it like at scale. I think it was like, you know, these kinds of things happen all the time. Organizations do like fake fraudulent messaging from like supposed opposing parties. Like, it's basically like gangs. But anyways, yeah, it's huge news.
Yeah, F-37 was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville, Virginia, and attended the event at the direction of the SPLC. He made racist postings under the supervision of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees. So between 2015 and 2023, the SPLC secretly paid F-37 more than $270,000. That's just like one person. It's several millions.
Okay, we've updated the room title to FBI Director Kash Patel lawsuit and arrests Clubhouse users Amir. This is breaking news. I can't believe Amir was named in the Southern Poverty Law Center lawsuit documents that Kash Patel put out. That's exciting.
So, a federal grand jury in Alabama charged the Southern Poverty Law Center with water fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering conspiracy, accusing it of funneling more than $3 million from donors and members of groups like the Ku Klux Klan, the National Alliance, and Aryan Nations between 2014 and 2023. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and FBI Director Kash Patel called it a scheme to manufacture extremism and deceive donors, with payments hidden through shell accounts. The SBC described the payments as part of the discontinued program using confidential informants to gather intelligence on violent groups and share with authorities. No arrests have occurred, and the case raises questions about nonprofit tactics and monitoring extremism. So they're just like controlling all the narratives, like you see, it's kind of crazy.
You know who Gavin McInnes is?
Yeah, he's like this alt-right guy.
Yeah.
The condom up his ass.
Yeah, so he had a big problem with Southern Poverty Law Center, and I believe he sued him. He had a huge conflict with them, and other people had huge issues and lawsuits against SPLC. So I'm sure the left will say that, this is like unfair, unjust, it's retribution, it's not true, et cetera, but this is always, what's crazy is the FBI has been accused many times of not honeypotting people, but misleading potential terrorists and then surprising them and saying, congratulations, you're under arrest, you've been
to get more funding. Yeah, to get more funding for their departments. Exactly.
No, not get more funding for their departments. What I'm saying is their operations are criticized as being like role play simulation with like mentally ill people, and then when they give them like the fake weapon, they go, you're under arrest, and then they're like, oh, you're with the FBI, like they're dealing with retards. They're not dealing with like international crime networks with high level intelligence and direction.
But these like indictments happened after Pam Bondi was fired as the acting attorney general. Like she was holding this stuff for more than over a year into the Trump, presidency. She's a total bimbo, B-word.
Yeah, there was some post I saw that Eric Swalwell, the guy who supposedly is accused of rape and also
was running for
governor. Yeah, they say that she tipped him off about a covert investigation into him.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this bitch is duplicitous. She's devious. She's a sabotage agent. And so Trump actually fired 3 women. And if you look at the Democrats' Instagram account, they show the 3 directors that were terminated, and rightfully so. And this is Donald Trump's retribution, and thank God he's man enough to do it, and he's leading this country as a true executive should, because we need a real executive, a real CEO who actually knows and can actually say you're fired, because that's what we wanted the first time, and he kept the biggest snakes, the biggest backstabbing bastards.
Isaiah chapter 3 verses 12 says it's a curse among Israel. It says, as for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err and destroy the way of thy paths. And I'm not like a misogynist or anything, but I just honestly I feel like women shouldn't be in those sort of positions of power. That's just like,
well,
it's biblical.
He points women in positions that he actually views as inferior positions from the get-go. He doesn't give the premium positions to women. And that's a lot of really rich people despise the judiciary, lawyers and judges, and they see them as basically, pen pusher, elitist. It's so crazy. I mean, when you really think about like who should be rewarded in society, lawyers receive an enormous amount of grace in terms of the adjusted gross income or the GDP of this country. Same with doctors, and basically none of them are honest. And Especially the doctors, because like so many patients and customers of doctors simply need to go to the gym and do physical therapy to solve like 80% of their problems. But your doctor will never say that to you. Like he'll recommend it, but he won't say, okay, you've got to do this and we're going to do it together. Like a doctor never says that, you know, because
they want you on a subscription-based healthcare, program.
Exactly. And so anyways, I'm just saying that love him or see, everybody's like love him or hate him, like same with Trump, same with Cash Patel, same with everybody. It's like I love him, but I hate him because that God, what's the term? Oh, it's filibuster. Basically, this is a filibuster lawsuit, is one way to frame it. And do you agree with that in a sentiment? It's like a nothing burger, meaning like we think it's something amazing, but it's not as amazing as what could be, which is like the arrest of Bill Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama.
This is sort of, like my mentality, right? Donald Trump was almost assassinated. He should have sort of like the mandate of heaven, and he should be able to do.
That's how much of a saint he is, dude. I'm telling you.
I know. Like that's.
Yeah, but look what happened. Look what happened to Caesar. You too, Brute. I think Trump, he is. What would you describe him religiously? How would you profile him religiously?
I think he's a believer, but he doesn't. I think previously more like agnostic, but ever since like his assassination attempt, it's changed his worldview a little bit.
No, is that your opinion or is that a fact?
Just my opinion.
Because if you take it from the perspective that assassination attempt was a highly orchestrated WWE event, now I know that would be the schizophrenic analysis. That's what a schizo would say. We just have to clarify that we are merely speculating on how conditioning and suggestion works. And whether that's true or false, to me, it doesn't matter. Anyways, what I'm trying to get at is that it's a timeline, meaning like, in a way, because I record so much and I try to like think about like the timeline. See, Clubhouse is just one huge timeline of like blabberers, but blabberinas, just like little. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, I don't want to say schizophrenically talking about Donald Trump's divine mandate because, this is what I wanted to say, is the last chapter in Balthasar Gracian's Maxims and Aphorisms book says, in a word, be a saint. So if Donald Trump arrested Hillary Clinton and see, that's the thing, is like he spent time with her. He knows her. Like that would be like me arresting somebody from my past that I don't necessarily like, but like worked with, It would be ridiculous for me to be the retribution individual because that's not safe. To be the saint is far safer in this situation.
Machiavellianism says if you're going to destroy your enemy, destroy them totally.
Yeah, but the Tao Te Ching says if you destroy them totally, you destroy yourself. And so, like, many people who destroy their enemies also die afterwards, like, meaning that there's, like, some type of, like, solar connection. I know it's stupid. I know what... See, Machiavellian politics or Nietzschean politics or Lao Tzuian politics or Marcus Aurelian politics, it's like a salad. Do you ever make a chopped salad at home?
I do like a good chicken cob salad from Chick-fil-A.
You've never personally cut up many different food items and put them all in the salad and tossed it or whatever.
No, I never have. Really.
Wow, bro, you've never lived that. You're barely living.
I should get onto that then.
are you just like look maxing all the time and forgetting that like cooking is, so awesome? Because anyways, my metaphor is that when you take all the different philosophy books and you make a chopped salad, you have the superior entree or appetizer. But anyways, I did see this is what life is. It's just like nothing burgers. That's the news cycle. It's like, here's another nothing burger. Here's another nothing burger. That's what it is, and it's like people are technically running their own Boy Who Cried Wolf simulation every day with the assistance of the nothing burger corporations.
You don't think we're sort of like in the beginning of like World War III,
Dude, if you were an American in 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, and you were overseas in Baghdad, like, you wouldn't have thought it was World War III. But if you lived another 20 years and you were still fighting, your perspective might be like, what did you just ask me? Because, bitch, I've been fighting 20 years. Anyways, I don't know what the years are. But my point is, I don't know, invest in drones.
Anduril, right? Anduril, that's that one company by that one tech guy who wears
Palmer.
Sandals everywhere.
Yeah, Palmer. Him and I kind of have like the same goatee going, but see, that's the difference between me. I'm just like a gossiper, but he's like an actual engineer who can create like his imaginations, mechanistically and software programmatically. So I am like a true R word. Thus, I can only rely on magic and propaganda for any possible power or money or prestige or whatever, which is all fleeting. So that's the great irony is that when you're 80 years old, even if you're worth like $100 billion, you just never know when you're going to go. Anything can happen when you get up in age with medical problems, etc. And then you get lied to by your doctor. See, this is the funniest thing about life is like you're so damned if you do and you're so damned if you don't. Like you can't escape the universe conspiring to fuck your shit up daily. In every way, like in ways that are so unimaginable and unexpected that...
That's entropy, man. That's the definition of entropy. You leave a room that's totally empty, over time, cobwebs, it'll start falling apart.
No, it's not entropy. It's divine justice and divine comedy. Because there are people out there who think that shit don't stink, and they're so fucking awesome, and everything is going great, and then their wife divorces them and gives them the biggest fucking slug in the face that fucking person has ever experienced in their life. And everything was going great until the wife took half of it, and the lawyer and the judges ate up everything else, and you like your whole fucking life savings gone. Like, but you have this huge ego, and like you're a big, cocksucker. See what I'm saying? Like the universe has a way through what you would call entropy of giving people their comeuppance. Like I know many very wealthy people that died horrible deaths because their mental health completely deteriorated, and they were already borderline fucking insane to begin with. Anyways, his name is Tony Schuh from Zappos.com. I own TonySchuh.com, and I sold it to him, and he died, in a shed off of his $30 million house. But everybody is conspiring to be a parasite all the time. If you call somebody a parasite, it's purely projection, because everybody is parasitic. I mean, it's the nature of commerce, of exchange. It's like, so anyways, just want to quote Marshall Rankin and say, you're off topic. You're not even talking about the topic. Get back on topic. Isn't Marshall the biggest, bitch? I mean, to me, he's so obnoxious and not precocious, but just like a fucking. He sounds legitimate sometimes, which is what I hate because I know he's such a pushover, like bitch, you know. And if he always says, "I would never give John Kitover any political power." That's like his projection, meaning like everybody knows he's not responsible and shouldn't be given anything. I am complete. Well, John, it's been great chatting with you. I hope to talk to you again. Berta, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
So we're talking about American politics.
Yeah, but this monologue has gone on long enough, and I have yet to take my power walk for the day, and it's already getting dark out, so I'm going to heart out of here in 7 minutes. Is there something interesting that you want to talk about or share with us or enlighten us with, Dr. Berta?
Just as a European person, and especially a person that's born and raised in Iceland, what the fuck did you do voting that demented person as your president?
Well, I like to say, do you know Zen here, and do you know what Zen is, Dr. Berta?
Yeah.
Do you see real truth in the audience? Do you know what real truth is?
What do you mean by real truth?
I'm trying to answer your question about Donald Trump. We're talking about basically the real truths of life, meaning that like your question is voided out by metaphysics, philosophy, my time schedule, and you know, I know you want to. We just previously agreed that we were going to talk about politics, but now I'm transing you without your choice to the real truth of Zen, meaning that the now is all important, and it's far more important than the answer to your question. I'm not saying your question isn't interesting, because I asked you to ask an interesting question. Do you see what I'm saying?
I think it's interesting that you're choosing to ignore the fact that your president is a pedophile.
Allegedly. You know, defamation and slander of character is a common tactic politically to try to win elections, defame character. I know what it's like as a politician to be defamed online with smear tactics. Lies and fake news. Malicious misinformation, Dr. Berta. Dr. Berta, let's just quickly get to the point of this conversation. Are you happy on the inside? Are you happy and do you know it? Okay, clap your hands. Clap your hands. So you're happy and you know it?
Yeah, I don't live in America. I'm grateful for it.
Well, that's what brings you happiness, because Zen and I are philosophers, and we think joy and love and happiness.
What race you are, how you get medical help. You can't just get joy like this because you decide to. That's not the world we live in. And now you're both silent. Good.
Well, you see, if I was in a tough spot in life, let's say I was having severe financial problems and my health wasn't good or I had no influence or no network, I would definitely go the route of religious organizations, meaning that, like, if you're a financial advisor working for J.P. Morgan or Smith Barney's, Citigroup or BOA or Wells Fargo, if you're trying to sell mutual funds or stocks or bonds or CDs, what I'm trying to say is that you've got to get to a network. Do you know the analogy of the tree and the leaves and the wind of a network? How would you describe human relationship in terms of a tree?
Do you
don't give a shit? Oh, okay.
No, do you think people should go through all that, have to go through different analogies, networks, anything to get basic healthcare in America?
So your question about healthcare in America, about people who don't have healthcare and need healthcare because it's a human right, and without it they would die.
It is a fucking human right to have medical health.
I want my fucking human rights.
But wouldn't that just induce slavery because you're demanding work for free?
Service me. Yeah, she wants people to be able to go into an office and say, service me. I'm demanding it now.
She's pro-slavery.
No, we've been doing it. We've been doing it. Yeah, okay. No, we've been doing it. Can you listen to me? We have free health care.
It's not free. It's tax.
We have free health care in Scandinavia. We pay higher taxes, yes, for it, but we have free health care.
It's not free, though.
You see, nothing is free in the literal sense. That's why I go back to spiritual enlightenment as being probably the pinnacle of the word game, or the game known as the human game or game theory. And so when you say that healthcare is a human right and you have to have it, and as a society we have to find a way to fund it, because all of this relies on checks and balances and ledgers and actuarial scientists and forensic accountants and financiers and basically the money supply. So I can understand why you think we should allocate the money, perhaps, but you haven't gotten there yet. But really, I think Zen's analysis. Do you happen to be Muslim, Berta? Berta? Hello?
Yeah, I'm atheist.
Okay, so you're an atheist. Now, can you describe to me in one sentence, not more than one, only one sentence, what is an atheist?
Somebody who does not believe in higher power.
A higher power is not believed in by someone. So someone does not believe in higher powers, and therefore their new name and description is atheist. Is that correct?
In my opinion, you cannot push that on other people and saying that's how I describe atheism.
And what's your first language? Icelandic?
Yeah.
So Iceland, how do you say atheist in Icelandic? I'll just Google it for you.
There's not a word.
Well, have you heard of translation? Have you heard of translation?
Yeah, but there's not one word for atheism.
Well, do you think you're smarter than Google? Because I'm looking at the answer right here. It says the most common word for atheist in Icelandic is trúleysingi. Trúleysingi.
Yeah, it means they believe in nothing. Yeah.
Trúleysingjar. That's masculine. Trúleysingjar. It translates directly to beliefless person or faithless. You're faithless. You lost your faith. Well, guess what Zen and I do? We actually help reinstall faith into human bodies. Because we believe that you're actually just a soul using your human body as a vehicle. Isn't that exciting? That's the good news of the gospel, Berta, is that there is a soul in the universe that you're just actually experiencing, known as the soul of the
Make me
universe.
believe in God again. Make me believe in God again.
Zen, can you get the Eurosi vibrator and dildo wand? I think we're gonna have to go pretty hard here on Berta. Okay, Berta, are you ready to receive your faith instructions, your new reprogramming? We're going to recondition you. How far in the cervix?
Do you know that I feel like everybody about the church, Catholic Church, Catholic Church, where priests are pedophiles, I guess.
Again, you keep going back to this P word, but you have yet to actually listen to us. We're not here to entertain your communication, to tell you the truth.
I'm not here to entertain you either. I'm telling you, give me something to believe in. You haven't.
That's what we're about to do. So, Zen, how would you suggest we proceed? Dr. Zen? Silence is your answer?
Give me something in words. All you want to do is action. Action isn't going to do shit.
Okay, you have no faith, you're a beliefless person, and you're an atheist. This is this is Zen and I. We put this program together for people just like you in Iceland specifically. This is geographically specific. So take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10, not 11. 10, not 9 seconds.
Ain't gonna do shit. Okay, took my wine.
Let it go. Now repeat after me. I am a flower.
I think I'm tell you, I was traumatized and
Oh, so you're a Christian now. I see. You just lost your faith temporarily. I think they made a movie about that.
confirmation.
Oh, my AI is telling me that I have essentially maxed out on internet usage for the day and for my health, my AI. See, this is what good... See, Zen, this is how Medicare and Medicaid can save billions, maybe 100 billion a year, by having medical alerts for disgusting lard asses with diabetes who can't stop looking at their phones and complaining. You know, could you imagine if, like, the government was to mandate cell phone alerts that say, get your fat ass up and go outside for a power walk? And I was like, damn, you guys just saved $1 trillion this year because now our health outcome has improved. You see what I'm saying? Is that projection? Hello? I think we just reinstalled your faith. You can pay us later. You want to buy me a coffee right now? Okay, Zen, I'm going to report her profile for harassment and abusive language. Report Berta. You're going to have a party hat within a couple hours. Report Berta abusive, harassment, vulgar, profane language. Check. That's harassment and abuse. Submit to Clubhouse. Take a screenshot. Attach image. Boop, boop. Okay, Berta. Congratulations. You've just been reported to Clubhouse. Zen and I actually work for Clubhouse. We're undercover Clubhouse observation employees trying to detect people that use abusive, profane, useless language and waste all their time. We've reported you, and unfortunately, Clubhouse is going to ultimately delete your account probably within 2 hours. So use Clubhouse for the next 2 hours as much as you can, because then your account's going to get deleted, and if you want to come back, you have to get a whole new burner number. And anyways, you know how it goes. So thank you for being a part of our experiment here, and we wish you well. Again, you've got less than 2 hours to use Clubhouse until your account gets deleted. Thank you very little.
You do know your account goes, like, comes and goes, so...
Okay, Berta, we're putting you in the goo because, again, you only have 2 hours left to use Clubhouse. You might want to leave the room and try to get as much Clubhouse in as you can before your account gets deleted. Thanks for being a part of our experiment and our observational psychological study. You've been great. We learned a lot. I think Zen here would agree.
It was definitely a learning experience.
Okay, welcome back to World Affairs Forum, hosted by the Universe and Zen. Some people think that Zen is the universe, and then some people think that the universe is Zen. People on Clubhouse don't know what to think or say or feel or how to respond when they encounter the universe or Zen. Hello?
Something that I would love to read to you, universe. Just hear your thoughts and opinions on it.
Yeah, please proceed.
The title is called Mandate of Heaven, and it's by Mencius Moldbug. So where were we? Alright, trying to take over the world. At last count, we have started by cleansing our heads and trying to take over anything big. We have adopted the ideology of pacifism, the antithesis of progressive activism. Pacifism follows directly from the reactionary revocation of the Lockean right of rebellion. The pacifist replaces Locke's chestnut with an older, truer formula: might makes right. The United States government has the might, so it has the right. The pacifist does not rebel against the United States government because he has not the right to do so. He has not the right to do so because he has not the power to do so. Can a person believe that might makes right and still call himself a libertarian? Easily. The converse of the principle is that where the United States government has not the might to act, it has not the right. Thus, the reactionary libertarian, believing that might makes right, believes it is wrong of the USG, United States government, to ineffectively outlaw a little plant that anyone can grow in his closet. Sovereignty, being absolute, must therefore be Boolean. Notice how backward and reactionary pacifism is. We have popped ourselves right out of the 20th century Anglophone tradition and turned the clock back to the 17th on the royalist side. The conventional intellectual history of the 17th century England has Locke on the left and Hobbes on the right. Here we are. We have Filmer on the right and Hobbes on the left. Locke, dig him up and hang him like Cromwell. Moralists acknowledge the need for occasional change in dynasty, but they see nothing romantic in that. Change can only be a question of necessity. Never one of them. Might makes right. One has the right to rebel, unless, of course, he also has the might. Observe the self-stabilizing effect of this political design. When might and right become misaligned, they quickly realign themselves. Contrary to good socialist education, stability is generally a desirable feature in the political system. So we're not really trying to take over the world. All we're doing here is setting the life cycle of the present owner. The said owner
sense that its quality of government deteriorates progressively over time. No pun intended. Many people realize this. Not all have worked through the implications. Apparent increase in quality of government across American history tends to follow informal regime changes as in 1861 and 1933. It is not that the class of people in government improves, but that a new class of people comes into government, where power at once begins to corrupt them. The simple monotonic pattern described above is seen more often in democracies' foreign colonies. In any case, with government in the hands of a clerical elite, there is no prospect of any further non-destructive uplift. Even if Pappy Canaan's peasants do drop by with their pitchforks, which they won't, they will not leave without setting some papers on fire. Therefore, sclerotic is better than better. It's probably a better word for the stability of the structure. Sclerotic systems follow the pattern of life. They work until they fail completely, constantly experiencing unidirectional changes, such as the life cycle of cars, cats, stars, and Soviet socialist republics. There appears to be some principle of institutional entropy at work, common to large, complex, ongoing systems. If you try to infer the future of any such system, a cat, a star, etc., by looking at the history of that one system alone, you immediately assume that since the system has never died, it will live forever. Of course, this is a completely unwarranted assumption, but it follows logically from the procedures by which even most educated people intuitively predict future from past. As it ages, the modern structure accumulates stable disequilibria, things that make no sense, but that nonetheless are not about to go away. Like Obama's Stalin Peace Prize. When he collapses, these regimes of local insanity merge in the mind of all into one general pattern of insanity. It is generally seen that the structure itself makes no sense. Rather, it is generally realized that the entire American system of government is best understood as an enormous practical joke, which is not at all funny. This perception is permanent and fatal, and just like that, the entire edifice recomposes itself as a heap of masonry. M. Valdemar recapitulates his delinquencies. Within months, the fact that this rubble was once a great building which spires on top seemed no less dreamlike and fantastic than any other part of the story. All this was seen in the East. Either it will be seen in the West, or the structure will stand forever. Your choice, grasshopper. The first big secret of the procedure, it is not a way to destroy the modern structure. Oh no, it is quite the opposite. It is a way to recover from the spontaneous failure of the modern structure. Airbags do not cause car crashes. The reaction can simply be considered as a safety measure for potentially spurious failure mode that will probably never happen. Should the Americans remain forever content under the good and ancient Constitution, including, of course, the innovations institutions now conventionally ascribed to it, they'll remain forever in the grips of the structure. For better or for worse, the structure is not some nefarious organ within Washington. It is Washington itself. It must be taken or left. This choice, though few realize it, is Boolean. When the American repudiates Washington, they are just taking the piss and playing games until they repudiate Washington as a whole. It makes no sense to keep the Constitution, but move the capital, Kansas City, ditch the Constitution, but keep the Supreme Court, liquidate the Department of Energy and of Education, but not the Department of Energy, etc., etc., etc. Generally, it is a mistake to keep operating with any of the same staff and any of the same agencies and any of the same buildings. If any box on the org chart survives, it should be only as some ironic bureaucratic exception, which demonstrates by sheer pathetic scale the weight of the wave that has scraped and filled the lower Potomac back to good Chesapeake clay. Imagine if some obscure lieutenant of the SS had survived intact into the European Union. Would this surprise me? Yes. Would it cause me to totally reevaluate my perception of reality? No. If the procedures properly executed, surviving bureaucratic tissues of the United States government and security forces excluded should be in the same probability ballpark. The United States government is not by any means the SS, but sterile is sterile, regardless of bacteria. Until
recognize that the whole system has to go. You are a supporter of that system, period. The choice being so drastic, so outside of their man's ken, is most.
You just watched the entire city council in transparency try to take wages away from the very people who are part of an industry that has its ties to slavery.
Possible that they will not remain
Why is hiding from them?
And Washington will so abuse them that they will declare a case of government failure. Clearly, there is a some withdrawal of consent after which Washington can no longer continue to govern. No government as a whole is incapable of losing the consent of its subjects as a whole. If this is the fate of the democratic government, that government will cease to exist. Indeed, it will cease to exist more certainly than its autocratic competitors, because they are to some extent designed to resist this attack. A democracy is quite intentionally not so designed. In which case, what comes next? The purpose of the procedure is to answer this question. If keeping Washington is plan A, what is plan B? Obviously, in that case, that the Americans do not remain forever content with their noble overlords. Something must be done. Clearly, this plan has been entirely neglected and is of considerable importance. Devising it can only be construed as a public service. If this plan B is never used, it should at least be entertaining to construct.
Like tax reparations.
Is possibly foreseeable. The second big secret of the procedure is that airbags do cause car crashes, or at least
You just watched it.
cause car crashes. How? Because drivers modify their behavior when in a vehicle without these safety features. Although any plan B is no more than a safety feature, it may also have some indirect effect on political behavior. Basically, a viable plan B is like a red eject button in a plane which appears to be going down. The situation becomes it obviously involves pointing out a serious and irreparable mechanical emergency. If there is no eject button, however, it is even more difficult to persuade your pilot to try to use his hands as a parachute. You would almost always rather stick with the plane, which generally has some chance of landing in one piece.
And you just watched.
The first step is to build this red button, which is not a political weapon, especially since it must be constructed without any advantage of sovereignty whatsoever, and indeed every disadvantage of it. When the question is evaluated rationally, however, we guess that if the button existed, some force would be able to do so and push it. The exact nature of that force would be entirely speculative nature, and there's no reason to speculate on it. In the 70s, the majority of states Let's explore this duality between airbag and coup d'etat a little more closely. Is it quantum? It is definitely quantum. The first step has its total wave particle Tao nature. Since it's only the first step of the complete procedure, its ultimate goal is presumably some sort of action. Since the evaluation of the procedure is fundamental, it won't change your habits of the was also itself. Steals no green apple tea.
Oh, you trolling.
Pacifism turns out to be just one special case of a more general principle.
Gonna face the
Do
law.
not act until it is proper to act. Since it is nowhere near proper to
Oh,
act,
you trolling.
the difference is irrelevant now and for the foreseeable future. So the first step is A, a fun hobby which enhances, invigorates, relaxes, and retains the soul in hand under socialism. And B, an information weapon to be used offensively in the second step and defensively in the third. It is not a compromise between these two objectives. It is succeed in such a daring enterprise. So, step outside your linear Western way of thinking. If you raise a spirit to contend against democracy, it must be some great ghost from the glorious past.
It's good. It's real good. I like, Maharishi goes into like quantum, and how meditation can kind of like allow you to, become quantum.
And like one of the things that I really like from the reading that I was reading as well is like pacifism, right? Like that's like the greatest weapon that anyone can have is being a pacifist. Keep reading. The spiritual core of the first step.
We're here today
is
to
an
announce
ancient Chinese principle of the
the General Society of the Southern Poverty Law Center.
This can be massive. The principle that power flows towards the worthy. To attain power, become worthy to rule. Since becoming worthy is a worthy exercise by definition,
We're here today is to
it satisfies our need for quantum Buddha duality. It is simultaneously harmless and deadly, both at once completely. Moreover, no one can laugh at it, because I did not make it up myself. Tiananmen is quite literally 10 times as old as American democracy and far better proven by experience. To defeat the modern structure, create a new structure which is more worthy to rule. Much more worthy to rule. Once this perfectly passive task is complete, the new structure has only to wait. The law of Tiananmen tells us that power will flow to it as the rains return to the ocean. Now, if you're still stuck in the boat, you're frustrated. If that is an system that takes you to reality, that is the nervous system is so strong that it's nothing that takes you to reality, that is reality. Just don't go down to the house and check out what's happening. It's into a sanctuaries. We don't see like beyond whatever. Is on the unlimited scale of vibration, like when you carry it, what you do, that's what all our things are limited. Strong materially to retain power without the broad consent of its subjects, nor is the regime be, especially without its subjects. All our things are limited is proof. We naturally see through alternative to its services. Kind of two personality levels because there is no in the total reality that is the collective resistance military to the continued what happens is that that's the so you see more degrees of that reality and we assume that you see the reality they're not dense reality but not it's not the wrong views which is in reality. The nervous system is that the way that it gets consider the fate of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was faced and those who had to see USG share collapsed because it was a structural disaster. The USG, for its threat to call in world allies to the British and French, if they continued to sustain the attempted restoration of Russia, and for its general permanent affection for the Robespierres, Lenins, Castros, and Mugabe's throughout the globe and across the centuries, bear significant institutional responsibility for this disaster. Bolshevism provided government with its truly spectacular awfulness. Nonetheless, it is not in this most conservatives believe that the Soviet Union collapse because it provided such awful government to its subjects. It wasn't just that the Russians were governed incompetently and ransomly, it was also that they had a clear alternative, which is what they wanted, an entirely superior, i.e., American democracy. The movement as it still superficially appears one of pure rejection and nihilism. It had a positive and constructive plan around which everyone who cared to be a dissident could agree. It had a red button, and under that red button was a little heat-printed plastic strip that said in Cyrillic, "Surrender to America," or more precisely, as it turned out, to George Soros. Which turned out to have its disadvantages. Frankly, I think the jury is still out on transition from Russian because I know you know AI. The case can be found in doesn't exist in the real world. But the Soviet Union could form as a single clear option by unnecessary any declaration or amendment surrender to the West. The shelling point that which is chambers that the real world is a perfectly featureless blank. It means that it is a marvelous system of wiggles.
in which we describe things and events in the same way as we would project images on a Rorschach blot, or pick out particular groups of stars in the sky and call them constellations, as if they were separate groups of stars. Well, they're groups of stars in the mind's eye in our system of concepts. They are not out there as constellations already grouped in the sky. So in the same way, the difference between myself and all the rest of the universe is nothing more than an idea. It is not a real difference. And meditation is the way in which we come to feel our basic inseparability from the whole universe. And what that requires is that we shut up. That is to say, that we become interiorly silent and cease from the interminable chatter that goes on inside our skulls. Because you see, most of us think compulsively all the time. That is to say, we talk to ourselves. I remember when I was a boy, we had a common saying, talking to yourself is the first sign of madness. Now, obviously, if I talk all the time, I don't hear what anyone else has to say. And so in exactly the same way, if I think all the time, that is to say, if I talk to myself all the time, I don't have anything to think about except thoughts. And therefore I'm living entirely in the world of symbols. And I'm never in relationship with reality. All right, now that's the first basic reason for meditation. But there is another sense, and this is going to be a little bit more difficult to understand, why we could say that meditation doesn't have a reason, or doesn't have a purpose in this respect. It's unlike almost all other things that we do, except perhaps making music and dancing. Because when we make music, we don't do it in order to reach a certain point, such as the end of the composition. If that were the purpose of music, to get to the end of the piece, then obviously the fastest players would be the best. And so likewise, when we're dancing, we are not aiming to arrive at a particular place on the floor, as we would be if we were taking a journey. When we dance, the journey itself is the point. When we play music, the playing itself is the point. And exactly the same thing is true in meditation. Meditation is the discovery that the point of life is always arrived at in the immediate moment. And therefore, if you meditate for an ulterior motive, that is to say, to improve your mind, to improve your character, to be more efficient in life, you put your eye on the future and you are not meditating. Because the future is a concept. It doesn't exist. As the proverb says, tomorrow never comes. There is no such thing as tomorrow. There never will be. Because time is always now. And that's one of the things we discover when we stop talking to ourselves and stop thinking. We find there is only a present, only an eternal now. So, it's funny then, isn't it, that one meditates for no reason at all, except we could say for the enjoyment of it. And here I would interpose the essential principle that meditation is supposed to be fun. It's not something you do as a grim duty. The trouble with religion, as we know it, is that it is so mixed up with grim duties. We do it because it's good for you. It's a kind of self-punishment. Well, meditation, when correctly done, has nothing to do with all that. It's a kind of digging the present. It's a kind of grooving with the eternal now. And gets us into a state of peace where we can understand that the point of life, the place where it's at, is simply here and now. The easiest way to get into the meditative state is to begin by listening. If you simply close your eyes and allow yourself to hear all the sounds that are going on around you, just listen to the general hum and buzz of the world, as if you were listening to music. Don't try to identify the sounds you're hearing. Don't put names on them. Simply allow them to play with your ears. And let them go. In other words, you could put it, let your ears hear whatever they want to hear. Don't judge the sounds. There are no, as it were, proper sounds or improper sounds. And it doesn't matter if somebody coughs or sneezes or drops something. It's all just sound. And if I am talking to you right now and you're doing this, I want you to listen to the sound of my voice just as if it were noise. Don't try to make any sense out of what I'm saying, because your brain will take care of that automatically. You don't have to try to understand anything. Just listen to the sound. As you pursue that experiment, you will very naturally find that you can't help naming sounds, identifying them, that you will go on thinking, that is to say, talking to yourself inside your head automatically. But it's important that you don't try to repress those thoughts by forcing them out of your mind, because that will have precisely the same effect as if you were trying to smooth rough water with a flat iron. It is going to disturb it all the more. What you do is this. As you hear sounds coming up in your head, thoughts, you simply listen to them as part of the general noise going on, just as you would be listening to the sound of my voice, or just as you would be listening to cars going by or to birds chattering outside the window. So look at your own thoughts as just noises. And soon you will find that the so-called outside world and the so-called inside world come together. They are a happening. Your thoughts are a happening, just like the sounds going on outside. And everything is simply a happening. And all you're doing is watching it. Now, in this process, another thing that is happening that is very important is that you're breathing. And as you start meditation, you allow your breath to run, just as it wills. In other words, don't do at first any breathing exercise, but just watch your breath breathing the way it wants to breathe. And notice a curious thing about this. you say in the ordinary way, I breathe, because you feel that breathing is something that you are doing voluntarily, just in the same way as you might be walking or talking. But you will also notice that when you are not thinking about breathing, your breathing goes on just the same. So the curious thing about breath is that it can be looked at both as a voluntary and an involuntary action. You can feel on the one hand, I am doing it, and on the other hand, it is happening to me. And that is why breathing is the most important part of meditation, because it is going to show you, as you become aware of your breath, that the hard and fast division that we make between what we do on the one hand and what happens to us on the other is arbitrary. So that as you watch your breathing, you will become aware that both the voluntary and the involuntary aspects of your experience are all one happening. Now that may at first seem a little scary, because you may think, well, am I just the puppet of a happening, the mere passive witness of something that's going on completely beyond my control? Or on the other hand, am I really doing everything that's going on? If I were, I should be God. That would be very embarrassing, because I would be in charge of everything. That would be a terribly responsible position. The truth of the matter, as you will see it, is that both things are true. You can see it that everything is happening to you, and on the other hand, you're doing everything. For example, it's your eyes that are turning the sun into light. It's the nerve ends in your skin that are turning electric vibrations in the air into heat and temperature. It's your eardrums that are turning vibrations in the air into sound, and in that way, you are creating the world. But when we're not talking about it, when we're not philosophizing about it, then there is just this happening, this, and we won't give it a name. So then, let me connect this with the problem of birth and death, which puzzles people enormously, of course.
iPhone users, they'll always kind of like rub it in.
I don't want to say who, but it made me love someone out of the group chat because they had a great couple. Sorry.
WhatsApp, the messages look the same no matter what phone you use.
It's bridging the gap between devices, so everyone is listening equally. Just see easier to use WhatsApp.
Because in order to understand what the self is, you have to remember that it doesn't need to remember anything. Just like you don't need to know how you work your thyroid gland. So then, when you die, you're not going to have to put up with everlasting non-existence, because that's not an experience. A lot of people are afraid that when they die, they're going to be locked up in a dark room forever. And you have to undergo that. But one of the most interesting things in the world, this is a yoga, this is a way of realization. Try and imagine what it will be like to go to sleep and never wake up. about that. Children think about it. It's one of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough about that, something will happen. You will find out, among other things, that it'll pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature abhors a vacuum. So after you are dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is I. You all know you. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them. And when they come into being, that's you coming into being. You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past. In the same way, you don't have to think about how you work the thyroid gland or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing all of this and you never had any education in how to do it? Never learned to pursue this miracle? Well, the point is that from a strictly physical, scientific standpoint, this organism is a continuous energy with everything else that's going on. And if I am my foot, I am the sun. Only we've got this little partial view. We've got the idea that no, I'm just something in this body. The ego. That's a joke. The ego is nothing other than the focus of conscious attention. It's like a radar on a ship. The radar on a ship is a troubleshooter. And conscious attention is a designed function of the brain to scan the environment, like a radar does, and look for any trouble-making changes. But if you identify yourself with your troubleshooter, then naturally you define yourself as being in a perpetual state of anxiety. And the moment we cease to identify with the ego and become aware that we are the whole organism, you realize that as the first thing how harmonious it all is. Because your organism is a miracle of harmony. All this thing functioning together. Even those corpuscles and creatures that are fighting each other in the bloodstream and eating each other up. If they weren't doing that, you wouldn't be healthy. So what is discord at one level of your being is harmony at a higher level.